he encounters a high-voltage warning sign and realizes the life-threatening danger standing right in front of him. The hooded young man is grabbed by two men and thinks desperately that there is no way he can be caught. He knows that if he is captured there, it will be the end of him, so he grips the electrical cables with all his might. With electricity sparking intensely in his hands, he decides to take extreme action to escape. Between being caught by his pursuers or facing the end, the protagonist does not hesitate to make his choice. He would rather give everything up than surrender, and he receives an overwhelming electrical discharge along with the men. But that body hides a great secret, for it possesses the powerful and legendary heart of resurrection. The young man rises from the ashes like a living skeleton, proving that the end cannot stop him so easily. Thus begins the intriguing journey of the resurrection boy, who defies the very laws of life and death. In that world, there are very special hearts that grant incredible powers to those who possess them. This rare mutation happens to very few people and completely transforms the biology of whoever carries it. Depending on how the heart undergoes the mutation, the individual can manifest transcendental abilities. Those who manifest these astonishing powers are known by everyone as heart mutants. Society admires these incredible abilities and usually calls them a true divine blessing. However, the young man thinks this idea of a blessing is a big joke as he rummages through the trash in a pitiful way. He laments that his life has become a complete mess precisely because of his mutant heart. Starving and lost, all he wants at the moment is to find anything to eat. He finally finds a piece of bread thrown in the trash that seems to have been discarded just a short time ago. The young man bites into the bread, relieved to notice that the smell isn't that bad, and begins to devour the food. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a friendly little dog that approaches, wagging its tail happily. Realizing that the animal is also hungry, the young man decides to share his only piece of bread with it. Several other animals appear around him when suddenly he hears hostile voices approaching the alley. The young man tenses up and peeks around the corner of the wall, wondering if the institute sent henchmen to capture him. But in reality, he sees a group of bullies cornering a defenseless young student in the middle of the street. He realizes with relief that they are just local troublemakers and not agents after his head. The criminals continue to intimidate the girl, who tries in vain to explain that she is just a student. Observing from afar, the protagonist notices that the young woman is holding a bag of dog food. Suddenly, a firm voice echoes, telling the bullies to stop that nonsense immediately. The henchmen are confused and stare at the hooded young man, not understanding who that bold intruder is. He states calmly that he is no homeless person, revealing his frightening skeleton face to them. The blonde bully panics completely and screams in terror at coming face to face with that monstrous appearance. The protagonist firmly wields a piece of metal pipe, ready to scare the aggressors even more. He tells the bullies to shut their mouths and get out of there before the situation gets even worse for them. The criminals flee in despair, screaming that they saw a ghost and leaving the girl behind. The young student tries to thank him timidly, although she is still in shock from the surreal scene. With that, the skeleton young man stands up intimidatingly and points directly toward the scared girl. She falls into absolute despair and begs for the monster not to come anywhere near her. But to her surprise, the young man just throws himself on the ground and begins to eat the dog food hungrily. The girl is completely speechless to see that frightening creature devouring animal food. She stammers confused, reminding the stranger that what he is eating is actually dog food. The boy apologizes for scaring her and asks politely if he can continue eating the food. Upon realizing that the monster can talk, the girl runs away in a panic while the dogs surround him. He watches the girl flee without surprise, as he is totally used to seeing people run away from him. But he doesn't mind and is happy to finally be able to eat his meal in peace along with the animals. However, the student decides to stop on the way and peeks back, curious about what she just witnessed. She wonders if he is really a living person, as it is unbelievable for someone to survive in that state. An idea pops into her mind, and she begins to suspect that he is a rare and powerful heart mutant. Knowing the legends about these mutants, she feels guilty for having been so rude to the person who just saved her. With hesitant steps, the girl decides to return to the alley and approaches the skeleton young man slowly. She reaches out a trembling hand and offers a real sandwich so he doesn't have to eat dog food. The young man is surprised and disbelieving to see that the young woman is really offering him real food. She apologizes, laughing awkwardly for having run away before, and insists that he is not actually strange at all. The young man reflects, moved, that this is the first time in his entire life that someone has given him food that way. He recognizes the packaging from the trash and takes a huge bite of the sandwich, completely shocked by the flavor. The young man feels that the wonderful taste is simply heavenly and that his tongue is even going numb. The fresh vegetables and tasty meat make him feel that he could pass away with no regrets after that. He watches the girl playing affectionately with the stray dogs and thinks that she is a true angel. Curious about her savior, the young woman asks what she should call him from then on in a friendlier way. The skeleton boy is a bit shy and reveals in a low voice that his real name is Kim Jae-oh. She opens a beautiful ear-to-ear smile and introduces herself happily as Song Hae-ji to her new friend. Hae-ji asks what he is doing living hidden there, and Kim Jae-oh reveals that he is running away from a terrible institute. The girl is shocked by that revelation and tries to process the information that he is being hunted. The young man says that there is a secret research facility that imprisons heart mutants like him. She remembers having heard rumors about that terrible place and asks what they did to him there. Kim Jae-oh hesitates for a brief moment as he remembers the painful memories of his dark past. He reveals that he was brutally mistreated and used as a test subject for inhumane experiments for 10 years straight. Hae-ji is horrified and trembling upon discovering all the cruelty the boy had to endure for so long. He explains that his body always regenerates, no matter what they do, because of the heart of resurrection. With sadness, he laments that the endless surgeries left him with that terrible, monstrous appearance. He adjusts his red scarf, covering his head while trying to hide the embarrassment of his own face. Determined to help, Hae-ji stands up suddenly and says that they need to go urgently to a special place. She grabs his arm and begins to pull him with energy, promising that it won't take long at all. The skeleton boy panics completely upon realizing that she is holding his hand without any prejudice. He can barely believe that even with his frightening appearance, a girl agreed to touch his hand for real. His skeletal face turns extremely red from that warm, unexpected touch he just received. But suddenly, a strange noise happens, and the young man's hand simply comes entirely off his arm. Hae-ji lets out an ear-piercing scream upon realizing that she is holding only the boy's severed hand in the middle of the street. While she panics, Kim Jae-oh tries to calm her down, saying in a natural way that it tends to fall off sometimes. He explains that you just have to snap the piece back into place to regenerate and asks where she intended to take him. Sometime later, the young man appears wearing modern, stylish clothes that completely change his look. Hae-ji tells him with a smile that she bought those pieces, and a wig so he wouldn't draw so much attention from people. She explains timidly that the clothes are cheap, but that they should fit him perfectly to wear for now. Kim Jae-oh is incredibly moved and guarantees that those new clothes are the best things he has ever received. He strikes happy poses, feeling the soft fabric and the sensation of finally having something similar to hair and skin. But Hae-ji warns that the disguise isn't over yet and begins to carefully work on her new companion's face. Since he doesn't have ears to support a mask, the girl decides to use makeup to hide his bone face. She finishes the work, proud, and reveals the hilarious look of a skeleton wearing makeup with glasses and pink lipstick. The student apologizes for the funny result, but the boy guarantees from the heart that he loved every detail of it. Suddenly, the girl's cell phone starts to ring in her pocket, breaking that lighthearted moment between the two. She looks at the screen, scared upon realizing the time, and screams in despair that she is super late for her class. The girl says goodbye, running in a hurry, and wishes good luck to Kim Jae-oh as she quickly disappears from view. She waves from afar one last time and asks affectionately for him to take good care of all the puppies in the alley. The skeleton boy is left thoughtful, staring at the horizon while he silently repeats her name in his mind. He murmurs Song Hae-ji's name, engraving that incredible girl deeply into his most intimate thoughts. Being licked by several dogs, he wonders hopefully if the girl will return to visit him the next day. Kim Jae-oh remembers that in the laboratory, all the cruel scientists treated him only like a mere sewer rat. He recalls that even the normal people he encountered on the street fled terrified of fear upon seeing his appearance. Song Hae-ji was the only and first person in his entire existence who really treated him like a human being. The boy strokes the little dog, thanking the animal for making him stay in the alley and meet that sweet girl. While receiving an affectionate lick, the young man wonders what name he should give to his loyal companion. He decides to call the little dog Potato and becomes very happy to see that the little animal loved the new name. He talks to little Potato, remembering with his mouth watering how delicious that sandwich was. The young man thinks about Hae-ji's kindness for having bought him new clothes and concludes again that she is a true angel. Kim Jae-oh is anxious for tomorrow, hoping that if he stays in that alley, he will be able to see the girl again. He spends the night surrounded by the stray dogs, but suddenly a serious and worrying thought arises in his mind. The young man realizes the foolishness he is thinking and reprimands himself for having such a naive and dangerous idea. He remembers that he is a wanted fugitive and fears ending up dragging sweet Hae-ji into the middle of his grave dangers. To protect the girl from any harm, the protagonist decides that the best thing to do is leave that alley. Walking under the light of the full moon, he heads toward his lonely destination, knowing he needs to hide. The day dawns sunny in a new urban setting, revealing a mysterious manhole entrance near the water. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-oh appears stretched out on the ground unconscious next to trash bags after walking aimlessly. He wakes up with a start upon realizing that a huge rat is climbing on top of him and gets a huge scare. The young man realizes that he walked so much that he ended up passing out from exhaustion and notes that he shouldn't sleep in just any corner. His stomach growls loudly and he begins to rummage through his pockets in the hope of finding something quick to eat. Fortunately, he remembers having saved a little bit of dog food for the case of a hunger emergency. He decides to eat the food grains, imagining with all his strength that he is savoring that delicious sandwich. The young man pretends that the green grains are lettuce and is impressed to notice that the mental trick is actually working. Suddenly, he hears a sniffling noise right behind him and stays on alert to see what is happening. To his surprise, the little dog Potato appears out of nowhere and grabs all his food in one go, leaving him indignant. Kim Jae-oh complains tearfully to the animal, asking how he had the nerve to eat his precious imaginary banquet. But in the next second, he widens his eyes, not fully understanding how the little dog managed to follow him there. The smart Potato just stares at him happily, wagging its tail and cleaning its mouth with a very cute expression. The boy wonders how the dog found him, and suddenly a terrible thought of danger passes through his head. He fears that if the animal managed to track him, the investigators from the Terrible Institute might also be able to do the same. However, the young man is interrupted by a sweet scream and is relieved that his face is just a rigid skull. Song Hae-ji appears running, very irritated and tired, scolding the young man for having left without saying anything. She says she almost didn't find him, while the skeleton boy holds himself back from him, demonstrating his immense happiness. The girl reveals that she spent the whole day looking for him, and that she only succeeded thanks to the sharp sense of smell of the puppies. She continues to complain about the exhausting walk and remembers that he himself had said it was dangerous to walk around. Looking down, the boy apologizes and confesses that he ran away only because he was afraid of causing problems for her. Hae-ji softens her gaze and opens a kind smile, saying that even so, she is very happy to have finally found him. She shows that even little Potato was extremely worried, and the little dog begins to lick the young man's face. To celebrate the reunion, the girl spreads a bunch of delicious snacks on the floor and suggests they eat soon. She says she bought everything at a convenience store because she knew he hadn't eaten well the previous day. With affection, she prepares a special mixture, pouring fresh milk over a tray full of cookies. The young man is impressed with that different combination, and she guarantees with a smile that the taste is simply incredible. Kim Jiao stares at the sweet, amazed, and begins to think that that incredible girl has the gift of finding the best foods. He takes a generous spoonful of that dessert and puts it in his mouth, anxious to discover the taste of it. The flavor is so spectacular that tears of pure happiness begin to run down the skeleton boy's eyes. He says the sweet melted his brain, and Haiji laughs, amused, suggesting that now he try the can of soda. Suddenly, the girl points, surprised, at the young man's arm and notes that the bone of his hand has started to grow out of nowhere. Kim Ji-io looks at his own limb amazed and shows excitedly how his bone structure is rebuilding quickly. The tip of the bone begins to stretch and generate new reddish tissues, right before the girl's attentive eyes. Curious, she asks if his regeneration usually is that slow, occurring only bit by bit and in small pieces. The young man reveals that, in fact, it takes many years for his body to rebuild completely, leaving the girl stunned. He explains that this slow process happens when he only eats, and she asks if there is another method. Kim Ji-io thinks to himself that his healing would be instantaneous if he absorbed a lot of blood, but prefers not to say that. He disguises it by saying that accelerating the healing was only possible in the laboratory, and that eating well is already enough for now. Haeji asks if the scientists cured him, and he confirms, saying they needed to keep him whole for the tests. The girl concludes with sadness. That is why the Institute continues to hunt the young man without rest everywhere. She finally understands the real reason. He left in the middle of the night without telling anyone. He confirms sadly, saying that she will be in danger if she continues to be so kind to him. But Haeji stands up in a jump, determined, and announces that the two are going right now straight to the police station. The boy warns, worried that the police usually treat him like a monster, and almost fired at him before. She tells him not to worry, for her older sister is a police officer and can guarantee total safety for him. To his surprise, Haeji reveals that her sister also possesses a special mutant heart. Just like him, Kim Ji-io is completely shocked to discover that her relative is also a heart mutant. He remains thoughtful for an instant, while the smart potato continues licking his bone arm happily. The girl squats down, smiling sweetly, and begs for him to trust her and her kind sister just this once. The skeleton young man stares at her in silence, totally disarmed in the face of that huge demonstration of affection. Haeji says goodbye to the stray animals, warning affectionately that she needs to leave earlier on that sunny day. She tells the dogs to behave well, for the shelter will soon get in touch to help them for good. The adorable potato sits down, behaving, barking quietly in response, as if he understood the message. Kim Ji-io squats down and strokes Potato's head, thanking him once again for the great help of his friend. He promises the little dog that this time he won't run away like a coward, and that he will return to visit him very soon. The animals watch the pair walk away, while the skeleton young man reflects on the course of his new life. He remembers that he spent years fleeing like prey, but now, finally, someone has reached out a hand to really help him. Seeing Haeji's welcoming smile makes him feel a strange, warm sensation that he hadn't felt in a long time. But his thoughts of peace are interrupted when a car emerges at high speed, advancing against him. He turns around, scared, and doesn't have time to react before the vehicle hits him with extreme brutality on the street. With the strong impact, the protagonist is thrown far through the air while his glasses and wig fly far away. The skeleton boy hits the asphalt with absurd violence, falling completely defenseless on the track. At the same instant, a bald man appears and grabs Haeji by force, covering her mouth so she cannot scream. Several henchmen armed with pieces of wood get out of the vehicle and run to capture the accident victim on the ground. The violent men immobilize and lift the injured skeleton young man without giving him any chance to react. The group leader takes a puff of his cigarette and celebrates, saying he finally found the cursed skeleton. He orders them to take the boy, guaranteeing they will make him pay dearly for everything he made them go through in the past. The criminals get into the black vehicles quickly and flee, accelerating at full speed along the deserted avenue. Through the rearview mirror, one of the thugs sees something shocking and lets out a scream of terror upon noticing what is behind. Kim Ji-oh is being dragged cruelly along the asphalt, tied by a rope to the bumper of the fleeing vehicle. He grinds his teeth in pure anger, feeling his skeletal body scrape with extreme violence on the hot track. The young man digs his bone claws with all his strength into the asphalt, trying in any way to stop the cars fleeing. He screams, taken by despair and guilt upon realizing the terrible mess he just got himself into. The young man knows that it was because of his negligence that innocent Haiji ended up being kidnapped by those men. His fingers begin to break and bleed from the extreme friction against the hard ground while he tries to stop the force. The young man clashes repeatedly against the ground and curses his own weakness for not being able to save her from there. He feels the despair of being completely powerless, unable to do anything useful to stop the tragedy. The boy closes his eyes in agony and begs menacingly for someone to appear and change that terrible situation. In response to his plea, an entire pack of fierce dogs appears, running at high speed in the middle of the street. The stray dogs grab the rope with all their strength, trying to pull the boy back to save him from being dragged. The animals run tirelessly beside him and pull the rope using all the strength of their small bodies. Thanks to the joint effort of the entire pack, the thick rope cannot withstand the huge pressure and breaks in half. The thugs' cars continue accelerating and disappear on the road while the stray dogs surround the injured young man. The loyal companions bark loudly, worried about the state of the young man, who is lying on the asphalt in a lot of pain. Realizing that the target escaped, the cars stop and the irritated henchmen get out, armed, to finish off the dogs. With firm and threatening steps, the henchmen advance, ready to violently beat the defenseless animals. The group leader curses the dogs, saying they have gone crazy for trying to get in the way of his men's job. The henchmen begin to cruelly attack the dogs with pieces of wood, making the little animals cry out in pain. The cowardly attack continues violently while the stray dogs try to resist and defend their friend in any way. Seeing his friends being beaten, Kim Ji-oh gathers his last strength and tries to stand up from the ground at all costs. He knows he needs to take urgent action, even while very injured, to save his little friends. One of the henchmen lands a hard kick on one of the dogs, making the protagonist despair at that cruel scene. With that, he remembers that blood spilled on the track can drastically accelerate his healing power. He stretches his trembling hand toward the blood spilled on the track, focused on absorbing the liquid to heal himself. The boy crawls with extreme difficulty, begging for his destroyed body to be able to reach that puddle. While the henchmen continue to cowardly beat the animals, he tries as hard as he can to touch the blood. He finally gets very close to his loyal little dog Potato, who is lying on the asphalt seriously injured. Ji widens his eyes, taken by a deep and uncontrollable hatred upon seeing the cruelty committed against the dogs. He sees little Potato bleeding a lot on the hot asphalt and feels his heart shatter from so much sadness. All the other stray dogs that welcomed him with affection are also lying on the ground, quite injured. The young man crawls in pain, calling the name of each one of his loyal friends, while the henchmen mock his face. He recalls with hatred the entire 10 years he spent locked up, suffering inhumane experiments at the Institute. Every holy day, the scientists injected blood into his veins and ripped out his organs just out of pure cruelty. That hellish routine of torture repeated itself daily, and he couldn't die even when he wished for it. But by a true miracle, he managed to plan his escape and escaped from that terrible scientific complex. He believed piously that, as soon as he was on the outside of the laboratory, he would finally find his happiness. Only reality was cruel, for all the normal people he encountered on the street hated him pitilessly. He ended up isolated, living in the trash, since all the human beings in the city saw him only as a monster. However, in the middle of all that darkness, his special mutant heart began to pulse with a new force. He remembers with great affection Haiji, fury, and the puppies, who were the only ones to show affection for him. The protagonist roars with all his strength, remembering that those pure souls were the only ones who treated him with respect. With that absurd fury, the blood spilled on the ground begins to float and runs quickly toward his body. He absorbs all the spilled blood, and his body begins to rebuild itself impressively and at high speed. A giant whirlpool of red energy forms around him, instantly healing all his serious wounds. The human muscles and skin regenerate, perfectly covering his bones and returning his true physical appearance. The spectacular process of resurrection completes itself, revealing a young body incredibly strong in the middle of the whirlpool. He rises with shiny black hair and a threatening look, shining with a red tone of pure fury. Standing, the boy now displays an enviable and muscular physical form, ready to finish off any opponent. The protagonist stares at his hands, surprised by that sudden transformation and by the incredible power of his body. He smiles upon noting that his human appearance is totally restored, and that his physical strength is at its peak. The young man feels his blood boil intensely, just like in childhood, when he could lift very heavy things. Suddenly he notices something worrying, and his look fills with a sudden and painful doubt. He looks at the empty puddle and realizes, horrified, that the blood used to heal him belonged to his loyal puppies. The bullies begin to tremble with terror to see that the skeleton turned into a perfect and very strong human. The bald man tries to keep his posture and goes on the attack, dealing a violent blow against the boy with his baton. But with incredible speed, Kim Ji-yo dodges and lands a destructive punch directly on the aggressor's face. The powerful blow breaks the bully's teeth brutally, throwing him backward with extreme violence. The bald man's body flies with everything and hits a lot of force against the bodywork of the black van that was parked there. Impact is so absurd that the aggressor's head breaks the glass and gets stuck in the destroyed window of the automobile. Without losing time, the protagonist runs and welcomes his little companion Potato into his arms with extreme affection. He hugs the animal's injured little body tight, begging in silence for his great friend to manage to resist. The young man whispers with a cold and frightening voice that he knows exactly how to torture someone unforgivably. He warns the terrified henchman that only the one who answers his questions first will leave there alive. With a gloomy look of pure fury, he demands to know immediately where the thugs took innocent Haiji. Meanwhile, the scene changes to a mysterious and isolated warehouse complex located in the middle of a forest. The kidnappers' black cars appear parked in the beaten earth yard of the abandoned place. Inside a dark room, the cloth sack that covered Haiji's head is removed with force by the criminals. The girl falls to her knees, scared, and screams, furious, asking who they are and what they intend to do with her there. She lifts her gaze and finds a large group of burly mobsters who stare at her intimidatingly. The student trembles with terror upon realizing the size of the danger and wonders where exactly she ended up now. She looks around, horrified, upon realizing that the place is full of corpses of people scattered on the ground. One of the henchmen grabs Haiji violently by her hair, complaining that she is a very noisy girl. The group leader approaches with a frightening look and asks, ironically, how many lives she thinks she has. He shows an old photo of Kim Ji-yo as a test subject, says the fault for everything is that skeletal freak, pulling her hair even more. The man orders sharply for her to shut her mouth if she wants to stay alive. With a cold look, he warns that laws don't exist there and that the passing of one or two people makes no difference. She is completely terrified upon realizing the extreme coldness of that cruel man who holds her hostage. Suddenly, his cell phone rings, and he answers, irritated, demanding explanations from his subordinates on the street. The henchman on the other side tries to explain desperately that the dogs managed to break the rope. The boss is confused to hear mentions about dogs, not understanding what the animals have to do with the job. The subordinate screams in panic, revealing that the bizarre skeleton suddenly transformed into a normal person. The leader loses his patience and orders the man to speak right and intelligibly so that he can understand. Hyeji hears the conversation and begins to wonder, hopefully, if the dogs really went to help the friend. The mobster boss falls silent for a moment upon finally processing the news that the henchman lost him. He explodes with anger, cursing the henchman as useless trash for having let a valuable prize, like the boy, escape. Taken by fury, he destroys his own cell phone with a violent kick, threatening to kill the incompetent henchman. The man advances against the girl and shakes her violently, demanding that she say where the skeleton fled. He billows furiously right in her face, remembering that the mutant boy is worth a gigantic amount of money. Hyeji cries, desperate, saying she knows nothing, but the cruel monster refuses to believe her words. He draws a sharp knife, threatening to hurt the student brutally if she continues to hide the truth from him. Seeing the blade up close, she blames herself bitterly for having acted naively and having made the whole situation worse. Tears run down her face while she wonders, desperate, what she must do to escape alive from there. But before the blade touches her, an ear, splitting that echoes through the warehouse, calling everyone's attention in the room. The henchmen look scared to the entrance to see one of their companions being thrown brutally inside. A mysterious and intimidating silhouette appears standing right in the middle of the door, revealing that the intruder arrived. The criminal's boss observes the entrance with suspicion and is surprised to notice the presence of that stranger. He stares at the mysterious black-haired boy without understanding who that intruder is who dared to invade the place. One of the henchmen walks in his direction, mocking his face and calling the protagonist miserable trash. But with absurd speed, the young man grabs the man's neck with crushing force before any reaction. The bully begins to suffocate desperately, unable to understand where that unbelievable strength comes from. With a cold look of pure fury, Kim Jia whispers that the fault for that whole tragedy is exclusively theirs. He lifts the man into the air with only one hand and says with a voice loaded with hatred that all the puppies died. Seeing the companion being lifted, the other mobsters go on the attack, leaving with everything toward the boy. One of the criminals delivers a violent punch against the protagonist's face, hitting him squarely in the jaw. Only Kim Jio doesn't even move with the impact of the blow and just stares at the aggressor with a look of pure contempt. In response, the young man delivers a monstrous punch that breaks the opponent's face, sending him far with a lot of violence. Another henchman takes advantage of the gap and immobilizes the boy from behind, holding his arms with quite a bit of firmness. A third mobster approaches and begins to hit the young man's head repeatedly, who is trapped by the accomplice. Even with his face covered in blood, the protagonist keeps a macabre and frightening smile stamped on his face. With a quick movement, he throws the man who was holding him head first against the ground, breaking the concrete floor. Upon witnessing that absurd demonstration of strength, the criminal's boss finally realizes the danger he is running. The protagonist recovers his posture calmly and begins to speak with a gloomy voice that scares everyone in the room. He stares at the leader with eyes shining with fury and asks if they are from the terrible Hermes Research Institute. Hyeji hears the question and is perplexed to finally connect the dots and understand what is happening there. She looks, scared, at the boy, noting that the shadow projected on his face reveals a frightening bone face. The leader laughs insanely upon realizing that the handsome young man, in fact, is the skeleton they were searching for so much. He remembers that the middleman had warned that the mutant's appearance would change completely after regenerating. Without hesitating, the man pulls a revolver and fires at point-blank range, hitting the protagonist's chest squarely. With the smoking weapon, he mocks the boy, saying it was great he came to hand over his own body on a platter. Next, he bellows to his men, ordering them to bring all the heavy firearms to finish that off soon. Obeying the boss's order, the henchmen begin to fire their pistols crazily in the direction of the boy. A ruthless rain of bullets hits the protagonist while the leader screams for them to continue shooting without mercy. The projectiles pierce the boy everywhere in the kidnappers' desperate attempt to stop his regeneration. They continue shooting without stopping, and the bullets open terrible wounds that spread blood throughout the place. The boy feels an agonizing pain that suffocates him while he tries to endure the brutality of the enemy's shots. His flesh is torn pitilessly, and his bones break with the lethal force of the bullets that hit him in the chest. With his lungs pierced, he can barely breathe aright and feels his own blood fill his mouth with agony. Seeing that inhuman scene, Haiji begins to cry desperate, screaming for the mobsters to stop the attack. The boy curses the mobsters in thought while they celebrate, thinking they finally managed to bring him down. But even with his body destroyed, Kim Ji-oh gives a gloomy laugh, showing that his determination remains intact. He touches his hand to the puddle of blood on the ground, and his mutant heart begins to beat with unbelievable force. All the blood from the room's corpses begins to run like rivers toward his hand, healing his wounds. The mutant heart shines intensely, pulsing frenetically to accelerate his incredible healing process. One of the henchmen notices the anomaly and screams, scared. To alert his boss about what is happening there, Kim Ji-oh levitates in the air, wrapped in tentacles of blood, while he rises again with a frightening imposingness. The henchmen panic, screaming that the young man is rising back as if he were an immortal zombie. The monster boss despairs and bellows, infuriated, for his henchmen to continue shooting without hesitating. New bullets pierce the head of the boy, who manages to feel with details every projectile lodging in his body. The shots rip off pieces of his flesh and destroy him brutally, but the boy keeps walking forward. His regeneration acts instantly, closing the bullet wounds while he endures that constant agony. However, he notices that all that horrible pain from the shots is less than the suffering of his past. He remembers when he was just a defenseless child, being tortured pitilessly in the laboratory. The boy recalls that the flames and the brutal surgeries he suffered were infinitely worse than common shots. A huge metal piston crushed him daily on the test table, leaving his whole body shattered, grinding his teeth with the memory that the inhumane experiments caused agony 10 times worse than bullets. With an extremely fast punch, the protagonist hits the henchman's face, knocking him out without any effort. The mobster is thrown far by the impact of the punch, colliding violently against the warehouse structures. He wipes the blood from his face with mockery, stating that common bullets coming from trash like them won't stop him. The boy guarantees that he can support and resist as many attacks and shots as they dare to fire against him. The young man emerges flying through the air, dealing a devastating blow in the direction of the criminals terrified in the room. The boy's fist hits squarely one more of the opponents, who doesn't have time to outline any type of defense. The blow of his regenerated bone breaks the thug's jaw brutally, spreading blood on the wall. The henchman flies far, breaking metal barrels, and the protagonist reveals that what really makes him crazy is seeing Haiji in danger. Seeing that surreal strength, the remaining henchman panics, knowing he doesn't have the slightest chance against him, but Kim Ji-oh emerges like lightning in his direction, dealing quick blows that defeat the last enemies. He remembers with his heart squeezed the sweet little puppies that gave their own lives to manage to save him. He throws the last mobsters up with brutal blows, focused on his promise to avenge his friends. In despair, the mob leader runs, dragging Haiji, and bellows for the boy not to approach him in any way. He points the pistol, trembling, against the hostage's head, threatening to shoot if Kim Ji-oh takes one more step forward. But with invisible speed, the boy emerges in front of him and lands a destructive punch on the villain's face. The blow breaks the mob leader's nose with so much violence that it deforms his whole face instantly. He flies far and breaks a huge metal cylinder, while the boy hides the pain of not being able to see his dogs again. The boss's body gets stuck in the dented metal tank, generating a dense cloud of smoke from the force of the impact. He falls defeated and bleeding a lot from the nose, trying desperately to recover from that huge damage. The villain begs for his life with hands extended and promises to do anything the protagonist desires, but with a pitiless and cold look of pure hatred. Kim Ji-oh answers quietly that now it is already too late for forgiveness. The young man crushes the monster's head against the warehouse ground, applying a final blow with absurd force. The man spits a lot of blood, feeling his consciousness disappear completely after the brutal impact on the concrete. Kim Ji-oh's punch sinks violently into the mob leader's cheek, totally deforming the criminal's features. He delivers a ruthless sequence of destructive punches, taking out all his pain and fury on that coward. He continues beating the kidnapper's leader, discharging all his accumulated suffering. One last thundering blow echoes through the warehouse, sealing for good the humiliating defeat of that gang. The criminal's boss ends up thrown on the ground, totally destroyed and bloody after the beating. Kim Ji-io breathes with difficulty, trying to calm down while the dust begins to settle in the warehouse. His right hand continues, dripping a lot of blood as proof of the violent confrontation that just occurred. The protagonist stares at the villain's defeated body, feeling the weight of the consequences of everything that happened. All the henchmen of the mob organization are scattered and unconscious on the floor of the immense warehouse. The boy tries to recover his breath while he feels an enormous sadness take over his thoughts. Still scared but relieved, Haiji calls for her savior with an expression of deep gratitude. With slow and barefoot steps, the protagonist begins to walk in the girl's direction hesitantly, approaches slowly while she remains sitting on the ground, observing the boy with a lot of attention. She asks, trembling, if he is really well, since he took an absurd amount of shots from the thugs. To her surprise, the boy kneels and hugs her tight, crying with relief for her being well. Sincere tears run down the young man's face, who feels guilty for the terrible tragedy with the dogs. Haeji is speechless for a second, but soon returns the hug, happy to see that the boy survived. Crying a lot, he laments that all the puppies died to manage to save him from death. The young woman reveals that she was very afraid that he would also be dead in the middle of all that confusion. He continues crying and thanks infinitely for the simple fact that the girl is still alive by his side. Haeji is thoughtful and surprised to hear the sincere thanks of the boy, who just risked his life for her. She places her hand gently on his back, trying to comfort the young man who continues to suffer a lot. She hugs him even tighter, whispering that, in fact, it is she who must thank him for having been saved by him. Later, the police finally arrive at the scene and begin to arrest all the surviving criminals in the yard. The police investigate the crime scene, believing that everything was just a violent internal gang fight. Hidden in the forest, the two observe the movement, and he asks if it is really safe not to speak with the police. Haeji explains that her police sister told the two to hide, for cases with mutants are very complex. She guarantees that her sister will resolve everything alone and suggests that they leave there before they are seen by someone. But right afterward, the girl cannot hold the emotion anymore and begins to cry loudly from pure sadness. The young man hides his face with his hands and also begins to sob from pain for the tragic loss of his loyal friends. They return to the scene of the previous confrontation and cry before the lifeless, little bodies of the dogs on the track. The boy whispers with deep pain the name of each one of those four lead heroes who died for him. Haeji hugs the lifeless little body of Little Potato, blaming herself for them having gone after her to try to save her. She laments that the animals risked everything for her after receiving only a little bit of affection and food. The boy guarantees that the fault is not hers and bites his own finger, determined to try a desperate plan. The girl is shocked by that sudden attitude and asks, scared, what he intends to do with that. He drips his own blood into Potato's mouth, hoping that his special biology can resurrect the animal. A small drop of red blood forms on the tip of his finger, while the tension increases in the place. The precious liquid falls slowly in the direction of the dead little dog's snout under the attentive look of the two, but to his despair, his cut closes too fast, preventing more blood from coming out of his finger. Without hesitating, the boy bites his own finger with a lot more force to reopen the wound at any cost. The girl holds his hands, begging for him to stop with that, for it will only make the dogs even sadder. Crying, the young man asks if the dogs, in fact, shouldn't hate him for having died exclusively because of him. She guarantees with a lot of affection that the animals would never hate him because, in fact, they loved him with all their strength. The girl remembers that all those dogs were extremely skittish and had a lot of fear of people at the beginning. The protagonist hears that, surprised, and tries to understand the painful past of those stray dogs so loyal. She explains that all the dogs had terrible scars on their bodies caused by abuse in the past. stroking the dog's little body. He laments not knowing anything, and having thought only that they were gentle by nature. She says that if he continues hurting himself and blaming himself, he will end up breaking the hearts of those dogs, even in death. Kim Gio cries in silence, keeping his affectionate hand on the head of little Potato, who seems to only sleep. She opens a sweet smile and explains that the fact that the dogs approached him without fear has a beautiful reason. Hyeji concludes by saying that the animals felt in their hearts that the boy lived in a situation as painful as theirs. Hyeji thanks the young man while noises of animal crying begin to echo in the middle of the dark forest. The two look surprised backward and find themselves face to face with the little dog that seemed to have disappeared. Hyeji is extremely relieved to see that little Potato is safe and sound right before them. The adorable little dog begins to walk happily in the direction of the boy, who is left without reaction. Hyeji notices that the little dog is staring at the young man with a look full of affection. Jio asks with sadness if the animal doesn't hate him, since his whole family ended up dying. To the young man's surprise, the smart little dog begins to lick his hand with a lot of affection. Hyeji smiles upon seeing the scene and comments that the little dog clearly likes his company a lot. Little Potato falls asleep from being so tired after going through so many difficult ordeals. Hyeji is thoughtful about what to do and decides that the best path is to take the little dog home. She worries about Gio's destiny, knowing that the laboratory scientists are dangerous. The girl decides to move away, running to call her older sister and ask for urgent help. She talks to her sister on the cell phone to decide the best safe place for where they should go. The two walk together through the streets of the city at night, while the young man carries the little dog with care. They finally arrive at the residential building where Hyeji's apartment is located. Hyeji opens the door of her home and invites the young man to her and be completely comfortable. The boy hesitates to enter, wondering if a dangerous person like him really should be there. The girl smiles, remembering that he risked his own life to save her and poses no danger. She warns that her sister wants to meet him, for she is investigating a case linked to the Hermes Institute. He is a bit tense with the novelty, but accepts the warm invitation to enter once and for all. Upon passing through the hallway, the young man finds himself with his reflection in the mirror and stops, totally shocked. He lets out a desperate scream of surprise and leaves the girl without understanding anything that happened. Hyeji points, surprised, revealing that his face regenerated completely and returned to normal. He tells that his healing in the laboratory was always slow because the scientists tortured him without stopping. The young man touches the mirror, moved to see his original human features for the first time in years. Hyeji takes a sip of water, scared by the revelations, but says that something still leaves her intrigued. She observes the young man closely and asks how old he is, since he doesn't seem to be an elderly man. The boy is confused by the question, for it has been a long time since he thought about his own age. He begins to calculate mentally the time that passed since he entered the laboratory at 7 years old. Upon hearing the result, she spits all the water from so much surprise upon discovering that he is 17 years old. She approaches indignant upon noting that they have the same age and asks why he didn't warn before. Ashamed, he confesses that he was only happy for being treated like a real human being by her. The girl is left speechless and deeply moved by the sincere and pure response of her new friend. She disguises the embarrassment, thinking that his story is sad but at the same time very cute. Hyeji says they should be more informal and tells the boy to wash his hands to have dinner. While little Potato devours his food, the young man also begins to delight himself with the warm meal. He eats with a lot of will, praising the wonderful taste of that homemade and warm food. Hyeji smiles awkwardly, explaining that it is just a simple dish, and thanks him for him liking it so much. The boy guarantees with a big smile that is the best meal he has eaten in many years. She explains that her sister had to work at the last minute on an urgent case and will not come today. The two finish eating, cleaning completely all the plates that were served on the table. The young woman points to the living room sofa and warns in a friendly way that he will be able to sleep there that night. He thanks her, very embarrassed, while she hands over a soft blanket for him to get warm. She says goodbye saying she needs to do her homework in her room and wishes him a good night. The young man is left alone in the silent living room, holding the blanket while observing the environment around. He looks at all sides, amazed by the details of that apartment so cozy. He is surprised to note how the modern television of the room is extremely thin and big. He repairs the flower vase of the decoration, thinking of how that home is different from the laboratory. The young man throws himself on the sofa and is amazed to feel how it is soft and comfortable for real. Meanwhile, cute Potato eats all his food, happy with life in his new little bowl on the kitchen floor. Suddenly, the young man hears a very strange noise and stays on maximum alert without knowing what is happening. He looks to the side and sees the little dog choking on the living room floor in a very worrying way. Yahello enters total panic and screams, desperate for the little dog with fear that something worse happens. He throws himself quickly off the sofa, throwing the blanket into the air to save his little friend. However, he stops, confused, upon realizing that the little animal was only chewing a piece of food. The little dog stares at him with a cute expression of doubt without understanding the reason for so much despair. Relieved, the young man sighs deeply upon noting that fortunately it wasn't any serious situation for real. He returns to lie down tranquilly, with the little dog sleeping in an adorable way on his pillow. The boy snuggles into the blankets, thinking of how that sensation of comfort and softness is wonderful. He makes a soft caress on the puppy and asks quietly if he is also liking that new home. Yahello begins to think of a good name to give to the little descendant of his late companion, Potato. He decides that the perfect name for the puppy will be Potatinho and is happy to see that he liked the choice. The young man smiles, stroking the animal, and reflects that that moment of peace is what people call happiness. He recalls with affection having had a warm and extremely delicious meal on that pleasant night. He also remembers the incredible sensation of taking a warm water bath in a comfortable bathtub after so long. But in the middle of all that calm lying on the warm sofa, he cannot forget his painful past. The boy knows that all this recent happiness is something very fragile and that it can disappear in a blink of an eye. He fears that the shadows of his old life return at any moment to rip away his peace in a violent way. In his thoughts arises the desperate memory of the day in which he and other test subjects tried to flee the laboratory. He recalls running through the dark hallways while the group guided the mutants in the direction of the secret exit. But the heavily armed guards of the Institute surrounded the exits, ready to eliminate anyone who tried to flee. Violent explosions began to happen through the tunnels, knocking down the ceiling and burying several people alive. Many mutant children ended up trapped under the heavy rubble without any chance of escaping that hell. Armed soldiers aim without mercy at the survivors, trying to contain the rebellion with extreme brutality. Powerful attacks and intense flames were fired from all sides, turning the escape into a complete chaos. The guards were confused and scared by the unexpected and destructive resistance of the young elite mutants. One of the girls used her incredible ice powers to create solid barriers and protect her companions. She screamed desperately for Yahello not to give up and to continue running in the direction of freedom. Another friend demonstrated his immense strength by lifting a heavy concrete slab to open a path in the dust. He made an absurd effort, focused on saving the life of everyone, even with the situation seeming totally lost. The skeleton young man looked at that scene with terror, feeling the gravity of everything that was occurring there. The ice girl insisted for them to hurry, for the main exit was very close to there. Yahello held with force his savior's hand, promising that he wouldn't stay behind in any way. They managed to break the guards' blockade and ran under the industrial pipes in search of fresh air. However, he recalls with sadness that he ended up separating from his precious friends at the end of that escape. Lying on the sofa, he thinks that in some place of the world those who saved him might still be suffering a lot. Because of that, he swears to himself that this time he will not allow anyone to steal his new achievements. He closes his fists, determined to protect that small dose of happiness with all the strength he possesses. His mutant heart pulses with a mysterious and intense red energy, showing that his power is ready. His look gains a frightening shine, indicating that he will not have any mercy against future enemies. The young man swears he will hunt and destroy anyone who tries to hurt his new friends or take his peace. The next morning, a desperate scream of pure agony echoes through the sunny stairways of the residential neighborhood. Someone runs at full speed through the clean streets of the city, showing a despair very out of the ordinary. Yahello appears running crazily through the slopes, screaming Potatino's name. Taken by panic, tears run down the boy's face, who screams, desperate, without knowing where the puppy ended up. Moments before, Haiji was preparing to go to school while the young man observed her, curious, from the kitchen. She explained that her police sister would return only at the end of the afternoon and asked him to take good care of the house. The young man said goodbye, wishing a good day of studies, thinking of how going to school seemed to be fun. But when the girl was leaving, she noticed that little Potatino started to scratch the entrance door. The two found the puppy's behavior strange, who continued scratching the wood without stopping crying. The two realize that the little puppy is not injured, and Haiji asks if he just wants to go out for a walk, as she needs to go soon to school. She suggests that the boy take the little dog to have a turn around the neighborhood. She asks, worried, if he will really be well in case those dangerous men appear after him on the street. Yahello guarantees that now he is safe, for nobody will recognize him after recovering his original human face. Relieved with the boy's explanation, she agrees that the chances of danger are really a lot smaller now. Haiji warns where the leash is and passes the door password running before leaving very late for her class. Already outside the building, the young man tries everything to control the puppy, who doesn't stop wriggling and rolling on the asphalt. He tries to calm the little dog, asking with patience for him to stop pulling the tape in any way. Potatino cries loudly and continues fighting with the leash, leaving the young man worried about his discomfort. The little dog gives a little scream of despair, making Yahello think if he ended up fastening the accessory too tight on him. He covers his face in regret, remembering that he too used to hate being stuck to lab equipment. The boy remembers with terror the awful day he was strapped to a chair that fired thermal shocks. Crying, he thinks he has no choice, because normal people would be very scared to see a dog running loose. Upon opening his eyes, he realizes with a start that the clever potato has managed to escape the leash entirely. The young man falls into total despair as he sees the empty leash and realizes the little puppy has run off far away. He runs with all his might down the stairs, screaming desperately for his little friend's name. Tears of pure panic stream down his face as he shouts, asking where the puppy ran off to. Little Potato runs happily and aimlessly through the streets of the big city, beginning a grand adventure. The boy runs through the neighborhood calling for the animal, grabbing the attention of everyone on the sidewalk. He opens the neighborhood trash cans in a hurry, begging for the puppy to answer his calls. He crawls on the ground to look under every car, even scaring the little mice that live there. Without success, the young man cries while leaning against a dumpster, feeling the weight of failure in his thoughts. He despairs, pulling his own hair for fear that something very bad will happen to the little puppy. The boy imagines in horror the terrible possibility of the puppy being hit by some truck. He also fears that mean people might find the animal on the street and end up hurting the poor thing without mercy. Crying a lot, he laments failing his promise to protect the puppy after only one day together. Suddenly, he hears noises coming from a nearby school and decides to look toward the large courtyard. He watches the students playing soccer and notices, startled, that Potato is sitting right near the grass. Upon seeing the puppy calmly licking himself in the bushes, the young man lets out a cry of relief and runs over there. He runs toward the school, wondering if the animal followed Haiji's scent to that schoolyard. A stern-looking inspector who was carrying a strange wooden stick hears the noise and looks over suspiciously. The protagonist runs past the employee like a lightning bolt, giving him no time for questions. The inspector tries to order the young man to stop immediately, but is left perplexed by his absurd speed. The boy runs determinedly through the school's outdoor hallways, focused only on rescuing his little friend. In the main courtyard, students have fun playing soccer happily without noticing the stranger's invasion. Students talk in the bleachers and walk around the courtyard, enjoying their school break in total harmony. Hiding behind a tree, Jayo observes the scene, fascinated to understand what the life of a normal student is like. He keeps observing everything with curiosity when, suddenly, he hears something that catches his full attention. A group of boys talks on the stairs, discussing theories and rumors about the origin of the heart, mutants. One of them shows a video on his tablet detailing the $1 billion rewards given for reporting mutants. Upon hearing that people see mutants as cash prizes, the young man hides, upset, behind the tree trunk. He realizes he needs to be extremely cautious to find the puppy and disappear from there as soon as possible. Just then, Little Potato runs past him happily, making the young man smile with relief. In another corner, 3 popular girls record a fun dance for social media using cute accessories. They watch the recorded video on their phone, highly praising the flawless beauty of one of their best friends. The young lady thanks them for the compliments with a proud smile while continuing to scroll through her social media. Suddenly, Little Potato approaches them happily, grabbing everyone's attention at the same moment. Enchanted by the puppy's cuteness, the girls pick him up and start giving the puppy lots of affection. One of them suggests recording a video with the dog to post online and asks to hold him right up to the camera. They smile for the photo, but the girl panics completely upon seeing the scary reflection of the dog's owner on the screen. The girls get scared, thinking the young man is a strange stalker trying to film them without permission. They scream, calling the boy a creep while he backs away, all awkward. Apologizing for the misunderstanding, he stutters, explaining he didn't want to scare anyone and that he only approached because they are holding Potato. Upon looking closely at the young man's face, the girls change their attitude right away and start whispering about how handsome he is. They notice his PE uniform and wonder if the handsome boy is a new freshman student. He asks timidly if he ended up appearing in their video, and one of the girls immediately invites him to join the dance. They tease each other about making friends with him, but the protagonist refuses, saying he really cannot appear in videos. Determined not to miss the opportunity, the girl extends her phone and asks him for his Instagram contact. Minjong insists with a friendly smile, saying she will tag his profile in the post for everyone to see. Her friends whisper in surprise, as that is the first time they have ever seen Minjong ask for a guy's contact. Like that, they tell him to hurry up, as Minjong is famous online and could make him gain many followers in an instant. Minjong finds his shyness cute and thinks to herself that this handsome boy would be a great accessory for her to show off. To the total surprise of all the girls, the young man simply replies with his back turned that he doesn't have any social media. Minjong is left completely stunned by the answer and starts shaking with anger for having been rejected so easily. The boy bows politely, thanking her for the invite and saying he prefers to decline, leaving the young lady static with her phone in her hand. Her friends are in shock, unable to believe that the most popular girl in the group just got turned down like that. Irritated behind a fake smile, she thinks the boy is just playing hard to get to grab even more attention. The boy takes Little Potato back with a happy smile on his face while the girl bites her lip in frustration beside him. He hugs the puppy, relieved, and promises never to let him out of his sight again, while the young lady glares at him, boiling with extreme rage. Nearby, a brute with red hair observes everything with a scary expression, visibly furious at the scene. As the young man walks away with his little dog, Minjong's friends continue not to understand his unusual behavior. The red-haired bully's friends ask if that girl who was rejected isn't exactly the girl he likes. Another classmate comments that the mysterious boy used the cute puppy only as a pretext to hit on Minjong. The bully grinds his teeth in anger, unable to accept that a newbie would dare to try to win over his crush right in front of him. Overcome by jealousy, he grabs the soccer ball from his friend's hand without giving further explanations about what he intends to do. The boy tries to stop him, reminding him that last time he broke someone's nose, but the bully ignores him and prepares to kick. With all his brutal strength, he delivers a violent kick against the ball, completely deforming it with the impact of the blow. The soccer ball takes off at an absurd speed, flying directly in the direction where the protagonist is walking. The young man hears the loud noise and turns around, startled, just in time to see the ball coming at high speed toward him. In that tenth of a second, the boy's eyes narrow as he quickly calculates the imminent danger. He realizes the ball is going to hit the little dog in his arms, and he decides to act without hesitation. To protect Potato, the young man uses his own head to block the violent kick, scaring all the girls nearby. Worried about the terrible impact, Minjung runs to the boy and asks if he is okay after taking that hit. Several drops of blood start to drip on the floor, leaving the girl even more terrified upon seeing the injury on his face. The bully approaches, running and feigning concern, saying the ball just slipped off his foot by accident. Minjung complains, irritated, saying the kick almost hit her, but the brute keeps insisting it was an accident. With a mocking tone, the bully tells the boy to be more careful next time, while staring at him with superiority. With his nose bleeding, the young man gives a death glare to the brute and seriously demands that he apologize to the dog. The bully bursts into laughter and starts to mock him, pointing his finger because of the double nosebleed. One of the boys on the soccer team panics and tries to warn the bully that Minjong is watching everything closely. The other students suggest that the young man go to the infirmary, as a strong impact, like that usually breaks a nose. The boy says he is fine, and that he only cares about the fact that the puppy almost got hurt. Ignoring his own blood, the big guy apologizes sarcastically, and the protagonist accepts it calmly, saying the matter is resolved. The boy says goodbye to take the puppy home, while Tegu's classmates comment, laughing, that he got off easy. Still irritated, the bully orders his friends to find out which classroom the boy studies in, as he didn't like him at all. As he walks back, the young man sighs relieved, thinking about the huge scare he had with the possibility of losing the dog. He smiles, thinking that thanks to the puppy, he could get a taste of what school life is like and meet people his own age. He reflects with nostalgia if he would have made many friends if he had had the opportunity to study at a normal school. Suddenly, a loud voice calls his attention right behind him, making the young man stop in the middle of the path to see who it is. The red-haired bully appears by surprise, placing his arm over his shoulder with an unfriendly smile. The bully calls the boy a friend and hugs him by the neck, saying they are in the same grade. The young man is confused while the aggressor feigns regret and offers to buy bread for him. Just the mention of the word bread is enough to make the protagonist instantly drool with hunger. He accepts the offer innocently and follows the bully, who promises to take him to a very good bakery. The young man asks if the puppy can also eat, and the bully agrees with a fake smile on his face. The brute finds the situation funny, thinking the newbie is just a hungry loser playing tough. Suddenly, the sole of a shoe advances rapidly in the direction of the distracted boy. The bully lands a cowardly kick on the protagonist's back with all his brutal strength. The young man falls to his knees on the ground, protecting the puppy while the aggressor laughs because he believed him. The other delinquents surround the boy, mocking his naivety for having fallen for the bread trick. The group leader approaches in a threatening manner, saying he is going to make him swallow bread by force. The entire gang humiliates the young man, calling him a pathetic loser, while they close the circle around him. The redhead questions aggressively who the newbie thinks he is to try to act like a tough guy. With a blank expression, the young man asks what he is talking about, leaving the bully furious with jealousy. The aggressor raises his fist, irritated, and threatens to beat the boy for real for hitting on the girl. His cronies laugh, saying the boy would break in the first hit while the leader keeps insulting him. The protagonist puts his hand on his face, frustrated, for realizing that they just wanted to start a fight. He apologizes for the misunderstanding and decides to simply turn his back to leave in peace. One of the cronies blocks the path immediately, laughing at the audacity of the newbie, trying to run away like that. The boy asks one more time for them to move out of the way, because the confusion is scaring his little dog. Ignoring the warning, one of the delinquents advances furiously toward the boy, ready to hit him in the face. In the blink of an eye, the aggressor is hit violently in the chin, and blood squirts into the air. The crony collapses unconscious to the ground, while all the others are left without understanding absolutely anything. The gang leader widens his eyes in shock upon seeing that his friend was knocked out with a single swing of an arm. Furious at the situation, the other aggressors go after the boy, trying to punch him at the same time. Protagonist remains calm and hugs the puppy, ignoring completely the fists coming in his direction. The boy's dark eyes convey a terrifying emptiness while he prepares to return the attack. A monstrous aura and a heart pulsing in a bizarre way illustrate the hidden power inside him. With extreme ease, he hits the other aggressors, sending them flying through the air as if they were dolls. The young man finishes by advancing against the redhead and landing a devastating punch right in his face. The fist crushes the bully's nose with a scary strength, giving no chance of defense. The impact is so violent that it drags the gang leader until he hits the wall strongly. Trapped by the brutal punch, the bully breaks into a cold sweat upon seeing the huge cracks that formed in the bricks. The boy warns coldly that he had already told them to stop because the puppy was very scared. The last cronies fall into total despair upon seeing the surreal damage done to the school wall. They run away screaming and terrified, calling the protagonist a monster for having that abnormal strength. The redhead looks out of the corner of his eye at the destroyed wall, completely paralyzed by absolute terror. He realizes that his life is hanging by a thread, and that any other blow from that boy would be lethal. In total panic, the bully cries, realizing that he ended up messing with the most dangerous guy at school. He kneels on the ground, touching his forehead to the asphalt, and begs for forgiveness, promising never to do that again. Desperate, he shows a photo of his own puppy on his phone, trying to prove that he wouldn't hurt the little one. The protagonist looks at the image and starts to rethink the situation, thinking that the bully might not be that bad. The tense silence is broken by the boy's stomach growling loudly and revealing his immense hunger. He holds the little dog, remembering that he really didn't eat anything all day, and that using strength makes him very hungry. The bully is incredulous, questioning how someone can think about eating right after a fight like that. Upon noticing the demanding look of the young man, the redhead realizes that he is collecting the bread that was promised before. Meanwhile, the popular girl reflects alone in the classroom, trying to understand who that mysterious boy is. The scene changes, revealing the school's convenience store sign right after the fight ended. The boy drools with joy in front of a table full of bread and snacks while he prepares to devour everything. He attacks the food frantically, leaving the bully in a cold sweat while he watches the scene with a nervous smile. The young man enjoys the snacks with great joy while little potato barks excitedly. The bully observes the scene in a cold sweat, not understanding how such a strong guy acts like a complete idiot. He recalls the absurd punch that threw his friend far away and wonders if the boy is a professional boxer. Even so, he trembles with fear because he knows that not even a professional could crack a wall like that. Decided to take action, the redhead moves away discreetly and calls an acquaintance, asking for help. On the other end of the line, a robust man playing cards answers the call, asking what happened. Desperate, the redhead begs for help, saying he is in a very complicated situation. The big guy mocks him, not believing that the boy got beat up and still had the courage to call for help. The bully insists desperately, saying the newbie is good at fighting and that this would be his last request. The man listens to the explanation with a smile while he watches his cronies training in the warehouse. Finding the situation fun, he accepts the request for help just to pass the time. The bully thanks him, relieved, while the big guy warns that he was already heading toward the school. With a perverse smile, the redhead puts his phone away and thinks that the newbie's days are numbered. He is surprised when the protagonist offers a piece of bread in a friendly way. The boy confesses that he felt bad eating alone, leaving the aggressor totally confused. Disguising his hatred, the redhead feigns kindness and tells him to eat everything, even offering a drink. The bully observes the young man feeding the puppy and tries to understand the origin of that absurd strength. Just then, he notices the boy's hand attentively while he holds the sausage for the little dog. He notes, shocked, that the newbie's hand has no scratches, even after punching the brick wall. Combining the surreal strength and the instant healing, the redhead reaches a scary conclusion. He reads an article on his phone about people with superhuman abilities called mutants. Terrified, he spits out his drink and asks, screaming, if the boy is one of those mutants. The protagonist chokes on his soda and denies it desperately, making it clear that he is lying. The redhead covers his mouth in shock, for he had never seen a mutant in person before. He starts to shake, realizing the extreme danger of irritating someone with powers of that level. Imagining his contacts being massacred by the boy, the bully falls into panic. In his mind, even the big guy and his entire gang would be crushed easily by the mutant. He goes back to the phone and suggests canceling the attack. Because of the immense danger, the big guy ignores the warning, excited by the challenge, and orders him to hold the boy at the location. The redhead swallows hard and agrees. Just at the moment the young man warns that he finished eating, the bully falls into despair, knowing that the break hasn't ended yet, and tries to come up with an excuse. The protagonist smiles innocently, saying that he needs to go back home with the little dog, knowing he needs to buy time at any cost. The redhead thinks quickly of a strategy. He suggests that the two skip class to go for a walk and have fun somewhere. They arrive at a colorful and noisy arcade called Gameland. The boy widens his eyes, impressed by the lights, because he had never entered a place like that. He blushes with excitement and confesses that he didn't even know such amazing places existed. Fascinated, he walks through the hall, admiring every new machine with the puppy running behind. He presses his face against the glass of a plushy machine upon recognizing the keychain that Hyeji uses. The redhead observes the newbie's innocence and wonders what world he has lived in until now. Impatient, the bully puts in a coin and pushes the boy, showing how the machine works. He teaches the young man to move the claw and aim perfectly at the purple plush toy. The claw descends with precision and manages to capture the round doll on the first try. The protagonist hubs the prize, all happy, celebrating that now he has a doll just like Hyeji's. Seeing the boy's childish excitement, the redhead smiles, relieved, knowing it will be easy to distract him there. Keeping to the plan, he takes the boy to the Karak booths, asking if he knows the place. They enter the small room, and the bully asks for the young man to choose any song to sing. The young man scratches the back of his neck awkwardly, admitting that he doesn't know any popular songs. Suddenly, a childish and upbeat melody starts to play on the booth's screen. The boy sings the children's song at the top of his lungs, while the redhead judges him silently. The young man holds the microphone nervously and asks if he shouldn't be singing that song for being the only one he knows. He tells how his mother taught it to him before they separated at age 7, and that he never had a normal life afterward. The redhead is shocked to hear the sad story about the boy having been separated from his family so early. He observes the newbie playing with the little dog and wonders if all mutants are this innocent. The bully holds back tears, completely touched by the boy's difficult and lonely life. Feeling pity, he offers a wad of cash, promising to show an extraordinary world to the newbie. They play a drum simulator together, with the redhead yelling for the boy to hit faster. Next, they compete in a fighting game, and the bully quarrels, saying that he is playing it wrong. During a dance match, the boy loses his balance and ends up knocking the redhead to the ground by accident. The two rest, leaning against the machine, laughing a lot about how bad the protagonist is at arcades. Upon leaving the arcade, the bully pants with exhaustion from having played so much without stopping. The boy hands him a water bottle, smiling, and thanks him, saying that he never had so much fun in his life. Suddenly, the redhead's phone starts to vibrate intensely in his pocket, calling his attention. He takes the device with a convinced smile, ready to dismiss whoever was calling. However, he falls into panic upon seeing that it is the gang boss yelling at him for not answering sooner. The bully freezes, realizing that he completely forgot the plan to hand over the boy for having fun. He looks at the cute photos they took together and feels like a complete idiot for the situation. The redhead stares at the images in silence, remembering the happy moments they just shared. While the boy plays with the puppy on the sidewalk, the bully observes him, tense. Without saying a word, the big guy and his gang arrive in a dark alley, demanding explanations from the redhead. The bully bows, nervous, and begs for forgiveness, claiming that the boy is actually not a mutant. The armed cronies surround the redhead, furious, asking if he thinks this is some kind of joke. With a tense face, the bully thinks to himself that the boy has no fault in anything. He remembers the young man's sadness upon confessing that the little dog is his only family in the world. The redhead covers his face, feeling a huge weight for having tried to turn in someone with such a sad life. Observing the photo of his own little dog, he admits that he understands the boy's feelings perfectly. He remembers having told the boy that he also almost killed some guys to protect his animal. Determined to protect the puppy, the bully clenches his fist, decided to maintain his lie. Without warning, the gang boss lands a brutal punch on the redhead's face with all his strength. The bully falls to the ground, trembling with pain from the devastating impact of the unexpected blow. The big guy pulls the redhead violently by his hair, forcing him to lift his head. With a scary look, the boss asks again where the mutant is hidden. Far from there, the boy continues having fun alone in the arcades, oblivious to all the confusion. The cronies threaten the redhead with iron bars, cursing him for making everyone waste time. The boss yells, remembering that he gathered all his men just to capture that specific target. Desperate, the bully begs, saying he spent the day with the boy and didn't notice anything abnormal. He makes up that the newbie is just a weak loser who even fainted from exhaustion playing video games. Bleeding a lot, he begs for forgiveness for having made the gang come from so far away because of a pathetic nerd. The boss stares at the redhead, visibly irritated with that sudden change of story. He scratches his head, frustrated, and asks to confirm if there really isn't any mutant. Changing his attitude, the big guy squats down and hugs the injured redhead in a scarily friendly way. He lights a cigarette with a cynical smile, warning that he can tell when he is lying. The boss demands to know the real reason for him to be hiding the boy all of a sudden. He asks if the mutant revealed himself to be a scary monster, remembering how dangerous they are. The big guy bursts into laughter, realizing that the redhead is actually trying to protect the target. The bully breaks into a cold sweat, trying to deny the accusation, but his evident fear ends up giving away the truth. The boss raises his hand and offers the absurd amount of 500 million for the boy's capture. He promises the money if the redhead delivers the mutant to an intermediary who handles these cases. The redhead widens his eyes, terrified, upon realizing that the boss is involved with human trafficking. He remembers a video about rumors of laboratories buying kidnapped mutants for money. Taegu falls into panic, thinking the rumors about human trafficking were just fake internet gossip. He tries to convince the boss that the newbie has nothing special, but ends up being interrupted with fury. Without pity, the big guy lands a devastating kick on the redhead's face with all his strength. The violent impact throws Taegu through the air, making him collide brutally against a metal container. The bully falls to the ground with his nose bleeding, struggling to be able to breathe after the strong blow. The boss approaches, furious, saying that his patience with the boy reached its absolute limit. He steps mercilessly on Taegu's head, stating that the boy is testing his nerves. The big guy orders his cronies to beat the redhead until he reveals the truth about the mutant. Taegu curls up on the ground while he receives a rain of brutal blows from all sides. He groans in pain without being able to defend himself, while he is beaten without mercy by the gang. The aggressors continue the massacre, while the redhead begs weakly for them to stop. Without strength, he tries to protect his head and screams again, demanding that the beating end. Taegu's mind travels to the past, remembering the day a huge man saved him from bullies. At that time, the aggressors fled, terrified upon being confronted by the intimidating Youngchul. The redhead remembers how he trembled with fear while the man approached him for the first time. Youngchul welcomed him, saying that a student from his academy shouldn't walk around getting beat up. Returning to the present, Taegu continues getting beat up while he remembers how he admired his savior's loyalty. He recalls how the boss seemed incredible and unbeatable in fights, inspiring him to follow his footsteps. Bleeding on the asphalt, the redhead hears the big guy state that he can identify his lies easily. The boss squats next to the injured boy and praises his unwavering loyalty in a sarcastic way. He tries to manipulate Tegu, saying that selling a mutant on his own wouldn't yield much money. The redhead stares at him, exhausted, while he hears that loyalty means nothing when one's own life is at risk. Tired of playing, the big guy asks for his chains to be brought to him, reminding Tegu of his old dreams. The memory of the chains being rolled up brings out the redhead's desire to live a grand and rich life. The boss wraps his fists with the thick metal chains, proposing that both get rich together. He grabs Tegu's hair with the hand wrapped in metal, forcing him to look into his eyes. Without showing fear, the redhead spits blood and says the boss is looking like a pathetic coward. The big guy widens his eyes, irritated and offended by the boy's audacity in challenging him. A murderous fury takes over Yunkel's face upon being insulted by his own subordinate. Tegu falls into despair, realizing his mistake, and begs for forgiveness, trying to cover his head. Blind with rage, the boss raises his heavy metal fist, ready to kill the redhead right there on the asphalt. Before the fatal blow hits the target, a firm hand grabs the aggressor's arm with surprising strength. The big guy is startled upon seeing that someone managed to stop his attack loaded with hatred so easily. Yahello appears, holding the boss's arm, warning that those chains would cause injuries that were too serious. The cronies are perplexed, not understanding how that skinny little boy appeared out of nowhere in silence. The protagonist squats next to Tegu, saying calmly that he came to look for him. Because of the delay, terrified, the redhead tells the newbie to run away, warning that those men are extremely dangerous. In tears, Tegu confesses that it was he who called the gang teed up Yahello out of pure revenge. The redhead admits that he lied about him being a mutant just for being angry at the punch he took before. He cries with guilt, biting the sleeve of his own jacket while he deals with the weight of his choices. Tegu begs for forgiveness for what he did, but the protagonist refuses the request with a totally serene expression. Holding the boss's arm, Yahello questions calmly why Tegu was letting himself be beaten up for him. The big guy boils with rage at the newbie's audacity, while the redhead stares at him, completely surprised. Taking advantage of the distraction, one of the cronies hits Yahello's head violently with a baseball bat. The aggressor smiles, confident, but the boy just frowns, visibly irritated by the interruption. The entire gang advances against the protagonist, delivering merciless blows with their heavy weapons. Yahello receives the brutal attacks while the little puppy barks desperately, trying to protect him from afar. Tegu extends his hand in shock, begging for them to stop hurting the innocent newbie. One of the cronies mocks the fallen boy, asking if he thought he would have a chance of getting out of there alive. Yahello's hand scratches the asphalt with strength, spreading blood while he endures the cowardly blows. One of the aggressors widens his eyes, confused, not understanding what is happening in front of him. Before he can react, the crony receives a devastating uppercut right in the chin. With agility, the protagonist lands a roundhouse kick and knocks down several aggressors at once. One of the bandits hits the ground violently after the surprising blow. The young man stands up slowly, surrounded by the other cronies armed with clubs. He lowers his head, appearing exhausted while he prepares for the next attack. The gang boss screams, furious, ordering his men to kill the boy immediately. The bandits surround the newbie from all sides, ready to beat him to death. They advance together, delivering heavy blows against the protagonist at the same time. In a quick move, Yahello repels the attack and sends one of the cronies flying. He fights back with fury, landing brutal blows that make the enemy's blood fly. Without losing rhythm, he crushes one more aggressor's face with a straight punch. Using all his strength, he kicks another bandit, knocking him onto the asphalt with impact. One of the men tries to surprise him with a baseball bat from behind. Yahello dodges easily and hits the aggressor's head before the bat reaches him. The remaining cronies fall into shock, questioning if that boy is really human. The gang boss loses his patience and advances with a knife, telling the idiots to stab him. The big guy stabs the blade into the young man's chest, stating that he will die like any human. The The boss twists the knife in the wound, mocking the terrible pain the blow must be causing. Jiao lowers his head, coughing up blood while he suffers the damage of the cowardly attack. Crazed, the boss stabs the boy repeated times, screaming for the monster to die. Suddenly, the protagonist grabs the sharp blade of the knife with his own bare hand. He stares at the big guy coldly and asks, with calm, for him to stop doing that. With a simple squeeze, Jiao breaks the thick blade of the knife as if it were a toy. The boss backs away, terrified, asking what kind of creature survives so many stabbings. Holding the broken piece of the blade, the boy asks if he is talking about him. Stating that he doesn't need to know, Jiao stabs the blade into the gang leader's leg. The last cronies flee, terrified, repentant for having messed with a mutant. In an instant, the protagonist disappears in a blur of scary speed. He reaches the fugitives in seconds, knocking them down before they manage to blink. With his eye shining in red, the young man warns that now they know his secret. He decrees in a threatening way that none of them will have the chance of escaping alive. The swollen and bloodied faces of the cronies show that all were knocked out. The protagonist remains standing in the middle of the alley, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen aggressors. Taegu shouts the boy's name, shocked to see the surreal scene after the fight ended. Desperate, the redhead asks if he is okay and promises to call the ambulance immediately. Jiao places his hand on his chest and reassures the redhead, guaranteeing that everything is fine with him. Taegu cries with his swollen face, looking fixedly at his friend's state. He bows on the ground and confesses to having been the one to blame for selling the boy to the gang. The protagonist clenches his fist with strength upon. Hearing the redhead's unexpected confession, he lands a slap on Taegu's head, calling him an idiot for not choosing friends better. Jiao hits him again, indignant, because the redhead tried to sell his own friend to the gang. Taegu continues crying, repentant for having gotten involved with those horrible people. He admits that he felt cool with the gang but realized that he is just more garbage. Jiao observes the redhead crying and takes a small padded package from his pocket. He extends his hand, offering the small object for the redhead to clean his bleeding nose. Confused, Taegu takes the padded square and asks if that is for cleaning his face. The redhead realizes, indignant, that the boy just handed him a dog pee pad. He cleans the blood, resigned but moved by Jiao, having called him a friend in the insults. Jiao smiles softly, confessing that he feels happy for not being the only one to think they are friends. Taegu cries, move holding the pee pad while he stares at the boy. In a sudden impulse, the redhead hugs Jiao with strength, crying and screaming a lot. Surrounded by the bodies on the ground, he begs for forgiveness, stating that the guy is incredible. The gang boss kneels, begging to be released after reflecting on his mistakes. Kneeling with his men, he promises that he will never tell the secret about the mutant. Taegu listens to the pathetic request of the big guy and stares at him with a sudden fury. Irritated, the redhead lands a strong kick on his face, telling the boss to shut his mouth. He continues stomping on the aggressor, calling the leader a cowardly pig and total trash. Discharging his rage, he crushes the boss's face, revealing that he already suspected him. Jiao observes the beating, confused, remembering that the two claim to be very close. Taegu ignores the question and suggests that they beat up the gang more to avoid gossip. But suddenly, the redhead hears something and asks for the protagonist to wait a second. Seeing the situation get worse, the boss joins his hands, crying, and begs not to call the police. At that exact moment, sirens echo through the alley while police cars approach. Two police officers walk them, explaining that they receive complaints from residents about the confusion. Excited with their arrival, Taegu runs to the officers, saying he was going to call them. The redhead points to the gang boss, reporting the group for human trafficking. He guarantees the guards that they will find several pieces of evidence if they investigate their heady out. The big guy falls into despair while Taegu demands the immediate arrest of the criminals. In an act of pure fakeness, the gang boss starts to scream loudly, pretending to be a victim. The criminal leader throws himself onto the asphalt, crying falsely and begging for help. He alleges to have broken bones, while he accuses the protagonist of having stabbed him. Maintaining the theater, he points to Jiao, stating that they were all beaten up by the newbie. Taegu gets furious with the blatant lie and asks who exactly hit whom. The redhead defends his friend, saying the gang was trying to kidnap him first, pointing to the newbie. He shows that Yahello is intact while the criminals are injured. The bandits start to whimper, showing their bruises and accusing the boy of assault. Tired of the confusion, the police ask for calm, ordering them to explain everything at the police station. The boss takes the chance and screams, pointing his finger to reveal that the boy is a mutant. Yahello breaks into a cold sweat of shock upon hearing the beg demand punishment because of his powers. The bandit pressures the authorities, asking if there isn't a special law for mutants. The officers approach the boy, demanding to see his mandatory registration card, with the little dog in his arms. The boy answers, nervous, that he doesn't have any documents. The police officers turn cold, informing him that lack of registration is a very serious crime. They prepare a notepad, demanding to know the young man's identity and power type. Yahello falls into panic, knowing that registering now will cause deadly problems for himself. He remembers when the pursuers almost killed him, and how difficult it was to escape them. The boy knows that the exact moment he enters the system, his hunters will find him. Suddenly, a girl appears running and puts herself in front of the police officers, asking them to wait. Panting, the young girl with black hair winks at Yahello and gives a warm smile to him. The officers stare at the meddling student with strangeness, asking who she might be. Ignoring the question, the girl just extends the phone, asking them to answer the call. Intrigued with her firm attitude, the policeman takes the device and answers. Half suspicious, a woman identifies herself as the leader of the mutant special force and gives her military number. The guard falls into despair upon recognizing the authority and makes a salute. Terrified, the boss orders the arrest of the kidnappers and the immediate release of the mutant witness. Sweating cold, the guard swears to fulfill all orders quickly and returns the phone. He turns to his colleagues, ordering them to arrest only the criminals and release the boys. The gang boss is handcuffed on the ground, screaming with frustration for being the only one getting arrested. Furious, he tries to understand who was on the other end of the line protecting the monster. Yahello waves with her phone, smiling, while the gang boss wonders, irritated, who the girl is. Yahello is surprised to see the young lady there and asks how she knew where to find him. She explains that she saw him arriving at school and decided to follow him when she noticed a suspicious group. The girl points directly at the redhead, confirming that he was part of the band. She gets scared upon seeing Taegu's completely deformed face and asks what happened. The redhead falls into shock upon recognizing the girl as the famous Song Hyeji and stares at her, admired, ignoring his state. Hyeji says her sister dealt with the bandits and worries about Yahello. The boy approaches Taegu in the police car and questions who he planned to hand him over to. With a dark look, Yahello asks if by chance the buyer would be the Hermes laboratory. Confused, the redhead denies it and explains that he was going to hand him over to a broker who operates in that region. Yahello leans on the police car and understands that mutants are usually passed to these brokers. With a serious expression, the protagonist states that he wishes to meet these intermediaries in person. Later at the police station, Taegu waits handcuffed while the police work around him. Hyeji widens her eyes, shocked to hear Jayo's explanation about his risky plans. She warns that it is very dangerous to get involved with these criminals while he eats calmly. The girl reminds him that her sister warned that many of these brokers are also scary mutants. Even knowing the risks, Jayo states with conviction that he wishes to meet them even more. They talk on a store balcony, and Hyeji asks for the reason for this so desperate search. The boy scratches his face, thoughtful, and explains that maybe he can find his friends through them. With a sad look, he reveals the hope of managing to get some clue about his old companions. Taegu screams, irritated, remembering that the boy had said before that he didn't have any friends. Jayo sighs and clarifies that he didn't have friends on the outside, but rather inside the laboratory. He recalls his dark past, where life in the laboratory was summed up by daily tortures. The memory transports him to the day he was dragged, terrified, to an unknown place. He was thrown into a room with broken glass, imagining how painful the next test would be. To his surprise, the location didn't have scientists, but rather knives flying through the air in a threatening way. The blades flew through the room at high speed, leaving the little skeleton completely terrified. In panic, the young man thought he would be stabbed repeated times and screamed, trembling with fear, terrified. He realized he needed to enter soon, or would suffer something worse at the hands of the guards. Upon entering the room, he saw several other lab rats fighting and using their powers in total chaos. A knife flew in his direction, and he defended it with his hand, feeling the blade tear his skin. Amidst the chaos, a boy with a wooden sword jumped and placed himself imposing before him. The young man blocked a slashing attack, defending little Gio from an imminent danger with firmness. In the middle of that immense confusion of powers, Gio himself ended up being frozen accidentally. A girl punched a classmate irritated while they argued about Gio's appearance. The boy with the sword noticed Gio's lab rat clothes and recognized him as a test colleague. The small living skeleton remained paralyzed, not understanding the bizarre situation around him. All the other lab rats gathered around him, curious to see a walking skeleton. Ashamed, little Gio tried to hide his face, begging for them to stop looking. One of the boys smiled and guaranteed that the skeletal appearance was just a type of mutation. The boy with the sword patted Gio's head, asking with affection if he was very scared. They introduced themselves in a friendly way, showing that everyone there were lab rats like him. With a big smile on his face, the little skeleton realized that he had finally found friends. The boy explains that location gathered children from several laboratories to have basic education. With his face dirty from food, he smiles, remembering how they became friends very fast. Tegu observes him in silence, noting the change in the boy's expression upon speaking of the past. The redhead cries copiously, moved by the sad story, while Haiji stares at him, embarrassed. The girl asks where Gio's friends are now, if they were so close in the laboratory. He tells that the day they escaped, they ended up separating while they were being hunted by the guards. Hayaji understands that he wants to find the brokers to discover if his friends were captured. Hayaji wishes with her heart that the boy reunites with his friends while Tegu promises to help in every possible way. The redhead shows a phone, proud for having confiscated the device from the big guy where the broker's contact must be. Gio widens his eyes upon seeing the time, realizing that the meeting will happen in very little time. In an isolated industrial area, screams of pain echo desperately from between the warehouses. Several cronies armed with knives run furiously in the direction of a mysterious hooded figure. The bandits try to stab the man in every way, but he dodges the blows with extreme ease. With a scary calm, the hooded one grabs the blade of one of the knives with his own bare hands. He returns the attack, cutting the cronies brutally while he warns that way the weapon doesn't cut right. The aggressors fall to the ground, splashing blood after receiving violent and precise blows. Noticing the disadvantage, one of the bandits draws a firearm, screaming that knives won't work against him. Before the man manages to shoot, the mysterious hooded one cuts the weapon and his hands in a blink of an eye. The bandit trembles with terror while the pieces of the pistol fall to the floor before the armed man. Revealing his smiling face, Lee Che-one explains that a well-used weapon can cut even steel. The image of a heart pierced by blades illustrates the terrible, deadly skill of the dangerous assassin. Desperate with the carnage, one of the last survivors tries to flee, running as fast as he can. However, a thrown blade hits his head right on before he manages to escape through the warehouse. Che-one mocks the dead crony while he walks calmly through the floor covered in blood and bodies. The mysterious hooded assassin squats on the ground, surrounded by a macabre scene of pure violence. Meanwhile, Gio spies from the corners, looking for the exact location of the meeting that the redhead had indicated. The boy walks through a narrow corridor between warehouses, confirming that is indeed the meeting point. Observing the messages on his phone, he notes that there is still half an hour left until the mysterious broker arrives. Gio reflects on the rumors that the man who traffics mutants might also possess special abilities. The young man remembers Haiji holding his arm, very worried about the idea of him going alone to that location. The student had warned that these criminals hunt mutants, and many of them are extremely dangerous. Trying to calm her, the boy argued that these meetings could bring vital information about his friends. He promised he would stay only watching from afar, and that he would use his powers to flee if it were necessary. Back to the present, the protagonist waits, crouched, remembering the comforting promise he made to his friend. But soon his expression changes, deciding that it would be much better to capture the bandit if the opportunity arises. Thinking of a possible fight, the boy finds a heavy wrench on the ground and decides to use it as a weapon. Holding the tool, he concludes that discovering the enemy's ability is the priority before attacking blindly. Suddenly, several sharp blades fly in his direction, catching the young man completely by surprise. He throws himself to the ground, letting out a cry of fright while the swords drive with strength into the metal structure. Fallen to the ground, the boy stares at the large blade stuck beside him, trying to process the speed of the attack. A shadowy figure emerges from the alley, mocking the young man's obvious hiding spot and deducing that he isn't a buyer. The hooded one wields his sword threateningly and asks with coldness if the boy works for the police. Yahello breaks into a cold sweat, staring at the scary man, imagining if that would be the dangerous broker he was looking for. Observing the enemy's weapon, the protagonist stands up, weighing the possibility of him being just a common human. Believing in the opponent's disadvantage, Yahello rests his hand on a concrete block, preparing a surprise attack. Without wasting time, the boy advances at high speed, shooting like a lightning bolt in the direction of the hunted one. With impressive agility, Yahello gets very close to the target and prepares a straight punch against his face. Focused on victory, the young man concentrates all his strength in the blow, decided not to give any chance of defense to the enemy. However, the boy's confident expression transforms into pure shock upon realizing that something went very wrong with the attack. Revealing an absurd speed, One appears unharmed behind the boy, introducing himself with a cynical smile. Confused about how the enemy knows so much about him, Yahello tries to turn around quickly, using the wrench as defense. Before he can react, the protagonist is hit by a brutal cut on his back that makes his blood splash far away. The devastating impact throws the young man against the dirt, raising a large cloud of dust around the assassin. Groaning in pain, Yahello tries to lean on the ground to lift himself but realizes there is something very strange with his body. He falls into shock upon noting a deep cut on his heel, realizing the enemy severed his tendons. Several serious injuries scattered along his arms show the lethal and cruel precision of the assassin's attack. Completely paralyzed by pain, the boy realizes, terrified, that the man's ability is far beyond the normal. He remembers when the guards invaded the laboratory, ordering that all the children flee immediately. During the terrible escape, a huge piece of concrete from the ceiling collapsed, threatening to crush the group in panic. Little Yahello ended up getting cornered under the rubble, seeing death approach in an implacable way. At the last second, One emerged, using a bar to break the concrete, saving the skeleton boy's life. Yahello looked at the savior, completely paralyzed by fear, but relieved for having survived the collapse. With a brave smile on his face, young One guaranteed he would clear a path so everyone could flee from there. Back to the present, Yahello stares at the opponent, finally realizing that the man in front of him is indeed his old friend. The protagonist stands up from the ground in a quick jump, leaving the assassin completely confused with that reaction. One finds it strange to see the boy standing even with his tendons cut, suspecting he is indeed a mutant. Yahello screams, revealing his true identity, and begs for his friend to remember when he was just a skeleton. The swordsman hesitates for a moment upon hearing that nickname from the lab, one he has not heard in such a long time. He points his blade, confused, asking if the young man before him is really the skeleton boy from the past. Relieved, Yahello smiles from ear to ear, celebrating the fact that his old test companion is still alive. One still seems unable to believe his eyes, demanding definitive confirmation of his identity. The protagonist confirms it, saying he managed to regenerate his body and is happy to finally be recognized. Yahello runs over joyfully to hug him, but the swordsman just readies his sharp claws with a cold stare. With a coward cowardly move. Che-won lands a swift blow against his friend, who is caught off guard by the sudden attack. The protagonist is knocked backward, clutching a new injury, unable to understand the swordsman's unprovoked hostility. With tears in his eyes, Jaeho questions why he is being attacked even after revealing his identity. Che smiles coldly, saying that seeing the wounds heal so quickly is the greatest proof that he truly is Jaeho. Not understanding his friend's hatred, the desperate young man points to his own healed arm, trying to get him to stop fighting. Ignoring the pleas, the swordsman lunges again with relentless determination to land more severe strikes. Jaeho dodges just in time, feeling the wind of the blade brush past his face at high speed. The boy manages to roll along the ground and get away, leaving Che-won surprised by such unexpected agility. Completely frustrated, Jaeho shouts out once more, demanding to know why he is being attacked like this. With a gaze full of resentment, the assassin replies that the boy should know the answer better than anyone. Che-won attacks, unleashing an insane sequence of rapid strikes that cut through the air with frightening force. Jaeho is hit several times, groaning in pain as he realizes his opponent's speed is still absurdly high. Bleeding heavily, the young man clenches his fist tightly, determined to find an opening to counter the aggression. As the enemy advances confidently to land the final blow, the protagonist readies his most powerful punch. Jaeho surprises him by throwing the punch directly against the rival's sword, letting the blade pierce his own fist. Che-won mocks the boy's madness, asking if he really thought a punch would work against his sharp blade. With an intimidating look, Jaeho replies that he knows very well how skilled he is with that cursed sword. The assassin's eyes widen as he realizes the protagonist's trap, sensing that something terrible is about to happen. Ignoring the intense pain, Jaeho holds Che-won's arm firmly, preventing his opponent from pulling away or using his weapon. The swordsman panics upon noticing that his main strength has been completely neutralized by Jaeho's crushing grip. Taking advantage of his rival's immobility, the protagonist prepares to unleash a devastating close-range counterattack. Jaeho lands a brutal kick to Che-won's chest, sending the man flying through the air with unbelievable force. The swordsman crashes with full force into the metal structures, creating a deafening boom. Fallen in the rebel Che-won acknowledges that the weak boy from the lab has changed a lot now that he has meat on his bones, but his expression shifts to blind fury as he asks why such a strong warrior decided to run away in the past. Jaeho remains silent, shocked by the unjust accusation of having abandoned his companions during the escape. The assassin confirms it bitterly, remembering the day they all tried to escape that terrible lab together. That night, the test subjects were cornered by heavily armed guards who fired without mercy at the children. Desperate and wounded, Che-won reached out his hand, begging Jaeho to give him a nearby iron pipe to fight. At the moment when everyone was surrounded and dying one by one, the little skeleton boy took a drastic action. The swordsman reveals with deep resentment that Jaeho chose to save his own skin and run away alone. The memories show the little skeleton running desperately away while his friends were being shot. Jaeho bows his head with deep sadness, feeling the weight of that terrible accusation from the past return. With a choked voice, the boy explains that he had no choice, and that everyone would have died if he had stayed there. Che-won calls Jaeho a coward while holding firmly onto the warehouse's metal beam with his hand. With a quick movement, the swordsman sinks his claws in and tears the metal beam apart as if it were paper. He shouts that he knows the protagonist's regeneration ability inside and out and will not go easy on him. Jaeho sweats in terror hearing his rival ask if he takes a long time to recover, if he is torn to pieces. Several sharp blades begin to fall from the ceiling toward the boy, challenging him to try and escape. The protagonist protects his head with his arms, while dodging the swords falling all around him. Jaeho tries to withstand the brutal attack, but is grazed by the deadly blades that descend without stopping. One appears at high speed from behind, warning that the real attack will come from that direction. The metal structure is sliced in half with extreme ease by the swordsman's powerful blow. Outside, several people are startled to hear the terrible rumble coming from inside the industrial warehouse. Concerned, Jayo's friends suggest calling the police or going to the scene to see what is happening. The site is taken over by a huge cloud of dust and debris after the violent impact of the previous attack. One is impressed to notice that his friend's regeneration is incredibly faster than before. Jio explains seriously that it is all a misunderstanding and guarantees that he never ran away that day. He reveals that he actually stayed behind, fighting to protect everyone, and that he only went there to rescue them. The swordsman looks at the young man with suspicion, asking if he really expects him to believe that story. They hear voices of people approaching the warehouse, commenting on the presence of a mutant inside. The protagonist's eyes widen as he realizes the commotion has attracted the attention of unwanted onlookers. One grabs the boy's arm, helping him get up quickly before they are seen there. The swordsman puts his weapon away and suggests they continue that conversation in a safer and more private place. He warns that a lot has happened since the day of the escape and that he has important revelations to make to Jio. The protagonist observes his friend with a mixture of relief and concern, trying to understand what he has become. Jio realizes that Won's personality has completely changed and is much colder than in the past. The boy remembers when his friend was a cheerful and kind child who liked to cook and share food. The young man wonders what could have happened to his friend to make him end up becoming a fixer in that hideout. A sharp knife cuts a red onion in half with extreme precision on a steel kitchen counter. The protagonist makes a face of complete shock and amazement at what he is witnessing in front of him. Various fresh ingredients like tomatoes and bacon fly through the air, seeming to float in a very bizarre way. One uses his fast slicing skills to prepare ingredients at a fast food restaurant. Gio and his companions stare at the scene completely disbelieving, unable to understand what he is doing. The group discovers with surprise that the so-called secret hideout of the feared fixer is actually a busy kitchen. The ingredients float and fit perfectly together, forming a burger that looks delicious and juicy. One presses the bun firmly to finish the sandwich with all his usual agility and precision. With a friendly smile, he offers the new sandwich, leaving the protagonist even more confused by the scene. Several customers compliment the young man's looks while he thanks them politely, distributing charm to everyone. The protagonist is left totally speechless, unable to process his friend's drastic change in attitude. He looks at the facade of the famous restaurant without understanding how that place ended up becoming his secret refuge. In the restaurant's bathroom, the swordsman practices his best service smile in front of the large mirror. One sits down, exhausted, and explains directly that this restaurant is the place where he works. Jio is surprised to learn that his rival has a job, and he ends up being called an idler for not working. Suddenly, One interrupts the conversation and asks suspiciously who the two people behind him are. Jio introduces Haiji as a great ally and says he met the noisy Tegu completely by chance. The swordsman scoffs, saying it must be very nice to be unemployed and still have time to make friends. Annoyed, the two hit the table to defend the protagonist, stating that he has gone through many hardships. Jio tries to calm things down, ensuring that One is a good person, and asks them not to be defensive. The host asks to return to the serious matter, wanting details about Jio's claim that he did not run away. Holding a hot cup, the boy reveals that there was a bomb hidden exactly on the group's escape route. He remembers the exact moment when everyone was running in desperation and ended up surrounded by armed guards. In the middle of all that noisy confusion, the little skeleton managed to hear the ticking of the bomb clearly. Having been used in various explosive experiments, he knew that terrifying sound of the detonator very well. Jio reveals that the lab scientists intended to blow up the building to bury all the children under the rubble. He feared that if the bombs went off there, only the strongest would survive, while the weaker ones would die without a chance. Determined to save them, the young skeleton grabbed as many explosives as he could carry and ran as fast as he could. Shortly after, the detonators reached the end, and a devastating explosion hit the boy directly and mercilessly. Thrown far away by the force of the impact, he ended up waking up completely alone and wounded in the middle of an isolated forest. As soon as he recovered, he returned to the location but found no one. Believing that everyone had managed to escape safely, the swordsman is surprised and confirms that he does indeed remember hearing an explosion from very far away that day. Still shocked, Che-1 questions if he really took the bombs knowing his skeletal body would withstand such an impact. The swordsman puts his hand to his face, seeming overwhelmed by trying to process that unbelievable revelation from his friend. Even though he thinks it is all very absurd, the young man decides to trust Giaio's sincere words and accepts the explanation from the past. Moved by his friend's sacrifice, the swordsman hides his emotion and wipes away a tear that insists on running down his face. Giaio stares at him, confused, unable to understand the emotional reaction of the young man who was trying to kill him without mercy in the warehouse earlier. Che-1 goes back to cutting vegetables in the kitchen, demonstrating his surreal agility with the blade again. The protagonist observes the scene with the same look of amazement as before, without understanding his friend's sudden change in focus. The tomato and onion pieces continue to float through the air in a fascinating way, while the cook prepares the meal. With extremely precise movements, he tosses the onion slices into the air, creating a true visual spectacle. The swordsman confesses in a relaxed manner that deep down he already imagined his friend would not have abandoned them out of cowardice. He offers the beautiful burger and fries combo as a welcome gift after so many years of separation. While Giaio devours the meal, grateful, several customers approach the counter to ask for photos with the handsome manager. The young man accepts the request kindly and poses for the photo, using cute filters on one of the excited customers' phones. Che-1 becomes serious again and offers a sincere apology to the protagonist for having jumped to conclusions about him. He regrets having tried to attack him without hearing his side first, but Giaio downplays the situation, ensuring it did not even hurt that much. With his cheeks full of food, the boy highly compliments the taste of the meal and says he is envious that he works there. The host smiles crookedly and offers even more food in case his friend is not completely satisfied with the meal. He points proudly to his manager badge, reminding him that he is responsible for running that entire restaurant. The protagonist is impressed, commenting that his friend seems like an ordinary citizen, perfectly integrated into society. Che-1 replies that it is no big deal and offers a job opportunity in case Giaio also wants to have a normal life. The manager promises to use his authority to pay a little above the minimum wage, leaving the other two whispering in the corner. Suddenly, Giaio raises his hand, asking for a moment of attention to interrupt the lighthearted talk about the job. He questions the reason for his friend acting exactly like a mutant fixer in that abandoned industrial warehouse. Giaio gets upset and asks how he can do that kind of dirty work after everything they suffered in the lab in the past. The swordsman interrupts the boy's questioning, explaining calmly that all of that is just a well-planned act. He reveals that he actually just pretends to be a mutant intermediary to deceive the real local criminals. He explains that he uses the disguise in his spare time to lure and defeat the kidnappers who hunt people with abilities. Che-1 states decisively that the role of fixer is just a front to manage to eliminate those gangs once and for all. Giaio widens his eyes, very surprised by the revelation, while his friend confirms the story with total naturalness. The protagonist sighs in relief, confessing that he was really worried about the possibility of his friend having become a villain. He asks if his friend splits his routine between the restaurant and hunting criminals, and the manager confirms he does what is necessary. With a big smile on his face, Giaio gives a thumbs up, highly praising the swordsman's heroic and secret conduct. Che-1 is a little embarrassed by the praise, but accepts the affection of his old friend, who finally understands him for real. Giaio offers his help for any future mission, while continuing to chew happily on his huge sandwich. He remembers that the reason for seeking him out was to get news about the other friends and reinforces that he is ready for combat. The swordsman stares at the protagonist with surprise after hearing the spontaneous proposal to form a combat alliance. With an excited smile, Che-1 hits the table, accepting the boy's help immediately for his future plans. He reveals that he already has a target in mind to defeat soon and guarantees that with Gio's power, everything will be much simpler. The manager explains that capturing these criminals is the fastest way to get clues about the other companions. He extends his clenched fist toward the protagonist, stating that his help will be of extreme importance to the mission. They seal the partnership with a firm fist bump, consolidating the promise to fight together whenever necessary. The manager says goodbye, warning that he needs to return to work due to the crowd, and promises to send the detailed plan later. Gio thanks his companions for waiting, and Haiji celebrates that his old friend was not a strange or dangerous guy. Taegu is suspicious and alerts the protagonist about the possibility of his friend lying after 3 years of separation. Aeji agrees and confesses she was horrified to learn that the boy acted as a fixer who traffics people. Maintaining his serenity, Gio just gives a crooked smile, confirming with total confidence that everything really is okay. He explains that the young man's behavior is exactly the same as when they were children at the lab, bringing relief. The girl questions how the manager will get in touch if Gio does not have a phone, but he guarantees that he does have a device. He shows the device proudly, and his friends realize that the boy is using the phone stolen from the gang leader. In another scene, a desperate young man tries to escape at high speed, while several pursuers run after him. The henchmen shout furiously, ordering them to corner the fugitive in a dead end to make capturing him easier. Annoyed, the mutant shouts, telling them to stop following him, and fires a jet of oily liquid from his palms. Pursuers slip violently on the slippery ground, realizing too late that it is his ability. The young man sighs with relief, believing that he finally managed to shake off the dangerous group and save his own life. But suddenly, a devastating punch hits the fugitive's face with extreme force, interrupting his celebration. A huge man in a suit emerges from the shadows, holding the fallen boy by the hair with a frightening fury in his eyes. The young man cries in terror, begging not to be killed, and explains desperately that his power only shoots common oil. One of the henchmen mocks his weakness, questioning how such a pathetic ability can be considered a mutant one. The gang leader comments that not every mutant is strong, and that losers like that are almost the same as normal humans. He gives a macabre and greedy smile, concluding that the boy's weakness will only make the selling job easier. The gang leader reveals that they will receive a fortune for the mutant, while the victim screams in despair on the ground. Che-1 appears mysteriously from behind the boss, asking mockingly if that low amount is all they pay him. The entire gang goes into shock upon noticing the hooded young man, who appeared silently right in the middle of them. In a quick strike, the swordsman slits the leader's throat and warns sadistically that they should charge more for risking their lives. Desperate, the henchmen scream that he is a dangerous mutant and advance together with knives drawn for the attack, with total coldness. The swordsman decides to end all that commotion as quickly as possible using his lethal agility. He unleashes a series of precise cuts, taking down several opponents in the blink of an eye and painting the alley red. One of the surviving henchmen draws a firearm in despair, ordering them to shoot at the monster immediately. Che-1 blocks the pistol's barrel with his bare hand and asks an enigmatic question, leaving the shooter terrified. He remembers coldly that their firearms are also made of steel, making it easier to control his ability. His power manifests, destroying the pistol's internal components, as if it were slicing them with small blades. The henchman tries to fire desperately, but the trigger fails completely due to the internal damage caused by the power. The man goes into total shock upon realizing that his weapon was completely disabled inexplicably in front of him. Before he can react, the gun's barrel explodes into dozens of sharp metal shards that cut his own skin. Several metallic blades emerge from the destroyed weapon itself, piercing the shooter's hands as he screams in agonizing pain. The aggressor falls onto the asphalt, defeated and yelling in pain, while Che-1 observes the scene with total coldness and disdain. The swordsman advises the fallen opponent to try picking a fight in a place that has no metal around, kneeling and crying in relief. The young mutant thanks the mysterious man for having saved his life in that way. Moved, the young man asks if he is also a special mutant who fights to protect others from the gang's oppression. He continues his thanks but is abruptly interrupted by the swordsman, who orders him to shut his mouth immediately, ignoring the boy. Che-1 answers a cell phone call, confirming that he managed to recover the kidnapped mutant. The boy panics upon hearing the word collab, realizing that his savior will actually sell him again. Before he can question the betrayal, the young man receives a well-aimed punch that knocks him out instantly on the alley floor. Che-1 complains about the noise and repeats coldly that he is the fixer responsible for carrying out the sale of the weak mutant. On the other end of the line, the female voice comments sadistically that such a cold attitude really fits the real Li Che-1. The woman praises the young man's efficiency, stating that he is very reliable and different from the useless test subjects in the lab. Che-1 maintains his seriousness on the phone and warns that he has one more piece of information of extreme importance to report to her. He reveals that he has finally found the whereabouts of Kim Ji-oh, giving her the current location of his former companion. The news causes an absolute shock to the woman, who stammers upon hearing the name of the boy, who had been missing for ages. Che-1 demands the promised reward and asks if the agreement proposal for capturing the protagonist is still on the table. On the other end, she displays a victorious smile, confirming immediately that she swears to keep her end of the previous deal. With a dark look, Che-1 closes the deal, promising that he will deliver his best friend into her hands the next day. Che-1 asks over the phone if the reward promised for capturing Kim Ji-oh is still available. The woman excitedly confirms the deal, making the swordsman flash a wicked and manic grin. With the guarantee that he will receive his prize, Che-1 promises to deliver the boy without fail the next day. The swordsman appears surrounded by various giant blades, indicating that a plan is already in motion. Meanwhile, in another location, someone cuts carrots on a wooden board with precision and agility. The cook is Che-1 himself, who is calmly preparing lunch while thinking about capturing Ji-oh. He concludes that luring his friend will be the easiest part of the mission, since he has regained his trust. The only problem is that the protagonist has become incredibly strong and can heal from life-threatening attacks. Knowing that normal methods wouldn't work, the manager decides to look for a place full of accessible metal. His battle thoughts are interrupted as soon as the pot of stew starts boiling on the stove. A girl in a wheelchair appears excitedly, complimenting her older brother's culinary skills. The young man smiles and comments that he put extra effort into the potatoes because they are little Che-1's favorite ingredient. The girl says thank you while holding her cutlery with a huge smile, saying the food is the best one ever. Che-1 pets his sister's head and promises to cook anything else she desires. Very happy with the dish, Che-1 insists that her brother also sit down to eat with her. However, the young man grabs his jacket from the closet and announces he needs to leave because he has an urgent appointment. The girl is visibly upset by the response and sadly asks if he really needs to go out again. Che-1 asks her to eat plenty and promises to return soon to finish the meal at dinner. As night falls over the city, the scene cuts to the facade of a huge modern residential complex. In one of the apartments, someone peels a tangerine, remembering that Ji-oh spent the whole day running and exhausted. The person stirs a pot, believing that the boy must be starving after so many problems. It is revealed that Haiji is cooking and thinking that fruit and meat are great for recovering energy. With a supposedly genius idea, the girl's eyes shine as she makes an unusual decision in the kitchen. The finished dish reveals an extremely bizarre combination of meat with fresh strawberries and tangerines. Haiji looks at her cell phone very proudly because she followed the tips from a modern artificial intelligence. Reading the strange recipe on the screen, she brags about having made such an innovative and unique dish today. Completely deluded, the girl tosses the food in in the air, thinking she has a natural talent for cooking. At that moment, a notification glows on the screen, indicating that her older sister has just replied to her messages. Haiji had excitedly told her about her invention, but her sister replied with an emoji vomiting a rainbow. Indignant at the woman's grumpy attitude, the young woman decides to keep the mixture to prove she was right. Holding the skillet, she warns Gio that the owner of the house will be home late and that he can go to sleep now. The boy refuses the offer, explaining that he prefers to stay awake waiting for the promised message from his friend. Haiji notices the gleam in his eyes, and he confirms with a smile that he missed his old companion. Observing that peaceful scene, the girl realizes that she has never seen him so relaxed and happy since he arrived. During a flashback to his time in the laboratory, the protagonist reveals that he considered Che one very precious. In the memory, the swordsman wearing hospital scrubs approaches the skeleton who was resting alone. Frightened by the unexpected approach, Gio shrugs his shoulders and murmurs that he was just sitting in peace. Che one notices the friend's missing arm and moves forward, concerned, making the little mutant scream in terror. The skeleton tries to hide the injury and explains that the wound from a stressful experiment hadn't healed yet. Relieved to understand the situation, Che-won smiles and asks if that was why he was feeling so sad. Without giving many explanations, the boy firmly demands that the confused skeleton hand over his injured arm. A few seconds later, Gio's large eye sockets widen in total shock at what he had just seen. The little skeleton now sported a huge, shiny blade perfectly attached in place of his arm. Still stunned, the boy stares at the prosthetic while Che-won asks proudly if the idea didn't look cool. At that, a grumpy girl approaches, accusing Che-won of bullying their little companion. The young man defends himself by claiming that he only improved the skeleton's appearance by improvising a sword in its place. To the girl's surprise, Gio blushes with emotion and shouts that that was the most amazing thing of all. The girl stares at the scene, stunned, without understanding how anyone would think a cutting arm was very cool. Excited, the swordsman holds out his clenched fist, complimenting the little skeleton's taste for heroic things. Instead of returning the greeting normally, Gio places the tip of the blade near his partner's hand. The swordsman explains proudly that that greeting serves to seal their friendship and mutual trust. Bump fists firmly, and the little skeleton feels moved to finally have a real friend. Back to the present, Gio pets the little dog and confesses that he always admired his companion and followed him everywhere. Haiji listens to everything in silence and feels confused, wondering to herself why someone would think having a sword for an arm is cool. The protagonist hugs the little dog, smiling in relief as he notes that his old partner is still the same good person. The girl ends the topic by inviting the boy to eat, and he accepts, even though he feels he didn't help much in the kitchen. With eyes shining with pride, she presents her newest and most exotic culinary creation served in a steaming pot. The boy leans over the counter and widens his eyes, impressed by the appearance of that completely unusual mixture. Haiji announces that she prepared a special dish, and Jiao lets out an exclamation of surprise as he analyzes the ingredients. She highlights the fresh strawberries and tangerines accompanying the cooked meat, leaving the boy shocked by the novelty. Without hesitation, the boy thanks her for the meal and takes a succulent piece of meat, accompanied by a strawberry, to his mouth. The young cook leans over the table and awaits the verdict, extremely anxious to know if the food tasted good. With tears streaming down his face while chewing with gusto, the boy states, moved, that it is simply wonderful. He compliments the texture of the fruit together with the flavor of the meat, guaranteeing that the tangerines added a very special touch. The little dog approaches, whimpering with desire, but Gio warns him that he cannot eat, that because it is dangerous. Haiji leans down and pets the little animal, promising that she will prepare something very tasty, especially for him later. Happy to see the boy eating so well, she thanks him for the compliments while he devours the dish, stating it is the best of them all. With a gentle smile and satisfied with the result, the girl promises that she will cook delicious dishes for him again. The protagonist thanks her excitedly with his cheeks full of food, looking truly enchanted by the promise. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrates on the table, interrupting dinner and showing that it is a call from Che-won. Jayo answers quickly and hears the young man's voice begging for help desperately on the other end of the line. Concerned by his friend's tone, the boy asks what happened, and Haiji notices the tension in the sudden change of mood. The manager reveals, breathless, that he was chasing the people from the laboratory, and the situation ended up becoming very dangerous. In tears, the swordsman begs for immediate help, and Jiao confirms without thinking twice that he is already on his way. The call is ended shortly after his friend gives the address of an abandoned warehouse at the end of a street far from the city. The protagonist deduces that his companion is in grave danger and stands up in a leap, warning that he needs to rescue him fast. Before leaving, he quickly swallows the rest of the food. He was still chewing so as not to waste anything. Jayo compliments the meal one more time and apologizes for not being able to finish the dish she prepared with such care. He runs toward the door while the girl warns that is too dangerous and tells him to stay there and wait. The scene cuts to the interior of a huge, dark industrial warehouse full of containers and metal structures. The protagonist opens a crack in the sliding door and peeks into the place cautiously, trying to find some sign of his friend. Walking slowly through the shadowy environment, he finds the total silence strange, since that was the exact address. His eyes scan the place carefully until he notices a crucial detail and stops walking immediately. He looks down at his own feet and notices that the entire warehouse floor is lined with thick, heavy steel plates. Looking around, he realizes that the entire place is full of beams, bolts, and huge, completely metallic structures. The boy freezes as he realizes that that environment is the perfect setting for someone with Che Won's control abilities. He finds it impossible that the swordsman had been cornered and defeated there, knowing the huge advantage that metal offers. With his senses on high alert, Jiao deduces that he needs to keep his guard up so he doesn't end up being captured as well. He imagines that his friend must be tied up in some corner of the warehouse, trembling with fear, waiting for a heroic rescue. However, at that very moment, the steel plates on the floor start to vibrate, and several sharp blades tear through the surface. A huge amount of swords and sharp pieces of metal spring from the metallic ground, shooting in all directions. The surprise attack is brutal, and two giant blades pierce the boy's chest and shoulder, making him spit up a lot of blood. More pieces of metal fly through the air, hitting the protagonist's back, and he is thrown with violence by the impact. Completely pierced and trapped in the air by the huge blades, he screams in agony, not understanding what on earth is happening. At that moment, the hooded figure of Che Won lands gracefully on the metal stakes, thanking him for the visit. The boy spits blood and stares at his friend, perplexed, questioning the reason for the attack, since he was supposed to being held hostage. With a cold and dark look, the manager responds dryly that the boy should have already understood the situation. Upon seeing all of that, the penny finally drops, and an expression of despair takes over the protagonist's face as he connects the dots of that ambush. The swordsman jumps, wielding his weapon, and warns in a mocking tone that his old companion just fell into a great trap. Jaya holds the tip of a blade tightly, while trying to free himself from the deadly trap. Feeling the pain tear through his body, the boy frees himself from the stakes and advances quickly, while the swordsman draws his own blade. Che Won attacks from top to bottom with a powerful cut that grazes his former partner's face. Taking advantage of the closeness, the swordsman lands a brutal kick, launching the mutant far into the warehouse. Jayo spits a large amount of blood from the impact, feeling the pain of that unexpected blow. Che Won slides across the metal floor, raising large iron beams around him using his power. Maintaining a relaxed posture, he faces the destruction and prepares for the next move of the battle. Spinning the sword in his hand, he confesses coldly that he is very happy to have reunited with his friend today. The manager walks slowly, relating that he found it strange to see the boy with a body after so many years. The protagonist pants bloodied, while his rival recalls how laughing and playing brought back many memories. Che Won steps firmly on the ground and reveals that he faked that nostalgia just to trick his old companion. Without any remorse, he reaffirms that he actually works as a broker, capturing special people. The hooded man explains that his role is to hunt valuable mutants and deliver them directly to the laboratory. Gio is stunned to hear that his friend's plan was to dispatch him back to that terrible nightmare. With a touch from the swordsman, large roots of pure metal start to sprout from the heavy plates on the floor. The boy notices the movement when a sharp blade appears, silently tearing through the beams. In a quick reflex, he manages to dodge the metallic attack that nearly pierces him through the back by surprise. However, Che-1 jumps over him, wielding his lethal weapon, ready to execute a final cut. Gio reacts instantly, blocking the attack with a powerful kick that pushes his former friend backward. The mutant clenches his teeth, finally understanding that his rival doesn't just want to capture him, but to assassinate him. Furious at the betrayal, the boy raises a huge iron plate from the floor, decided to counterattack the traitor. The clash between them creates sparks when the swordsman blocks the plate, using his indestructible blade. The boy screams, demanding that his friend come back to his senses, as he cannot understand the reason for so much violence. He tries to seek answers, begging Che-1 to tell him what is happening before they fight. The rival simply refuses to talk and demands that the boy stop resisting and let himself be captured. Using his ability, the swordsman splits the iron plate in half, forcing the protagonist to retreat. Grinding his teeth in pure rage, Gio curses his former partner. Feeling frustration take over him, he falls to his knees, scratched, and questions if the hooded man has gone completely insane after so much time. Desperate, he warns that the laboratory is a criminal faction that treated them like test subjects. The protagonist rips out another piece of metal and throws it in the adversary's direction, asking him to wake up. Che-1 slices the projectile in the air with extreme ease, while the boy calls him an idiot at the top of his lungs. With bright red eyes, the broker demonstrates that he is immersed in his role as a ruthless hunter. He advances violently and destroys several pipes along the way, causing a chaos of twisted metal. Gio clicks his tongue impatiently, noting that all of his words are being completely ignored. Realizing that his friend will not listen to him, the boy advances with force, determined to take him down by sheer strength. The swordsman dodges, slipping, and warns confidently that trying to escape that warehouse is totally useless. Gio pants, recognizing that the entire warehouse is overflowing with metal in his adversary's favor. The boy dodges another giant blade that sprouts from the floor while Che-1 guarantees there is no way out. Irritated, he realizes that his old companion prepared every detail of that setting to corner him. With great agility, the enemy slides through the structures, showing that his intention to take him is real. The mutant screams indignant, asking how his friend can accept him returning to that great hell, cold and without compassion. One appears behind him ready for the slaughter, stating that he doesn't care one bit. Those cruel words irritate Gio, who clenches his fist and decides that he will fight seriously from now on. The boy performs an impressive spinning jump and lands a direct punch that launches the swordsman far into the air. The effort makes the protagonist's wounds open up, spraying blood while he leans on his own weapon. Che-1 recovers from the fall, resting one knee on the floor, shocked by the force he just received. He shakes his aching head, feeling the throbbing impact run through his entire body after the strong blow. With one eye open, he tries to reason about the current strength level of the one who used to be fragile. Observing his furious former partner, the swordsman spits blood and processes the damage caused by that punch. The broker gives a sadistic smile, confirming his suspicions that ordinary blows don't even tickle him. He remembers that after enduring years of experiments, the little skeleton built up a monstrous resistance. Che-1 analyzes that Kim Gio's regeneration has changed, and now he recovers instantly from any cut. Taking advantage of this opening, the boy advances furiously to attempt a desperate counterattack. The swordsman decides to slice him without stopping to not give any chance of reaction to the adversary. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cutting blows strike the mutant from every possible side. The manager maintains a ruthless expression, while the protagonist clenches his teeth, enduring the pain. In the laboratory, the scientists knew that the little skeleton was left defenseless, while he regenerated. In the memory, heavy metal locks hold Che-1's arms as he prepares to act. The research researchers announce over the loudspeaker the start of yet another cruel regeneration test. The young swordsman enters the test room and comes face to face with his old companion immobilized. The skeletal mutant widens his huge eye sockets, completely shocked by his friend's presence. A scientist instructs that the test will observe the regeneration after the damage caused by the sword. The young man hesitates, revolted by hearing the absurd order to attack his own confinement partner. He shouts at the researchers, indignant, and asks if they have lost their minds completely. Taken by fury, he refuses to hurt his friend and warns that he is out of that experiment. Immediately, a violent shock runs through the boy's body, making him howl in agonizing pain. Concerned, the skeleton begs for his friend to obey the orders, guaranteeing that he will be fine. Even while electrocuted, the young swordsman cries and refuses repeatedly to hurt his great friend. Increasing his tone, the little mutant yells, lying that those cuts don't hurt him at all. Suffering from the excruciating punishment, the young man murmurs that he would rather die than have to hurt him. The electric charge increases, and Yahello orders desperately for him to stop acting tough and obey. Hearing his companion's harsh tone, the boy widens his eyes, interrupting his own screams. The skeleton tries to calm him down, saying that the sword blows are weak compared to other powers. Hearing that his cutting abilities are considered weak hits directly at the swordsman's ego, Yahello reinforces the provocation, telling him to stop stalling because his healing will act quickly. Rage takes over the young man, who wields his blade, decided to prove the true strength of his gift. Won's furious eyes stare at the now terrified eye sockets of the regretful skeleton. In a brutal instant, the silver blade violently tears through the skeletal chest. Spraying blood, the little mutant yells in agony, realizing too late that he exaggerated badly with the provocation. Consumed by fury, his friend delivers dozens of ruthless blows, asking if it isn't hurting. Maintaining the flimsy lie, the victim states in tears that he still feels absolutely nothing. One last devastating blow strikes the skeleton's head fully, spilling red pools on the floor. The test officially ends while the fallen pig silently laments the unbearable pain. The young swordsman pants, exhausted and covered in red after that massacre imposed by the scientists. Yahello is confused by not feeling so much pain and hears a whisper from his partner telling him not to move. The boy reveals that he poured his own blood onto the victim to completely deceive the supervisors. Dazed, the skeleton realizes that his friend sliced his own arms instead of hitting him fully. Still panting, the swordsman tells him to stay quiet so as not to ruin the brave chariot he set up. Desperate, the little one tries to understand that idiotic sacrifice, since his healing would handle everything. His partner smiles weakly, retorting that he knows perfectly well that his recovery is slow and painful. He explains that the scientists limit the donations to prevent them from becoming dangerous when healing. Aware of his friend's suffering, the boy asks him to stop trying to always play the tough martyr. The swordsman presses on his wounds, smiling as he says that that was very cheesy between true friends. In the present, the hooded man's icy look contrasts with the hate-filled expression of a bloodied mutant. Without believing in that change, the boy kicks his rival, revolted by the end of all that companionship. Ignoring the intense pain, he advances, stepping firmly on the iron plates with fury in his eyes. The protagonist throws his arm, preparing a direct hook that goes toward the opponent's face. The manager uses all his strength to defend against the impact, sliding backward and preparing the sharp blade without losing the rhythm. The hooded adversary holds his posture, waiting for the next suicidal attempt. Frustration takes over the hero, who grinds his etching teeth, feeling the blood flow freely. In a direct confrontation, Won's agility prevails, hitting his friend with one more deep blow. The boy retreats and rests his wounded hand on the metal floor, breathing with great difficulty. He warns that he will not fight his friend and tells the swordsman to get out of his face. Won finds it ridiculous that the boy is still repeating that speech after having been sliced so much. The broker raises metal walls, blocking the path, and says he will deliver him regardless. The swordsman threatens to capture Hyeji and Tegu if the mutant continues trying to escape. Hearing the names of his new friends makes Yahello stop running instantly. In an explosive advance, the the boy lands a devastating punch directly into the traitor's face. The impact is so strong that the swordsman is dragged backward, spilling blood on the floor. Chae-won smiles, satisfied, noting that he finally managed to attract his rival's attention. He provokes, saying that tracking normal high school students is an easy task. The villain guarantees that if the boy tries to run away, his friends will suffer the consequences in his place. Jaeho becomes completely enraged and lands another brutal punch in the adversary's mouth. The blow breaks the swordsman's teeth and makes him choke on his own blood at the same moment. Holding the rival's face, the boy warns with a deadly look for him not to cross that line. Jaeho warns with a lot of anger that Hyeji and Taegu are also his great friends now. He confesses that he only didn't fight sooner because he wanted to hear his old partner's motives. The boy's mutant heart starts to beat violently and brightly inside his chest. Jaeho declares that he doesn't care about the excuses anymore and warns that he will break the traitor. Chae-won realizes, frightened, that the boy cut his own hand to absorb his blood. The protagonist's veins glow as he sucks the energy from the blood through the wound. The fresh blood runs through the hero's veins, granting immense power to his body. Jaeho pulls his red, stained hand away, staring at the opponent with a purely murderous look. He shakes his fingers, spreading drops of blood to the sides with great aggression. Chae-won widens his eyes, feeling the imminent danger in front of that scary stance. Without giving a chance to react, Jaeho lands a thundering kick that launches the swordsman far away. The broker slides uncontrollably across the metal, trying desperately to stop the fall. He coughs blood and holds his chest, feeling unbearable pain take over his body. The villain notes that he had 3 ribs broken, even having a body reinforced with steel. Before he can recover, the hero appears in front of him with his fist armed again. Jaeho lands one more crushing blow, crushing the adversary's face without any mercy. Chae-won is thrown into the air, feeling his bones snap with the absurd impact. He collides against the metal wreckage, realizing that the boy's speed is surreal. The swordsman tries to defend himself, but can barely keep up with the hero's movements. A new direct punch hits the villain fully, spreading even more blood through the air. Chae-won is thrown violently against the ground and wonders where all that strength comes from. He is shocked to realize that Jaeho became much stronger just by absorbing his blood. Desperate, the villain creates several metal stakes to try to keep the monster away from him. Jaeho jumps lightly and dodges all the blades while advancing relentlessly. Chae-won panics, realizing that the rival didn't predict the attacks, but dodged by pure reflex. He panics, seeing the boy approach, dodging perfectly around every obstacle. Broker realizes that the hero's reflexes and speed have exceeded any human limit. Chae-won understands that the mutant heart grants much more than just regeneration. All of the boy's physical abilities have reached a level far superior to the past. The swordsman concludes that he will end up dying if he keeps fighting in that weak way. He touches the metal floor and decides that he will need to use his maximum power to survive, absorbing iron particles to the limit. He accepts having his blood vessels torn. The sword heart reacts violently to the absorbed metal, generating a scary aura. Huge blades tear the swordsman's clothes, sprouting directly from his back. He shoots hundreds of swords from his own body, creating a true deadly storm. Chae-won shouts that no matter how strong the boy is, he will not survive this attack. Jaeho dodges agilely, while the adversary shoots all the blades in his direction at once. The mutant advances against the sword storm, piercing his own body on purpose to get closer. Even with the blades passing through his flesh, he screams that doesn't matter and continues attacking. The boy applies a powerful side kick that hits the rival's neck with extreme violence. Chae-won spits a large amount of blood, feeling the crushing impact of that accurate blow. Jaeho maintains a serious expression and warns that having his flesh pierced doesn't hurt at all anymore. The mutant's heart pulses with force, demonstrating that his resistance to pain has become absurd. With tears forming in his eyes, the boy laments and confesses what really hurts him inside. The hero continues the relentless sequence of punches and kicks, beating the opponent without stopping. The villain tries to retreat, but Jaeho chases him, destroying the iron structures along the way. Chae-won can barely defend himself from the rain of blows, while the boy continues his emotional venting. A devastating punch hits the traitor's jaw, sinking his face and breaking his bones. The swordsman is pinned to the iron floor, and Gio screams that the true pain was being betrayed. The impact creates a crater in the metal floor, sinking the rival's body in the middle of the warehouse. Observing his fallen friend, the boy highlights once again that betrayal hurt more than the swords. He vents that his biggest disappointment was seeing a 10-year partner trying to send him back to hell. Gio looks at the body stretched out on the floor and laments that destroyed his heart completely. Silence takes over the destroyed place. While the protagonist questions the reason for all of that, the boy appears confused, asking what promise the laboratory made to corrupt him in that way. He clenches his bloodied fists and remembers that the swordsman knew how much they suffered inside there. One remains thrown with his face bleeding and breathes with difficulty after the beating he received. The hero stares at him, frustrated, and questions if it's worth continuing to discuss the past between the two. The villain murmurs that he always followed the laboratory's orders and confirms that he really did try to sell him. Gio concludes coldly that after all of that, it is impossible for them to be friends again in the future. With an expression of sadness and resentment, the boy clenches his teeth in a mix of anger and disappointment. He raises his fist and lands one more punch with all his strength directly into the old companion's face. Che-1 doesn't understand the sudden attack and tries to argue while getting beaten ruthlessly. The protagonist shouts that he cannot simply decide the end of friendship alone in that way. Applying another brutal blow, the hero demands that his friend not run away from the responsibility by pretending it's over. Gio asks in tears for him to give at least one acceptable excuse to explain what he gained from the sale. Holding the villain by the collar, the boy leans their foreheads together and begs for any valid justification. The hero demands that he tell the truth if he ever considered him a true friend. Che-1 focuses his gaze on Gio's desperate face and agrees mentally with the request. The swordsman recalls a scene from the past in which he faked having a hurt arm and was welcomed by everyone. He smiles, remembering the jokes where he would get fake beaten up by the little skeletal mutant. The traitor recalls the happy moments they shared together as a true family. His heart tightens as he recalls the fun days when they shared food peacefully. Back in reality, the villain apologizes sincerely and confesses that he has no justifications for his acts. At that moment, the shadows of several agents, armed with rifles, appear on the warehouse walls. Gio is startled by the sudden movement and asks, "Who dares to interrupt their conversation?" The boy recognizes the invader's uniform and widens his eyes, realizing the danger that is approaching. He notices the advanced tactical gear and the weapons ready, becoming desperate as he confirms his suspicion. Dozens of guards surround the two, pointing automatic rifles toward the wounded mutants. Over the radio, the troop commander announces that the target has been located and requests reinforcements immediately. Gio cannot believe that the laboratory's tactical squad found them so quickly there. The commander reports that the test subject escaped during a flaw and orders them to capture him alive at any cost. The boy remembers a traumatic experience where he was shot ruthlessly by several guards. In the memory, the soldier without incapacitate the captured skeleton's regeneration. He pants, terrified and sweating cold, as he realizes that the same painful tactic will be used again today. Without hesitating, the protagonist places his friend's unconscious body over his shoulder and decides that he needs to run away fast. In an agile move, the boy jumps and hangs firmly onto one of the iron beams at the top of the warehouse. Using the structure, he gains momentum and flies over the police blockade while carrying his former partner. The hero flies over the heads of the armed agents, heading toward the warehouse exit. The soldiers shout, warning that the mutant is escaping, and immediately run in his pursuit. Gio lands quickly near the main exit, feeling the weight of Che-1's unconscious body. However, upon looking forward, he widens his eyes as he realizes that the situation is worse than he imagined. The boy brakes sharply as he runs face first into another heavily armed troop, completely blocking the exit. The guards point their rifles and warn that they have covered all escape routes, sealing the warehouse doors. Panting and sweating cold, the mutant tries to seek some gap in the enemy formation to manage to escape. Completely cornered in the center of the warehouse, Gi realizes he has nowhere to run with his friend in his arms. Captain Lim Jin-uk warns both are dangerous mutants and authorizes the use of lethal force if they resist. The boy hears the order for the soldiers to cock their weapons and becomes desperate. Not knowing what to do, outside, the red lights flash intensely, indicating the total lockdown of the industrial complex. While the commander prepares the attack, his radio communication is suddenly interrupted. A female hand suddenly appeared, rips the communicator from the military captain's hands. Surprising everyone, a woman in a pinstriped suit and her assistant appear mysteriously in the middle of the assault troop. The woman takes over the situation and introduces herself as Song Hai-in, leader of the Special Mutant Task Force. The military captain widens his eyes, perplexed. Upon recognizing the figure of authority who has just arrived, the soldiers whisper among themselves, scared to see the police captain herself handling the case. Contradicting the army, the officer orders everyone to lower their weapons, and the soldiers obey immediately. The leader walks in firm steps, hitting her elegant heels against the metal floor of the warehouse. Jio retreats, apprehensive, but is surprised when the woman calls him by his own name with familiarity. She approaches his face and whispers for him to stay calm, revealing that his little sister told her everything. With a protective look, the woman reveals she is the older sister of young Hayaji, and that she has come to help him. Then, she moves away and smiles gently while introducing herself officially to the boy. The hero is stunned, trying to process that tough police officer is his new friend's relative. She winks at the mutant and asks him not to worry, because she will resolve that whole mess by herself. The commander approaches, saluting awkwardly, trying to justify the operation there. Ignoring the captain, the woman orders her men to isolate the civilians and call the ambulances quickly. Irritated by the intrusion, the soldier shouts at the top of his lungs, telling the officer to stop her operation. The man questions with anger if the special team thinks it can simply ignore the standard protocol. The captain responds calmly that the police have priority and asks if he doesn't know the current laws. The suited assistant joins the conversation, informing them that warrants for mutants go through them first. He displays an official document showing the arrest warrant for Che, one and demands that the army retreat. The military commander gives a mocking smile, stating that the officer misunderstood the situation. He points his finger directly at Jio and warns that their true target is the boy in the black shirt. The soldier reveals that the cameras showed the boy is an unregistered mutant, leaving him in shock. He states that unregistered mutants are civilians, and therefore the jurisdiction is exclusively the army's. Immediately, the captain orders the snipers to retake their positions to shoot the problematic young man. Dozens of lasers aim at Gio, while the guards prepare to shoot at any minimal movement. The boy trembles and thinks desperately of a way to get out of there alive, while staring down the barrels of the weapons. Suddenly, a reddish energy starts to glow intensely in the soldiers' armaments. In the blink of an eye, all the guards' firearms are violently shattered through the air. The soldiers are perplexed, looking at their own hands without understanding how the rifles were destroyed. One of the soldiers soon realizes that that was the work of the police captain's dangerous mutant ability. Hai-in raises her finger in a threatening way, highlighting that they still haven't understood the gravity of the situation. Commander yells, furious, asking how she has the courage to attack allies in an official operation. At that moment, one of the guards has his arm twisted painfully, making the captain yell even more. Maintaining an imposing stance, the woman reveals that case directly involves the infamous Hermes laboratory. The name of the criminal faction makes the commander sweat cold and retreat, completely scared by the new information. Hai-in points to the scene around them and tells the commander to look well at the warehouse damage. She explains that all that destruction is the direct result of the intense fight between the two boys. The commander is completely sweaty and shocked to realize who those young men really are. They are the high-risk mutants that the Hermes laboratory was using in its human experiments. Desperate at the danger, the soldier yells to immediately hand over command of the police operation to her. With this, the soldiers finally begin to surrender and arrest the wounded Che. One with care, Gio is very worried and asks where they intend to take his wounded friend. The assistant explains calmly that the young man is a wanted criminal and will go through a formal investigation. The protagonist wonders, scared, if his friend really committed so many terrible crimes. The assistant in the suit turns to Gio and warns that his testimony will also be necessary. He adds that the boy will have a private interview with the feared leader of the special team. Gio looks at the woman in the suit and trembles at the thought of being alone with such a scary person. The focus shifts to the start of the special interrogation with the leader, who seeks to discover the whole truth. Sitting in the interrogation room, the woman gives an intimidating smile that makes the environment tense. Gio freezes in terror and wonders why she is staring at him with that such weird look. The captain asks him not to be nervous and explains that she only called him to ask a few questions. Without stalling, she reveals directly that her team is tracking the Hermes laboratory. The boy confirms that he managed to escape the captivity along with other mutants 3 years ago. Upon hearing about the escape, the woman shows old photos and says that he still doesn't know the whole truth. She reveals the devastating fact that all of his friends were captured back by the laboratory. The investigator explains that the escape was probably staged to cause despair in the prisoners. She says that after the capture, the scientists use the young people's weaknesses to force them into crime. Gio starts to cry in anguish upon realizing that Che, one was also a victim of that evil plan. The captain tells him that the swordsman remains in absolute silence in the cell without giving any testimony. The assistant opens the door, announcing that a person of interest has agreed to come and testify voluntarily. The protagonist turns, surprised, toward the door, trying to identify who just arrived in the room. A little girl in a wheelchair enters, revealing herself to be the younger sister of the imprisoned swordsman. The officer holds the girl's hands and explains gently that she needs to understand the young man's choices. The little girl lowers her head with an extremely sad and anguish-filled expression, trembling a lot in the wheelchair. The young girl confesses, crying, that all that tragedy is her fault. She explains, sobbing, that her older brother was not a bad person and changed only to protect her. The girl cries with fear of losing her brother forever if she decides to reveal what she knows to the police. And warns that if she doesn't say anything, the young man will end up taking all the blame for the crimes alone. Decided not to let her brother suffer alone, the little girl promises to tell everything she witnessed. She takes a deep breath and starts the account, saying that her brother returned home about 3 years ago. As soon as he escaped the laboratory, the young man ran, desperate, to see his family at home. Upon arriving, he found the house empty and discovered that his beloved parents had already disappeared from there. The girl had suffered a terrible accident and was completely alone, dealing with the aftermath. The young swordsman was in total shock and paralyzed upon witnessing his sister's deplorable state. Crying a lot, he hugged the little girl and promised that he would take care of her above anything else. The young man started working day and night in heavy construction without resting to earn money. As he had no identification documents, the salary was very low, and the money never went far. All the misery he earned was spent on the expensive medicines to treat his sister's serious illness. However, the peace didn't last long, and one day the Hermes laboratory soldiers invaded the house. Kicking the door, they rendered the young man to the floor with extreme violence while he shouted for them to release him from there. Desperate, the little girl shouted for her brother while she was held roughly by the invaders. Taken by hatred, he yelled, threatening to assassinate everyone if they touched a finger on his little sister. A mysterious man in a dark suit appeared in the doorway, smiling in a sadistic way at the imprisoned young man. The subject offered money and fake documents, promising that they wouldn't arrest him if he cooperated. The only condition of the criminal agreement was that the young man helped the laboratory by capturing other targets. She says the laboratory paid their medical bills and even school, but forbade the young man from commenting to anyone. The girl cries, sobbing, and laments that because of her older brother committed so many horrible crimes. She continues apologizing in tears, repeating that whole terrible situation is entirely her responsibility. The protagonist reflects that the swordsman did all of that just at the expense of medicines for his little sister. While the girl is taken outside, the investigator confirms that is the complete story behind the case. However, the officer raises a report and warns that she needs to make one very important detail very clear to the young man. She explains that even to save his sister, the fact that one tried to sell his own friend remains unforgivable. The boy agrees in silence, while she warns that the young man will soon face the consequences for the crimes committed. Before he is transferred, she asks if the protagonist would like to make one last phone call to the young man. The young mutant hesitates for a moment, looking back while he processes the investigator's unexpected proposal. Demonstrating a lot of melancholy, he finally accepts the offer and asks to make the farewell phone call. Holding the black telephone firmly, he stays mute for a few moments, not knowing what to say to his old partner. On the other end of the line in the cell, the swordsman answers the call and says he knows that his old friend is listening to everything. The protagonist breaks the silence and warns seriously that he heard the whole truth about what happened in the past. He says that now he understands what happened to his sister and the real reason. He tried to sell him back to the faction. The mutant asks with a choice why his friend simply didn't tell him about that whole difficult situation sooner. The imprisoned young man lets out a tired sigh on the other end of the line without being able to find the strength to answer his friend. Silence returns between the two while the boy holds the device, feeling the weight of that whole painful situation. Gio insists, begging for his old partner to say something and explain the reason for having acted in that way. Suddenly, rage consumes the boy, who screams into the phone, calling the swordsman a traitor with a lot of indignation. He demands, furious, that the young man give him at least one excuse or justification instead of staying silent with shame. The boy punches the table, accusing his friend of trying to sell him to send him back to that cursed laboratory. The young man in the cell lowers his head with remorse while he listens to his friend shout that he is the worst person in the whole world. With a scary look, the protagonist tells him to accept his mistakes and pay for all of his crimes in prison. One listens to everything in complete silence, accepting the fury of his former partner with an expression of resignation. He finally agrees with a whisper, admitting that punishment is exactly what he really deserves to receive. The young man reaches out his arm slowly and places the phone receiver in its place, ending the painful farewell call. He holds the device, knowing that the police will now take very good care of his dear little sister from now on. The call is completely finished, leaving only the melancholic and heavy silence in the police interrogation room. Gio highlights on the phone that although he is total trash, his little sister has no fault for what happened. The protagonist tells his friend to serve his time and return one day to make those tasty burgers from the old days. The young man smiles, remembering the happy time when they ate together and played at making bubbles in the hospital room. With tears going down his face, the young man whispers a sincere thank you to his friend for the chance to restart his life. Gio hangs up the phone and lowers his head, feeling an immense mix of sadness and relief for having ended the matter. The captain thinks the boy is very kind and comments that if it were her, she would make the traitor pay 10 times more before burying him. The mutant confesses, sad that he thought all the other confinement companions were free and living well. He clenches his teeth with anger upon realizing that those cursed scientists continue using his friends as guinea pigs. Determined, the boy stares the officer in the eyes and begs her to allow him to help save the other guinea pigs. The investigator gives a satisfied smile upon hearing the request, starts to put her cell phone back on the table. She accepts the support willingly, but asks seriously if the boy really is sure that he will be fine on the mission. He raises his fist, showing his bulging veins, and guarantees that he is no longer that weak and defenseless skeleton from the past. With an icy and determined look, the protagonist promises to rescue all of his friends and destroy the entire laboratory. The scene cuts to nightfall in the city, revealing the start of a new chapter full of surprises for the hero. The captain opens the house door, shouting excitedly for her younger sister, while the protagonist follows right behind. Without ceremony, the woman jumps onto her younger sister to give a tight hug, ending the longing of so many days away. The young girl tries to break free, complaining about the suffocation while the officer hugs her, complimenting the cuteness of her beloved little sister. Yahello watches the scene, shocked to realize that the tough investigator's stance at home is completely different from on the street. The protagonist thought that the police officer was extremely scary, but constatates that she is very sweet and affectionate with her family. Yahello breaks free from the hug and asks, concerned, if Yahello is okay after all the grave problems with his former companion. The hero scratches his head, embarrassed, and responds shyly that things with that friend were finally resolved well. He smiles and warns that he is very well since her older sister resolved that whole complicated situation without delay. The young girl smiles, very relieved to hear that the hero is safe and that there are no more reasons to keep worrying. She asks if the protagonist wants to eat that meat and fruit dish he didn't manage to finish at dinner. That moment, the police officer sees the messages about the strange recipe on her cell phone and suspects that exotic dish of her sister's. Excited, the young cook presents with pride the huge steaming pot full of cooked meat decorated with fruit. The captain holds a tangerine with chopsticks, totally disbelieving that the bizarre recipe wasn't just a joke. Shocked, the police officer asks with a lot of anger who was responsible for teaching that absurd recipe to her little sister. The younger one shows the cell phone screen, proud, revealing she followed the instructions from an artificial intelligence app. Songhai and stares at the tangerine with a dark look, indignant at an artificial intelligence playing with humans like that. She explains technically that mixing hot fruit into the pot roast turns the meal into true organic trash. The younger one tries to defend herself, commenting that she changed the steps a little, but the officer warns that that will blow up her stomach. She cries, saying she put the fruit in just to give vitamin C to her older sister, who is always tired from work. Hearing that the younger one cooked, thinking of her health, hits the captain's heart, and she becomes paralyzed with so much emotion in the kitchen. So as not to disappoint the little one, she decides to eat the succulent tangerine, even knowing the taste must be terrible. The younger one asks her not to force herself, but the investigator swallows everything quickly with determination and plenty of courage. With a very forced smile, she raises her thumb and guarantees that the exotic mixture is extremely tasty and divine. Yahello jumps for joy at the positive response while the captain lies, saying that all fruit and meat combine very well. Chewing quickly with full cheeks, she tries to keep up appearances so as not to hurt her adorable little sister at all. The young girl celebrates, radiant with happiness, truly believing that her innovative dish was a tremendous success at the table. Yahello also raises his thumb and devours the stew cheerfully while the police officer stares at him, totally confused by his reaction. The boy serves himself more food and states, with a lot of excitement, that he would be able to eat for dinner every day of his life. She observes the protagonist eat and wonders if his regeneration failed and ended up leaving the boy without a sense of taste. In a few minutes, they finish dinner, cleaning all the bowls completely and thanking her for the curious meal. After the meal, the owner of the house takes the floor and warns that she needs to organize a few important details about their routine. Pointing with her chopsticks, she warns directly that they need to decide exactly where the boy will stay accommodated. Now, the captain highlights that putting an unknown young man to live together with two women alone is a very serious decision. The young girl is very worried, remembering that the hero is being hunted, and asks where else he would manage to take shelter. The protagonist holds the little dog, looking a bit awkward while the officer explains that the police headquarters isn't safe yet. She asks for a moment from the two and draws her cell phone to make an extremely urgent work call. The woman calls the police central office, looking for some apartment or emergency housing available for the young man. However, the response from the the other end is negative, revealing that all official government shelters are full at the moment. Hanging up the phone, she relates to the young people that she will need a few days until a vacancy appears in some lodging. With this, the investigator temporarily allows him to stay living there, leaving the boy radiant with so much joy. Hyeji celebrates happily along with the little dog, Batatinha, celebrating that the protagonist is now the new resident of the house. However, the owner of the house starts to write on a paper on the table and warns firmly that the conversation still isn't over. The protagonist swallows hard and stares at her with a confused expression, not understanding what she is plotting with that sheet. Suddenly, the captain slams the sheet of paper with a lot of force on the table, calling everyone's immediate attention in the room. She warns seriously that he will only be able to use the living room, and that he is strictly forbidden from entering her sister's room. She presents a detailed list with 10 strict rules of coexistence that the boy will need to read and sign on the spot. The woman whispers threateningly behind him, making the protagonist tremble and sign the document, running out of sheer terror. With a scary look, she reinforces that the punishment for invading the younger one's room will be simply terrible and deadly. Yahello trembles, holding the rules, aware that any slip could lead him directly to the worst punishment of his life. Hyeji thinks the list is somewhat exaggerated, but the protagonist responds promptly that he will obey all the rules without fail. Changing the subject, the captain asks for the boy to accompany her to a silent location to talk in private. The young man is confused and swallows hard, wondering where they are going in the middle of that such dark night. She walks toward the exit, explaining that she needs to analyze closely the real extent of the boy's regenerative power. They arrive at an abandoned construction site, which, due to being totally deserted and silent, is the perfect setting for the test. She explains that for the hero to help destroy the laboratory, she needs to understand all the details of his abilities. The protagonist starts to detail his powers, revealing that he is capable of regenerating any wound on his physical body. He adds that he needs a fair amount of stored blood to manage to keep his recovery rate at the maximum level. The captain stares at him closely and states that body regeneration doesn't seem to be his only special ability. She remembers that she saw traces of a simply absurd and devastating physical strength in the warehouse where he fought. The boy comments that his general physical abilities always seemed far above average because of his heart. With an analytical look, the police officer highlights that just saying he is a little better doesn't come close to the truth. He explains that he had never fully regenerated before, and that he discovered he gets much stronger when sucking blood. The investigator concludes that for the boy, fresh blood works perfectly both as medicine and fuel. Thinking about that, she moves away slowly, stating that from that perspective, they will need to do an immediate test. She throws an electronic device onto the dusty ground and orders directly for the young man to pick up the object. The captain explains that that is a manual force gauge and orders him to squeeze the device with all his energy. Observing the device, the protagonist remembers vaguely having already seen an identical pressure reader in the laboratory. He positions his fingers on the device, trying to recall the exact method to use the full strength of his hand. He concentrates all his attention on his palm and begins to focus his muscular energy on the testing apparatus. Suddenly, his veins glow red as he directs the entire blood flow straight to his arm. The protagonist lets out a shout of extreme effort, tensing all his muscles to apply the pressure. With a deafening crack, the electronic meter shatters into dozens of pieces, leaving the young man stunned. The captain widens her eyes in disbelief, seeing that he destroyed a gauge that could handle up to 500 kilograms of pressure. She freezes, realizing that the boy's physical strength easily surpassed the grip power of a wild gorilla. Worried, the hero apologizes for breaking the device and says that Che Won's blood must have made him very strong. Still shocked, the investigator seriously admits that the young man's physical power exceeded all her expectations. With that, she uses her powerful mutant ability to make several large rocks float around her head. The protagonist is completely surprised and takes a step back upon witnessing that display of mystical power. Without any warning, the woman launches the rock projectiles at high speed directly at the boy, With absurd reflexes, the mutant performs quick acrobatics and dodges all the stones flying in his direction. However, one of the rocks changes direction in the air and hits the protagonist square on the forehead, causing him to let out a groan of pain. The captain sighs, impressed, explaining that she was controlling the trajectory of the stones and that dodging them was already incredible. She pats the injured young man's head, assuring him that he has reached the level of an elite mutant in combat. Curious, the boy asks if the investigator's special gift is a type of advanced telekinetic psychic power. The investigator tells him not to be ridiculous, as mutant abilities are fully explained by science. With a slight smile on her face, she explains that her power is considered a state secret and cannot be revealed. She seriously warns that the hero will also need to keep his mutant gifts hidden from the rest of the world. She stares at the young man deeply, emphasizing that he probably understands this danger better than she does. Yahello reflects in silence and mentally agrees with the very prudent advice offered by the police captain. He recalls his last wild fights and concludes that he has been using his absurd strength without thinking of the consequences. His thoughts are interrupted by the cheerful voice of Hyaji, who appears walking toward them on the plot. She excitedly shows that she brought ice, cold cans of soda, so they could cool off from the heat. The protagonist is immensely happy and even drools with desire upon seeing that refreshing drink in the middle of the night. Observing the boy's silly excitement, the captain gives a tender smile, realizing that deep down he is still just a young man. The woman warns that she needs to make some important work calls and asks them to save a can for her. The young man grabs the red soda and begins to drink it all very quickly under the watchful eyes of his friend. The boy widens his shining eyes with pure emotion and shouts this soda is the best drink in the world. He explains hilariously that he feels as if his mind is exploding. The carbonated liquid is so sweet and refreshing. The man says that drinking it activates a happiness switch in his head, while the girl enjoys his reaction. However, he focuses his gaze on the red can and feels he has experienced that sweet flavor at some point in his life. He recalls a fond memory of Che, one wearing an apron and handing him a juicy homemade burger. The young man sadly realizes that he drank that same soda accompanied by the snacks his former friend used to prepare. Noticing the protagonist's sudden mood swing, the girl approaches, worried, and asks what happened. Yahello disguises his melancholy and answers in a low voice that it is nothing important and that she does not need to worry. The girl stares at him with a confused expression, not fully understanding the reason for his sudden sadness. He confesses in a whisper that he just remembered his old partner and his other former friends for a second. Sitting on the bench under the starry night, he laments with longing, remembering that they were all extremely close. Hyaji smiles slightly and comments that the boy cares immensely about the happiness of his beloved companions. Yahello explains that for him, all the other mutants in that place were considered his true family. He recalls the terrible tests and torture he suffered at the laboratory's secret research facilities. In those dark times, the rare peaceful moments with the other test subjects made the suffering be forgotten for a while. He states with an open heart that in the middle of that great nightmare, his friends were the only ones who made him breathe in peace. The protagonist deeply laments having been the only mutant who actually managed to stay out of their clutches. He hangs his head, melancholy, thinking that his precious friends are still trapped in that terrible place. He clenches his own fist with extreme determination and mentally promises that he will return to rescue each one of them. The hero states with hatred in his eyes that he is totally willing to destroy the Hermes laboratory completely by force. The girl says that even without special powers, she will do everything she can to help him win this hard journey. She opens a very cheerful and cute smile, asking him to call her at any moment he needs help. The protagonist is a little surprised by the very kind and welcoming attitude of his new roommate. With a very grateful look, he finally opens a sincere smile and thanks her for the unconditional support offered. A few days pass, and the scene cuts to the sunny facade of a huge high school in the city. In the classroom hallway, two students whisper excitedly upon hearing the rumor that a new student has just transferred. Other students comment on the look of the young man who is about to arrive and already plan planning to ask for his social media profile. The teacher asks for total silence from the class, while the protagonist waits nervously at the crack of the entrance door. The boy's mutant heart begins to beat fast due to the extreme nervousness of facing that room. He enters the class in the standard school uniform, but still feels confused about the need to go through all of it. Sweating cold in front of all his new classmates, he holds the straps of his backpack and tries to force a friendly greeting. He introduces himself as Kim Jiao, remembering that the captain guaranteed that attending that school would help him find his friends. The boy sits at his desk in the middle of the classroom and wonders what he should do to start investigating there. He freezes completely with the pressure of the environment and mentally confesses that he is so nervous that he feels like vomiting. Immediately, several girls approach his desk, striking up a conversation and praising the boy's cute and delicate look. Some boys from the back of the class also come close to ask where he came from and if he is good at playing soccer. Cornered by dozens of questions from all sides, the hero goes into total panic, not knowing how to react to civilians. In his memory, the investigator hands him a brown bag, enigmatically announcing his very first mission. She says she spent the last few days working out rescue strategies, and that this infiltration will be fundamental at the beginning. Curious, the hero opens the paper bag, trying to guess what kind of special spy equipment he received. He pulls out a white button-down shirt, and the girl immediately recognizes the male school uniform of her school. The captain confirms the plan, revealing that starting the next day, the boy will study in the same class as young Hayaji, and so the hero finally begins his disguise as a regular high school student to fulfill the goal. The school bell rings loudly, causing several students to run in a hurry toward the patio for recess. Back in class, the students continue bombarding the newcomer with dozens of intimate questions about his tastes. Stuttering a lot, he tries to answer about his height and personality, but is completely cowed by the interrogation. In the memory, the captain warned that he exudes the smell of a lab subject and that he will need to act normally to not stand out. With a very serious look, she emphasized that he needs to behave exactly like any ordinary human being at school. He remembers that under no circumstances can people suspect his mutant heart, while the students praise him. The shadows of the students seem gigantic to the confused boy who understands nothing of that social lifestyle. With his nerves on edge, he is sure that his secret disguise will end up being unmasked right there on the first day. Suddenly, a huge palm hits the boy's wooden desk with great violence, startling everyone there. It is revealed that Tegu arrived, shouting at the class, ordering them to stop suffocating and scaring the new guy with so many questions. The big guy puts his arm around his shoulder and makes up perfect excuses, answering all the questions in his place. The hero stares at him with relief, recognizing that that big guy is the loyal Tegu, who came to save him at the exact moment. With a fun look, the big young man lies, saying that the two are great childhood friends from long ago. He clears the crowd of curious onlookers, warning that he needs to catch up with his old childhood partner. The protagonist opens a huge smile and thanks his friend immensely for having resolved that suffocating situation. The big guy becomes serious for a moment, revealing that Hayaji explained the whole secret disguise plan for the mission to him. Tegu guarantees with pride that he knows every corner of that school, and the mutant celebrates having such a reliable ally. He gives a confident thumbs up and tells the hero to ask him whenever he has any questions about the school. Tegu's face turns blue with pure despair, and he confesses, stuttering, that he has no idea of the right answer. The teacher complains that tests are coming up and tells the big guy to be quiet so he can move on to the next question. He makes a drama by putting his hand on his face when hearing the question about which bacteria caused the terrible Black Plague. With a confident smile and at the top of his lungs, the big guy shouts that the virus causing the Black Plague was the corona. The teacher hits him on the head with the book, annoyed by the silly answer, while the whole class bursts into laughter. Observing the comical scene, the protagonist cannot hold himself and gives a sincere laugh at his best friend's blunder. Suddenly, teacher points the chalk at the newcomer and orders him to try to answer that same question. Taegu despairs, knowing that the hero is very strong but is considered a bit slow for theoretical history questions. To everyone's surprise, Jayo raises his arm calmly and correctly answers that it was the bubonic plague bacteria. The whole classroom turns around, surprised, whispering that the new boy is very different from the big guy in the back. The teacher decides to test him again with another difficult question, but the boy answers immediately and with precision. Jayo answers a true downpour of complex history questions without hesitating for even a single second, adjusting his glasses with his finger. The educator's jaw dropped, totally shocked by the genius intellect of the newcomer. He praises the hero, saying he has never seen such speed, and asks the whole class to clap for the student. Embarrassed by the praise, the boy scratches the back of his neck and smiles awkwardly, while his classmates believe he is a genius. Taegu has a hilarious face of absolute shock to discover that his skinny friend was not as slow as he thought. In the hallway, the big guy corners the protagonist, demanding to know how he managed to memorize all that content. He gestures, revolted, asking what on earth that Sarajevo incident the boy mentioned means. Laughing very lightly, the hero confesses in a relaxed way that, in truth, he also does not know the meaning. The big guy widens his eyes and gets an expression of extreme confusion stamped on his reddened face. Without understanding anything, the boy questions how he got everything right if he claims not to know the concepts of the answers given. He reveals that during his time in the laboratory, the scientists let the subjects read school textbooks. The skinny boy read the texts repeatedly because imagining his friends studying together was the only thing that comforted him. The big guy freezes upon realizing that the hero memorized all the school books out of pure lack of choice in that nightmare. Crying a lot, he hugs his friend, lamenting the extremely lonely and meaningless life the mutant led in prison. Wiping his tears, the big guy warns that the next class is physical education and promises that the hero will have a lot of fun. The scene cuts to the school's covered court, where dozens of students are already gathered to start the activities. The physical education teacher holds a ball and announces that today's class will be a big dodgeball tournament. The students divide into two rival teams and begin to provoke each other, heating up the dispute on the court. The protagonist scratches his head awkwardly and whispers, asking his companion what that dodgeball game means. The big guy explains very simply that the player just needs to throw the ball and dodge the opposing team's attacks. Taegu gives a confident thumbs up and guarantees that the newcomer can count on his total protection during the entire match on the court. However, right at the beginning of the game, a violent ball hits the big guy's face squarely, and he is eliminated immediately. The opposing team bursts into laughter while the protagonist runs, worried, to help his friend fallen on the ground. The young man bleeds from his nose but tries to play it tough, saying with a nasal voice that impact was just tickles. The big guy points to the court and warns seriously the protagonist is now alone in the game and is in danger. The strongest player on the opposing team prepares for the final throw, with only the newcomer remaining as a target on the court. The big guy cleans his bloody nose and admits internally that agility sport was never his strong suit. The hero freezes with nervousness, trying to remember the simple rules of just throwing and dodging that his friend explained. He remembers the advice to use only half of his mutant strength while the teacher shouts for Taegu to leave the court. The protagonist remembers that half of his raw power is still enough to break brick walls with his hand. The big guy leaves the court laughing awkwardly while the mutant concentrates on using the minimum of his extraordinary strength. A confused gorilla appears in the hero's thoughts, as he has no idea how to dose his monstrous physical strength. The opponent runs, holding the dodgeball, and warns that the new student should not be daydreaming in the middle of the match. He unleashes an absurdly powerful throw that makes the ball whiz through the air at high speed in the hero's direction. Jayo widens his eyes, realizing he is the target of the deadly attack, and despairs, not knowing exactly what to do. He tries to dodge dodge the projectile while thinking desperately about how to manage to apply only half of his power. In a fraction of a second, the boy executes extremely light dodging movements, imitating the swaying of a leaf in the air. All the students in the bleachers are left speechless upon seeing the newcomer dodge multiple attacks with such class. With a concentrated and calm look, the protagonist becomes the great attraction of the school for his unbelievable agility. He dodges the balls without moving his feet on the ground, limiting himself to swaying only the upper part of his torso. Everyone finds it incredible how he seems to be playing with the other team's plays extremely easily. Taegyu signals to stop, desperate, shouting that the boy interpreted his advice to use half in the wrong way. The protagonist is confused and asks himself mentally if the half referred to the left and right sides of the body. Distracted by his thoughts, the hero is hit square in the middle of his face by a powerful throw on the court. The boy falls flat on his back on the court floor while his classmates run worried to see if he got hurt. He gets up, touching his nose, which started bleeding slightly after the strong impact suffered from the ball's throw. The boy just gives a very cheerful laugh, showing his surprised classmates that he is perfectly healthy. In the bleachers, the girls comment, fascinated, on how the new student is extremely charming and good at physical sports. Observing the scene, Haiji smiles slightly, very happy to see that the hero is managing to fit in very well. At the end of the afternoon, the exit bell rings and the students say goodbye, agreeing to play together before going to study. Walking back home, the big guy asks the mutant what he thought of his first day of class at school. The young man jokes, commenting that it must be really very difficult to police himself so as not to end up exposing himself in front of everyone. Taegyu points to himself and guarantees that he is the only trustworthy brother the protagonist has at that new school. The boy smiles and agrees, admitting that the school routine is infinitely better and different from everything he experienced in prison. He reflects that at school he can finally run and play soccer freely, without any kind of scientific control. He is happy to see that at school all young people can talk and have fun in a totally spontaneous way. Besides that, he finds the freedom of being able to buy any tasty snack in the cafeteria while having money wonderful. The boy smiles slightly, confessing internally that all that civilian freedom still seems a bit strange to him, but despite the initial strangeness, he concludes with satisfaction that that first day was incredibly fun. The big guy freezes upon hearing his friend's sincere outburst and stares at him with an expression of surprise stamped on his face. The hero smiles, grateful, and reveals that he would never have lived such an incredible experience without the friendship of the two partners. Taegyu is embarrassed and warns that he still has an infinity of fun things from the civilian world to show him. The scene cuts suddenly to the aerial night view of a huge, apparently abandoned industrial complex. In the dark shed, henchmen in suits confirm that the laboratory has not yet noticed the illegal diversion of cargo. The leader says that everything is going well and orders them to continue feigning loyalty until the coup is finalized. Suddenly, the man in the suit stops talking and orders his henchmen to remain motionless upon noticing a suspicious presence. They look to the corner of the concrete room and find a mysterious subject eating instant noodles on the floor. The man in dark glasses chews the noodles calmly and complains that the henchman in suits arrived too early today, believing him to be just an invading beggar. The leader orders with disdain for the henchman to throw him out immediately. Upon being grabbed, the subject reacts with great agility, pushing the henchman while complaining that he still hasn't drunk the broth. Irritated by the resistance, the group leader draws his fist and threatens to make broth come out of the cheeky invader's skull. Without caring about the threat, the invader in dark glasses eats a sausage on a stick and analyzes the criminal leader's face. He complains comically that he cannot see the target's features because he is in a very dark environment. He He realizes that the problem was just the dark glasses and lifts the lens, giving a sadistic smile upon recognizing the target. In a swift movement, the leader attacks, unleashing a powerful punch that breaks the glasses and throws the invader's sausage into the air. The criminal boss stares at him with a lot of anger and orders once again for the guy to leave before he decides to kill him. Suddenly, one of the henchmen screams, terrified, upon noticing that his boss's hand started to turn into raw stone. The leader bellows in pain, seeing his arm petrify completely, while the invader in glasses tells him to stop whining. The guy with glasses lifts the enemy's stone hand and demands to know how much money he received at the Hermes laboratory today. It is revealed that the mysterious invader is also a carrier of a special mutant heart capable of petrifying matter. He introduces himself as a mutant scavenger and warns coldly that he will confiscate all the money as a fee for his trouble. Back at school, the boys run excited on the lawn, playing a very noisy soccer match during recess. It has already been a week since the protagonist has been attending classes, and he runs with the ball at his feet, trying to dodge the opponents. He reflects that the first mission given by the captain was simply to get used to living a peaceful life as an ordinary human. At the beginning, he lived very tense, fearing being discovered for acting strangely and couldn't enjoy things. But living and having lunch daily with young people his age, he noticed a very positive change in his heart. The boy runs smiling across the soccer field, realizing that the school routine is much more fun than he imagined. Tegu kicks the soccer ball with force in his direction and shouts at the top of his lungs for the boy to finish the play on goal. Looking at the ball, the protagonist smiles, grateful to finally be able to run free on the field and truly play again. He tries to control the ball with his chest, but ends up getting all tangled up with the speed of his companion's pass. The boy takes a totally clumsy kick at the air and ends up falling on his back on the lawn in a very silly way. His classmates die of laughter at the wrong move and joke, asking if the newcomer is, in the end, good or bad at sports. He also laughs at his own fall, and his friends think happily that the young man now looks like a totally ordinary guy. Hayaji arrives running, announcing that the classroom cleaning is finished, and invites the hero and Tegu to leave together. The three friends walk happily, leaving through the school gates, while the sun begins to set on the horizon. Jayo is fascinated, staring at a grilled chicken skewer, drooling with desire upon feeling the wonderful aroma of the meat. His friends laugh at his naive reaction, while the hero says that just the smell of the skewer already makes him immensely happy. Tegu jokes, threatening to eat the skewer, but the boy protects it, saying he wants to share the snack with his little dog, Batatina. Hayaji warns that animals cannot eat seasoned food, leaving the protagonist surprised by the medical information. Suddenly, they hear an agonizing groan of pain coming from an alley and wonder if someone is feeling unwell nearby. Find the mutant scavenger fallen on his stomach on the ground, groaning with hunger for having used his petrifying power too much. In his thoughts, the scavenger remembers that he faced dozens of henchmen all night and spent all his energy in the battle. Very hungry, he spots a small flower bed on the sidewalk and crawls slowly toward the plants. The man focuses his gaze on the daisies in the public garden, determined to use the fertile soil to regain his vital strength. He stretches his trembling hand into the black soil, planning to extract the nutrients from the ground through his mutant stone heart. However, the protagonist appears running and holds his arm, shouting, startled, that eating dirt is dangerous for his health. The guy in dark glasses tries to explain, saying he was not going to eat the dirt, but the mutant refuses to believe the excuse. He shouts, revealing that he already tried to eat when he was very hungry and ended up with a terrible stomach-ache. The boy points to the nearby dandelion leaves, suggesting that green plants are much more nutritious and safer. Hayaji approaches and warns with dismay that street plants also should not be eaten, leaving the hero surprised. The scavenger tries to get up in a hurry and warns, embarrassed, that he is not any beggar or needy homeless person. The three friends stare at him in absolute silence, making the guy in glasses realize that they already considered him homeless. Suddenly, the man in dark glasses sniffs the air upon feeling an extremely delicious aroma coming from very close to him. His eyes eyes shine, and he points directly to the chicken skewer in the protagonist's hand, begging for food. Jio feels compassion, remembering his own hungry past, and decides to return the kindness that Hyeji once had for him. He crouches down reluctantly, but generously, and warns that the guy in dark glasses can take only one bite of the snack. The hungry man opens his mouth in a monstrous way and snaps up the entire skewer all at once, startling the boy. The protagonist bellows, desperate, seeing the freeloading guy devour all his grilled chicken in the blink of an eye without leaving anything. The guy lets out a loud and satisfied burp, holding only the totally clean wooden stick after the quick banquet. With his energy totally recovered by the protein, the scavenger throws himself on his back on the floor, laughing happily with happiness. While the man praises the delicious flavor of the meat, the protagonist laments, crying for not having managed to take a single bite. Sitting on the ground, the scavenger opens his backpack zipper and promises that he will pay the cost of the snack generously to the young man. The three friends widen their eyes and are left speechless, seeing that the guy's backpack is overflowing with stacks of money. The man with glasses draws a generous wad of high-value bills and extends it toward the hero to settle his small debt. They are in a state of total shock, realizing that supposed fallen beggar was actually a mysterious millionaire. The hero thinks the amount is too high, but Tegu whispers, ordering him to accept the money quickly so they can buy dozens of skewers. Suddenly, in an ultra-fast movement, a hand appears out of nowhere and steals the stacks of bills directly from the air by surprise. Two criminals on a powerful motorcycle grab the money backpack and accelerate, fleeing at very high speed down the sidewalk. Several people scream, desperate, in the street, asking for help and assistance to capture the thieves, who are fleeing by motorcycle. Hyeji is startled by the robbery and quickly draws her cell phone to call the police, but notices something strange next to her. She looks around, confused, and notices that Gio and the other companions disappeared, running at the same instant from the place. The furious scavenger and Tegu run with all their strength after the motorcycle, yelling for the hero to chase them too. The thieves mock, looking through the rearview mirror, laughing at the useless attempt of those young people to try to race a motorcycle on foot. In an explosive start, Jai overtakes the big guy at an absurd speed and warns that he will chase the thieves alone. Tegu freezes with worry, remembering that the hero cannot use his super speed in front of so many civilian witnesses. To make matters worse, the exhausted scavenger collapses on the ground and grabs Tegu's jacket, begging for him to recover the stolen backpack. Without wanting to, the guy pulls the big guy's pants down in the middle of the street, leaving him extremely furious and embarrassed there. Meanwhile, the hero advances swiftly along the sidewalk and prepares to use all his mutant power as soon as he finds a deserted spot. The protagonist's mutant heart begins to pulse intensely, glowing red and sending energy to his legs. He takes advantage of the empty street and fires at a superhuman speed, looking like a black blur along the asphalt. In the blink of an eye, the hero reaches the motorcyclists, leaving the assailants completely horrified with fear. The accomplice in the back seat looks back, scared, and asks himself how on earth a pedestrian managed to reach them on foot. With a dark look of glowing red eyes, the boy approaches while the motorcycle rider shouts to accelerate. Jio jumps with violence and hits the back of the motorcycle, destroying parts of the vehicle. With the force of the impact, the hero lands, sliding impeccably along the asphalt, demonstrating total control of his physical speed. Trembling a lot, the thieves try to understand what kind of monster with abnormal physical attributes just attacked them. The motorcycle rider looks through the rearview mirror and widens his eyes upon noticing that the boy continues running right behind them. Desperate, they realize that the motorcycle does not gain distance and deduce in panic that the newcomer is a high-class mutant. With that, one of the assailants spots a huge construction scaffolding structure right ahead in the narrow street. He shouts, pointing to the scaffolding, and orders the accomplice to knock down the metal structure to crush the pursuer. With a violent kick, the passenger hits the support beams and causes the entire scaffolding to start collapsing onto the road. huge avalanche of heavy concrete blocks, and Rebel falls from above, going straight in the direction of the protagonist. Yahello looks up, startled, seeing the rain of heavy rocks totally cover his escape path on the sidewalk. He grits his teeth, irritated, and decides that he will need to withstand the devastating impact so as not to lose sight of the thieves. The blocks collide against the boy, raising a giant cloud of dust, while the motorcyclists celebrate the hit, believing they managed to crush the pursuer. One of the thieves makes an offensive gesture, mocking his defeat. Silence returns to the street for a few seconds, leaving only the huge pile of concrete rubble smoking on the ground. Suddenly, the pile of rocks moves, and the hero resurges with his hand on his head, complaining only of a slight dizziness. Ignoring the slight injuries, he prepares to resume the hunt, focused on recovering the stolen bag at any cost. Some pedestrians who were passing nearby stare at him, horrified without understanding how the boy survived the collapse. A crowd begins to form around him, forcing the mutant to retreat, so as not to end up revealing his powers in public. The scene cuts back to the twilight sky, indicating the end of the afternoon and the beginning of a dangerous night in the city. The thieves finally arrive by motorcycle and enter the internal yard of a large industrial shed that serves as a heady-up. They park the vehicle, sighing with relief, and confirm happily that no one else is following their route. While they celebrate the profit of the robbery, the rider freezes with dread and points, desperate, to a figure standing right in front. Standing in the middle of the path, the scavenger in dark glasses waits for them silently with a cold and threatening look. With a devastating blow of his stone fist, the mutant hits the front of the motorcycle, destroying the vehicle completely. The brutal impact throws the two thieves and the metal wreckage upward, scattering dust throughout the shed. They collide violently against the concrete floor of the hideout, screaming in pain after the violent tumble suffered. The scavenger walks calmly in their direction and questions, ironically, Lee ran so hard to escape from him. He explains with mockery that he can track the exact location of any enemy who is stepping on the ground. The fallen criminals go into absolute panic upon realizing that they stole the money of an extremely dangerous mutant, with half of his face already petrified. The guy warns calmly that they would not have permission to keep the suitcase. He extends his open hand toward the trembling thieves, demanding the immediate return of his backpack full of money. The tougher assailant spits blood and refuses to hand over the bag, rising up enraged to fight against him. He unleashes a punch against the mutant's belly, but the attack proves useless, and his arm starts to petrify there. Suddenly, the deafening roar of dozens of engines echoes through the shed, and several motorcycle headlights illuminate the place. Dozens of armed motorcyclists emerge from the shadows, surrounding the scavenger and revealing that he invaded the base of a gang. The assailant smiles in a sadistic way, stating that he will take advantage of the situation to capture and sell the stone mutant without showing any sign of fear. The guy just puts his hand in his pocket and asks if he really thinks so. He crouches down, touching the floor of the hideout, and warns calmly that the amount of men they have is still very small. The scavenger's stone heart pulses with force, accumulating a monumental amount of telluric energy in the area. He spreads his hand over the concrete floor, releasing a shock wave that makes the entire structure of the shed tremble. The motorcyclists scream, desperate, ordering the companions to immobilize him quickly before he activates his ability. One of the criminals accelerates his motorcycle, jumping over the wreckage in a desperate attempt to crush the stone mutant. The ground begins to crack violently in all directions, making the henchmen scream, thinking it to be a real earthquake. Huge pillars of solid rock break the ground with violence, making the gang realize that he is an extreme-level mutant. Maintaining the cold expression, the scavenger warns that he will simply bury the entire gang hideout under tons of rock. In a catastrophic thud, the shed collapses completely, being totally crushed and buried by the fury of his power. The assistant in the suit approaches the captain's room and extends a printed report, formally calling her leader. He hands over the file of the new investigation target that the police officer had urgently requested hours ago. She reads that the suspect is named Kong Dong. Olkin acts as team leader in a large construction company linked to the laboratory, analyzing the printed photo of the subject in the document. She comments, surprised that he seems to be a quite young person. the captain decides that she needs to warn Jayo, while the assistant asks himself if the suspect really knows the protagonist. The investigator responds dryly that she has no idea of the type of relationship the two guys have. The secretary reflects aloud, speculating that the young man in the photo might be one of the former companions the hero is looking for. However, the woman gives a very mysterious slight smile, indicating that she has a strong hunch about the case. She states with total conviction that her female intuition guarantees that the stone guy is indeed a great friend of Jayo. The protagonist hits his hands on the office desk and shouts, emotional, upon hearing that they finally found his friend. She asks him not to get excited and to stay calm because the suspect's identity has not yet 100% confirmed. Observing the uniform, she praises the boy's look and asks in a friendly way how his routine at school is going. He smiles, saying he is having fun, but confesses that school makes him have even more longing for his old companions. Next, he changes his tone and questions what she meant by stating that they might already know the investigated mutant. She explains that the suspect is approximately his age, and that her team was already monitoring him for other reasons. The captain slides the file over the wooden table so that the protagonist can confirm once and for all if he recognizes the young man's face. The boy stares at the printed paper and widens his eyes in absolute shock upon analyzing the suspect's photo in detail. He shouts, pointing to the report, and reveals, totally stunned, that that is the supposed rich beggar they robbed in the alley. The protagonist reports, agitated, that the guy ate his entire chicken skewer, and that before he was trying to eat dirt. The police officer asks if the registration name Kangdong Oak brings any memory, but the boy answers negatively right away. He explains that his vision was bad in the laboratory but guarantees that he would recognize his friend immediately if he saw him in person. The boy emphasizes that both the physiognomy and the civilian name presented in the document seem completely new to him. Suddenly, he lets out a deafening shout of astonishment upon reading the excerpt that describes the suspect's special powers in the file. The hero focuses his attention on the report and tells the investigator to wait a second, because he just made of a big discovery upon reading about the rare ability of body petrification. He has absolute certainty of who that young man in the photo really is. He remembers little Do Hying, who lived with him in the hospital, and shouts, stating that his real name is that. He asks, desperate, if the police have absolute certainty that the suspect uses gifts of petrification in his actions. The captain confirms seriously that his mutant heart indeed possesses the feared and powerful property of stone. The mutant stares at her in a very concentrated way and demands to know where his former cell companion is located now. She reveals that Do Hying is also allied with the laboratory and became the president of a multi-million-dollar construction company. Because of it, the captain reports that although the evidence is circumstantial, the guy ended up entering the sights of the police special agency. The protagonist laments disappointed upon realizing that Do Hyung followed the same criminal path of betrayal as Che. 1. Because of this, she presents a new secret infiltration mission and asks if the boy accepts to help her in the investigation. That the hero gives a determined smile, demonstrating that he will not flee from the challenge and that he is ready for whatever comes now. Placing his hands firmly on the table, he guarantees convincingly that he accepts the dangerous police mission without hesitating. The image of the little skeleton mutant resurges, starting a new chapter focused on the president of the Hoden Construction Company. The police officer explains that there is a third-party company that takes care of several public infrastructure works in the city. She adds that the great leader behind all the business of this construction company is Kang Do Hyung himself. The plan consists of Jayo hiding his true identity and infiltrating as an ordinary worker at his construction site. The boy's main mission will be to spy closely on the illegal business that his former friend maintains with the Herms laboratory. However, the investigator warns seriously that he must remember that his former friends have changed a lot and are no longer the same. She emphasizes that the suspect's connection with the criminal faction is much deeper and more dangerous than Che Won's was. The captain concludes by saying that if the hero manages to persuade or even use his former partner in favor of the investigation, they will finally have in their hands a real chance to attract the high echelon of the Hermes laboratory directly into a trap. With this, they will manage to expose the true heads of the criminal faction, who use young mutants in such a cruel way. In the present, big guy Taegu carries a huge weight on his back and complains, grumbling about having gotten into that mess. He walks unsteadily through the construction site, lamenting that helping to find the hero's friend required so much heavy work. Jayo is very worried about his friend's tiredness and thanks him for the support, saying that he didn't need to exert himself so much there. The big guy gives a confident thumbs up and guarantees that that is nothing, telling the protagonist to focus on his own mission. He strikes a secret agent pose and celebrates, saying that infiltration in the construction company is a true espionage mission. He smiles, excited, and warns with confidence for his friend to leave all the rest of the work exclusively in his hands. Taegu asks when he intends to find his friend, but the boy confesses that he still doesn't know his exact location. The big guy shouts, revolted, questioning if his plan was just to walk around the work site waiting to run into the guy. The protagonist scratches his head awkwardly, while his friend warns that the target is the owner of the construction company and almost never stays on the track. Taegu suggests they start by asking the older workers if it is possible to schedule a meeting with the president. He gestures confidently, saying he knows exactly how to flatter the veterans to get any information for free. However, an angry foreman appears, shouting at both of them, accusing the boys of slacking off while on duty. The grumpy man tells the guys to stop asking stupid questions and to work hard if they want to keep their jobs. The worker continues grumbling and cursing the new generation, claiming that young people these days are lazy and soft. He points his finger at Jayo, calling the mutant a preppy, and warns that if he drops the loads, he will be fired immediately. He orders maliciously for the two to move a huge pile of cement bags in less than an hour or get out of there. The guys feign obedience and respond with respect to avoid further discussions with the stressed work supervisor. The protagonist begins to carry the heavy cement bags with extreme ease, while Taegu helps him right behind. Meanwhile, the big guy also makes quite an effort, helping organize the tool boxes of the workers. The hero leaves the veteran workers completely speechless. By carrying several giant wooden logs alone, the veterans admit, impressed, that the two boys are extremely diligent and work with great seriousness. They praise the absurd performance of the pair and admit they would love to have more dedicated helpers like them at the site. Jayo notices his friend's effort and thanks him again for the support, remembering that he didn't need to sacrifice himself so much there. Taegu gives a confident thumbs up and guarantees with a smile that carrying those heavy stones is nothing special for him. A worker shouts, complaining that the boy is running again with the loads, but Jayo warns that he is just walking. He explains that he is practicing just a brisk walk, but his steps are so fast that they leave everyone amazed. The big guy tries to keep up with the rhythm but falls behind, exhausted, while the protagonist fires ahead with the loads. The veteran workers exchange perplexed looks, trying to understand where so much physical strength comes from in such a young boy. Taegu points proudly to the huge pile of bags, totally transferred to the correct location ahead of the deadline. The big guy wipes his sweat and asks with a mocking smile what will be the next impossible service they will do. The grumpy foreman stutters, startled by such physical energy and raw vigor demonstrated by the pair at the work site. He comments that there are still more cement bags on the other side of the site, but the hero already fires running to fetch them. Protagonist runs swiftly, carrying carrying weight, and thanks the workers for giving way in his path through the site. The other workers are left with their mouths open and expressions of total shock upon witnessing that speed. In a few minutes, all the cement on the other side is also transferred while Taegu falls, exhausted, leaning against the wall. The protagonist asks, excited, what will be the next task, leaving the supervisors terrified by such endurance. The man swallows hard, sweating from nervousness, not knowing how to act in front of two boys with so much energy to work. They begin to mix the cement in the tubs with great agility, advancing the entire schedule of the civil construction. Taegu continues assisting with total dedication, organizing the tools and distributing the hammers to the team. The protagonist carries huge wooden logs with a smile on his face, leaving the workers frightened by his strength. The veterans admit, impressed, that the two boys are extremely diligent and work with great seriousness. They praise the impeccable performance of the pair and say that every company would love to hire young people as focused as them. Suddenly, a huge reel of electric cables begins to spin uncontrollably, releasing a thick cable with violence. One of the workers on top of the scaffolding shouts, desperate, warning everyone to take care with the cable that lashes in the air. The veteran worker goes into shock and stays paralyzed with dread, seeing the tip of the out-of-control electric cable fly at him. In a lightning reflex, Yahello jumps and grabs the uninsulated electric cable with his bare hands, receiving a violent discharge. The workers go into total panic and scream, desperate, upon seeing the boy receive that high-voltage shock. The hero bellows in pain while the electricity runs through his entire body, revealing for moments the silhouette of his skeleton. One of the workers runs, desperate, to the power box and shuts off the general energy switch, cutting the high voltage. The boy falls, sitting on the ground, dropping the electric wire, and everyone runs, terrified, in his direction to see if he survived. They surround the hero with expressions of total panic, asking if he is conscious after that deadly discharge. Yahello gives an awkward laugh and guarantees that he is perfectly fine, relieved for not having suffered any serious injury. He thinks relieved that the shock was weak and did not burn his skin, saving him from having his mutant secret revealed there. The workers burst into laughter of pure relief, praising the strength and spectacular reflexes of the young hero in the rescue. They surround him, laughing and petting his head, joking that the skinny boy actually has the physical strength of a bull. Yahello is relieved for not raising suspicions, but realizes that construction site is much more dangerous than he imagined. He observes the grumpy veteran workers and understands that deep down they are just good people who are worried. Taegu suggests taking advantage of the fact that they were accepted to ask about the Hoden Construction Company, and the protagonist agrees. The hero warns that direct questions would call the laboratory's attention and suggests they investigate indirectly. Taegu takes the initiative and asks a colleague if there is any sector in the work with younger workers. The elderly worker points to his own group of 40-year-olds and asks, irritated, if that is not their age. The other workers burst into laughter, saying maliciously that the boys seem to be at least 30 years old. Taegu shouts that he is only 17, but Yahello covers his mouth quickly and corrects him, saying that they are looking for 20-year-olds. The workers reflect and comment that the Hoden Construction Company is really known for having many young people working there. Yahello gets excited immediately and asks, with a smile on his face, where they can find that team from the construction company. The veteran warns that the service there is incredibly rough and difficult. Although they pay their employees very well, the man begins to point out the exact direction, while the two boys listen attentively with a lot of anticipation. Suddenly, the worker points to the entrance and warns, excited, that the team they are looking for just arrived there. A luxury white van parks at the construction site, calling the attention of everyone present at the place. Taegu and the protagonist are left completely jaw-dropped upon seeing the clothes of the people who are disembarking from the van, stunned to see that the workers of that team wear expensive designer clothes right at the construction site. The boys notice famous luxury brands from head to toe and wonder how much money that group really earns. With that, the boys spot one more person getting off the vehicle, and Taegu lets out a groan of astonishment at her presence. The leader of the group gets off the van with an imposing posture and a very stylish look that stands out from afar. The man adjusts his dark glasses on his face and stares at the boys with a very suspicious and attentive look. He recognizes Gio immediately and asks if he isn't the boy who gave him a chicken skewer in the past. The young man approaches the protagonist even more with a serious expression, seeking to confirm his initial suspicion. He insists on the question, stating with absolute certainty that the two already know each other from somewhere in the past. A memory of the past shows when the two were just children surviving together inside the terrible laboratory. The hero gives a slight smile and thinks to himself that he indeed knows that old cell companion very well. He responds aloud, confirming the reunion, and remembers that it has been more than 10 years since the last time they saw each other. Hyang is quite surprised to hear the confirmation and tries to pull from his memory the boy's true identity. The protagonist smiles in a mysterious way and repeats mentally the name of his former confinement colleague at the hospital. The recollection of the old times, when they shared the same experiment cell, resurges intensely in his mind. He repeats with a warm tone that meeting after an entire decade is something really remarkable for both. Hyang opens a friendly smile and comments, excited, on the incredible coincidence of meeting the skewer giver again. Gio undoes the smile and reveals seriously that it was not by chance, as he went there on purpose to find him. The young man is confused by the revelation and wonders the reason for the protagonist having made such a great effort to find him. Gio announces with firmness that he will join the construction company to find out what is his friend's connection with the Hermes laboratory. He reflects that it doesn't matter if his colleague is being blackmailed, as he only wants them to go back to being friends like before. The protagonist swears to himself that he will definitively cut any obscure link that binds the young man to the laboratory. The scene focuses on the thoughtful boy, starting a new decisive moment about the secrets that involve that friendship. Now sitting comfortably on a sofa, Hyang questions again the true goal of that unexpected visit. He wants to know if the boy really wishes to be part of his construction company, and Gio confirms without hesitating a second. The young businessman thanks him for the interest, but warns with a cynical smile that that will be impossible and tells the hero to leave. Gio maintains his calm and smiles, knowing his friend is rigid, but states that he soon will not have another choice but to accept him. He stares at the businessman in a confident way and emphasizes that he knows too much about his past to be ignored like that. Hyang turns around, intrigued by the boy's audacity, and questions with mockery why he would need his help there. Maintaining control of the situation, the hero just asks for him to pay close attention to what he is about to do. The other henchmen around begin to laugh and mock the hero, asking what he could show that is so special there. One of the henchmen throws a glass on the table and tells the boy to stop wasting time and get out immediately from their base. Hyang observes the scene in absolute silence with a very concentrated expression behind his dark sunglasses. Suddenly, the protagonist moves at an absurd speed, creating several trails of himself throughout the meeting room. Taegu despairs at his friend's attitude and shouts, warning that he cannot simply move other people's things like that. The elegant henchmen of the construction company begin to complain, furious, without understanding why the boy is acting that way. One of the henchmen shouts, enraged, to see the boy drag a heavy metal cabinet without asking permission from anyone. Gio finishes the tidying up quickly and warns with all the tranquility in the world that the work is finished there. He explains calmly that he reorganized the entire space to ensure a much more efficient movement flow. The henchmen think that is absurd and try to expel the newcomer, but Hyang raises his hand, ordering them to stop. The businessman stares at the protagonist up close and demands that he explain in detail the reason for his changes there. The boy points to the table and explains that the coffee cup should be on the right because he is a right-handed person. He shows that he organized all the documents on the table in chronological order according to the date of receipt. The hero adds that the pen holder was positioned in a strategic location within reach of the hands without getting in the way. Hyang gestures, pointing backward, and questions what the real utility of having moved that gray cabinet would be. Gio explains that the furniture was covering the only window from where it is possible to see the entire construction site. He states that this clear view is essential for a president to be able to monitor the progress of the work out there. One of the henchmen shouts, saying the boys know nothing and that they already arranged things in their own way. The protagonist retorts, saying with firmness that if they did that, the accident of that day would not have happened there. He argues that efficiency serves to make risks visible and allow a quick reaction in the case of a danger. The hero says that that is the only way to avoid tragedies, while a henchman asks, surprised, about the so-called accident. Hyang realizes that his own subordinates did not even hear about the serious incident that occurred at the site. He points in an intimidating way to the foreman and demands to know if he had knowledge or not about what happened. The foreman stutters, saying he still has not received any report, but the boss bellows with anger because of the excuse. He shouts that the delay in the works and the disorganization of the materials on the ground were already proof more than enough. Hyang continues the scolding, stating that the lack of control at the place is the main cause of so many accidents at the work. Next, the president turns around slowly and points his finger directly in the direction of the young hero, who observes him that the protagonist just stares at him with a very serene and silent expression, waiting for the reaction of his former colleague. Suddenly, Do Hyang's face changes tone, and he opens a huge smile behind his dark sunglasses. He lets out a scandalous laugh and admits, surprised, that the boy managed to notice something important that he himself ignored. The businessman assumes that he needs to review the entire management, and the hero remembers mentally that it was his friend who taught him everything. The memory of the past shows Do Hyang explaining with pride that tidying up the room prevented people from getting hurt. The little skeleton boy was dazzled by his friend's kindness and asked, excited to learn everything about efficiency, too. The boy was a little shy, but accepted willingly to teach him the great importance of being an organized person. Back in the present, Do Hyang points to the hero and warns that he is hired as an intern starting today. The boss says goodbye, saying he has pending business, and guides the newcomer to learn the basic service with the veterans. The two boys make a bow of gratitude while Taegu whispers, impressed by his friend's cleverness. The hero thinks he knows his colleague very well, and that now he only needs to focus on discovering his schemes with the laboratory. But Taegu's feature changes suddenly, indicating that new and serious problems are still to come in that journey. In a corner of the room, the henchmen smoke, quite irritated, and let out several curses because of the humiliation they went through. One of the grumpiest workers stares at the hero with hatred and murmurs with anger, calling the protagonist a preppy, arrogant brat. Jaeho and Taegu notice the threatening looks of the group and notice that they are about to explode from so much indignation there. An hour passes, and the heavy activities at the construction site continue under a climate of extreme tension at the place. Carrying large metal tubes, Taegu comments, relieved, that managing to get close to Do Hyang was already a great victory. Suddenly, a foreman appears, shouting with anger and questioning who was it that ordered them to put the piping there. He shouts in a hysterical way with his face red, demanding to know the reason for having done everything the opposite of what was planned. Ji was confused and tries to explain with education that they did the service exactly as they were instructed before. The grumpy man interrupts, shouting with authority, and orders them to stop responding and redo everything immediately. Another exhausting hour of manual labor passes, and the pair manages to reinstall all the heavy piping again. Suddenly, the supervisor appears, giving a violent kick to the pipe and bellowing that it still wasn't the moment to do that. Taegu is left completely shocked and without reaction before such injustice and cowardice on the part of the stressed boss. He rages, pointing his finger in the boy's face and asks in an offensive way if they don't have a brain to think. Taegu loses his patience for good and responds, shouting that they did the service precisely because he had ordered it to be done. The supervisor advances, enraged, and grabs the collar of Taegu's jacket, threatening to fire them if they continue complaining. He gives a shove to the boys and orders them to rip everything out again, stipulating the impossible deadline of only 1 hour. Taegu notices the supervisor giving a nasty little smile of the corner and realizes that all that is just a provocation. Taegu realizes that the veterans are messing around and concludes that they are sabotaging the service on purpose. The big guy is furious at the audacity of that bunch of rascals and refuses to be made a fool by them there. He tells Jayo that he needs to go to the bathroom urgently and asks for the protagonist to wait a moment out there. Taegu walks, determined to resolve the situation, and follows the veterans to an empty room at the construction site. He hears the henchman mocking the speech about efficiency and cursing Jayo as a brat who tries to be smart. They say they don't want to share the money and plan to continue with the boycott until the two newcomers give up. The worker smokes, thoughtful, and remembers that the foreman is on their side to blame the boys for any mistake. Unable to stand such injustice, Taegu kicks the door with all his strength and invades the place, bellowing with anger. The big guy shouts, revolted, and warns that he will break the face of each one of them for acting in such a cowardly way. The henchmen are surprised by his entry, but soon take a combat posture and ask if the boy has gone crazy. Taegu moves quickly and grabs one of them by the collar, demanding answers about all the sabotage on the job. The opponent clenches his fists in anger, but hesitates to strike back, wanting to avoid a bigger riot in the middle of the Hediot. The big guy continues to provoke him and challenges the man to try and hit him, saying he also knows how to fight very well. The group leader intervenes immediately, breaking up the fight and reprimanding his colleague for losing his cool with a young man. He stares at Taegu with contempt and says that he only got the job because of his friend, and for that reason, he should keep quiet. The veteran throws it in his face that the protagonist is the only intelligent one there, leaving the big guy extremely furious. Taegu puffs out his chest and for everyone to hear that he has much more physical strength than any of them there. The man gives a very sarcastic, slight smile and asks if the guy really considers himself someone so strong. He rests his elbow firmly on the wooden table and proposes a classic arm wrestling match right there. The veteran promises that if the boy wins the challenge, everyone there will respect them and stop the provocations at the work site. Taegu finds that arm wrestling proposal extremely childish, but decides to accept the challenge to prove his worth. He gives a confident smile and proudly remembers that he never lost a single physical strength contest back in school. The man holds his hand firmly and warns with a sadistic look that he will turn that smile into tears very soon. The match begins with a violent thud, and both apply immense force, trying to take down the opponent's arm. At that same moment, Taegu lets out a groan of pain and realizes, startled, that that worker's strength is out of the ordinary. Taegu's arm begins to tremble violently under the absurd pressure exerted by the opponent's iron grip. He realizes in panic that if he had started a real physical fight, he would have been completely massacred there. The henchmen celebrate the defeat and demand the immediate firing of the pair, but Taegu complains that there was no such rule. The veteran retorts, saying maliciously that the loser obviously must get out of the construction company once and for all. The big guy grinds his teeth, irritated, upon finally understanding that bet was a trap from the beginning. He looks at his own hand, purple from the absurd pressure, and notices that the blood vessels burst from the force. The aggressor squeezes his hand even tighter in a cowardly way and makes the guy scream in pain in the middle of the room. The aggressor refuses to let go and proposes to prolong the match, just to continue hurting the young man's arm there. Taegu cries in pain, begging for him to stop, and promises to leave immediately if he just lets go of his hand. He adds, desperate, that he accepts to leave, but warns that the protagonist will hardly agree to leave too. He suggests in an astute way that the aggressor try to do the same arm wrestling challenge with the hero, who is a mutant. The group leader coldly refuses the suggestion and tells Taegu himself to find a way to convince his friend to leave. Taegu shouts in panic, stating with all certainty that convincing the hero in a friendly way is something totally impossible. He remembers that the hero would defeat everyone easily and tries to to avoid the henchman ending up being beaten there. He begs, shouting for the workers to try to force the hero's hand, while they just mock the situation. The aggressor continues applying brutal force and warns coldly that he doesn't care if they leave willingly or not. He smiles, sadistic, stating that in any case, the boy will have to leave as soon as he has his hand crushed there. With a cruel movement, he forces Taegu's arm down while telling him to clench his fist with all his strength. Taegu screams in desperation while feeling the extreme pressure threatening to break his bones at any moment there. The physical suffering is so intense that the guy begins to cry copiously, calling for his parents in desperation. Without the strength to resist, he lets out one last desperate scream, begging for the immediate help of his hero friend. Suddenly, a mysterious hand appears out of nowhere and holds the aggressor's wrist firmly, interrupting the cowardly move. Everyone in the room is completely frozen in astonishment upon noticing Gio's silent presence holding the man. The veteran henchman exchange perplexed looks, not understanding how that skinny boy entered there without making a sound. The aggressor stares at the hero with a mixed expression of surprise and anger, trying to understand who dared to challenge him. Taegu looks at the hero with tears in his eyes and shouts his name, relieved for having been saved in the last instant. The protagonist stares at the aggressor and warns with a cold look that the rules of the arm wrestling match will change from now on. He demands, with total firmness, that the veteran measure strength directly with him in a new challenge. At that moment, the scene cuts, showing a memory of the past, marking the official beginning of the 20th chapter of this intriguing journey. The henchman burst into laughter, calling the newcomer crazy for volunteering for such a dangerous challenge. While Gio remains serious, Taegu points to his own injured arm, alerting them to the cowardice of those men. The leader smiles and warns that if the boy gets hurt in the arm wrestling match, he will have to pay his own medical costs. The henchman sits in front of the table and warns with mockery that he will not spare strength against the boy from then on. He extends his hand to start the confrontation and warns maliciously that the boy's arm could end up totally destroyed. The two finally shake hands with force, starting the tense and decisive arm wrestling match in the room. The aggressor gets irritated with Gio's apparent calm and accuses him mentally of being an insolent and clueless brat. He plans to injure the hero's hand gravely and then teach an even worse lesson to Taegu, who observes him with disdain. With a sadistic smile, the man guarantees that he will end the match in less than a second and prepares for the signal. At the moment the match begins, the protagonist throws the opponent's arm against the table with absurd force. A terrible crack of bones breaking echoes through the environment, leaving everyone in the room completely paralyzed in shock. The aggressor collapses, screaming in extreme pain, and holds his own fractured arm, which was completely destroyed by the hero. While the henchmen go into absolute panic, Gio remains with a serene face and orders the man to remake the grip. Without giving a reaction time, the hero forces his hand against the destroyed wood, warning that the confrontation is not over yet. The other veterans and the group leader stare at the scene, pale with dread before such a display of brute force. The man who before showed off arrogance now cries in pain, unable to even try to resist the protagonist's strength. The henchmen look scared at the aggressor fallen on the ground and scream, desperate for the defeated colleague's name. Enraged, the workers draw pieces of wood and advance against the hero, shouting insults to avenge their friend. Maintaining his impassive posture, the protagonist just observes their approach with a very dark look. In the blink of an eye, the young man unleashes quick and accurate blows, making the first attackers spit blood. The devastating impact of the counterattack throws the men backward with extreme violence and absurd ease. A worker tries to hit him from behind, calling him a psychopath, but the hero dodges the wooden blow easily. With an agile movement, the protagonist counterattacks, unleashing a direct and brutal punch right in the middle of the rival's face. The opponent is knocked out instantly and falls on the concrete floor with his nose bleeding quite a bit from the impact. The hero grabs the next opponent and throws him with force against his own companions, who were trying to surround him there. The foreman retreats, scared, and shouts, desperate, to the others, warning that that boy is not an ordinary human, In panic, he orders all the remaining men to attack together at once to try to subdue the young hero. Suddenly, a firm and imposing voice echoes through the shed, ordering everyone to stop the fight immediately there. The henchmen freeze in place and look back, sweating from nervousness upon recognizing who just arrived in the room. The protagonist shifts his gaze slowly, demonstrating total coldness, even after facing so many enemies at once. Hyang appears standing at the entrance door with his hands in his pockets and rants, furious, calling the henchmen idiots, with a very serious countenance behind his dark sunglasses. The president questions what on earth they think they are doing. The group leader stutters, startled by the boss's presence, and tries to justify himself, raising his hands in a sign of peace. Without hesitating, Hyang unleashes a devastating punch that sends the foreman straight to the ground with extreme violence. He grabs the face of the man fallen on the ground, rants that he ordered them to train the newcomers and not to keep tormenting the pair. Tegu is tense with the violence of the argument and fears that the confusion will end up resulting in Gio's firing from the company. In an act of courage, Tegu intervenes, holding the businessman's arm to try to calm the situation and avoid more fights. The injured aggressor moans in pain while Hyang listens to the explanations with a very serious and thoughtful expression. The president says he doesn't need explanations and states that he already knows well that habit of those idiots of intimidating others. He presses the man's face even harder against the wall, complaining that this time they totally crossed the limits. Hyang points to the defeated subordinates on the ground and emphasizes that one ended up with a broken arm and the others bruised. Tegu shows his own swollen and purple hand to prove that they were also victims of the cowardice of that bunch of rascals. Gio admits with all the coldness in the world that he only returned the attacks in the same coin, so that they would never try that again. Hyung stares at the boy with seriousness, irritated by the fact that the protagonist continues responding without showing any fear. The businessman warns that he was patient until now but asks if the boy is looking to have his face broken too. The hero responds calmly that he doesn't want to get beaten up but emphasizes that the injustices would continue. He decided to keep quiet. Hyung widens his eye behind his dark sunglasses, extremely perplexed by the boy's courageous response. He remembers when he was a child and said sadly in the laboratory that speaking would not change their suffering at all. The little skeleton boy retorted, stating with conviction that nothing would change in their confinement if they decided to keep quiet. The young mutant explained that he endured the pain for himself but would never accept seeing his dear friend getting hurt. Back in the present, Hyang throws the man on the ground and thinks that Gio makes him remember his childhood in the hospital intensely. Tegu approaches, downcast, and comments, discouraged, that their job certainly came to an end after all that confusion. Hyung turns around and questions, ironically, who was it that talked about firing after they caused such a mess in the company? The two boys exchange confused looks and ask, surprised, if they are really going to continue hired at the construction site. The president explains that the injured worker will be hospitalized and that now he needs someone to assume his tasks. The other henchmen try to volunteer for the important task, but Hyung tells everyone to shut their mouths immediately. He warns with a threatening look that he is already holding himself back a lot from not breaking the face of all the other veterans there. The hero understands that he will be the substitute. Calmly, what is the type of service that he will need to perform at the work? Hyung tells him to appear at the place at 5 in the morning without questions, as he himself will train the newcomer personally. The next day, very early, Gio arrives at the deserted construction site under the light of the spotlights. Waiting for the start of the training, he deduces that such an early call indicates secret work directly linked to the laboratory's obscure experiments. The hero wonders what Hyung's plan is while the businessman appears, lighting a cigarette and confirms his arrival. The boss orders the boy to follow him closely, warning beforehand that they will enter a quite deep place there. He presses the cargo elevator button, and the protagonist notices, startled, that they are descending to the basement. The boy notices that the elevator descends so much that it is impossible to see the end and wonders what his friend is hiding down there. Hyung notices the newcomer's silence and asks if he is nervous, with Gio admitting that he is a little tense there. The boss finds it funny, remembering the young man's courage the previous day, and asks if he always speaks everything he thinks to people's faces. The hero responds that he just can't stand his friend's suffering cowardice, and Hyung asks if that is why he retaliated. Gio states that acting is better than just talking nonsense, and the businessman gives a smile, saying he doesn't hate that attitude. However, Hyung warns seriously so that the protagonist does not try any tricks like he did in the meeting room. He points his finger and warns with an extremely cold look that if he causes problems down there, he will end up getting killed. The metal doors of the elevator finally open, revealing the mysterious and gloomy underground environment of the construction work. Gio widens his eyes in complete absolute shock upon coming across the vastness of that secret structure of the basement. Gigantic tunnel full of industrial barrels extends until where the sight can no longer reach the darkness. He sweats from worry and wonders what Makeover plan Hyung in the laboratory are plotting with a structure like that. The businessman warns that everything there is an absolute company secret, but guarantees that the service he will do is quite simple. Hyung points to the large pile of dark drums and orders the newcomer to carry all of them to the indicated markings. The protagonist asks what is inside those heavy barrels, but the boss cuts the subject off, saying he doesn't want questions. He tells him to transfer everything today, remembering that the hero hit the other employees, and promises to pay a bundle for the service. The president says goodbye, warning that he is leaving, and tells him to finish quickly, while the boy just agrees in silence. Alone, Gio reflects that it was strange to meet him again and admits that he almost made the mistake of revealing his true identity. He concludes that he needs to discover his plans with the laboratory, soon to only then be able to reveal who he really is. Next, the boy focuses his attention on the mysterious drums lined up and tries to guess what is kept inside there. He crouches down and notices that the lids are sealed in a way that indicates they should never be opened by any ordinary person. Activating his mutant strength, the protagonist holds the edge of the barrel firmly, determined to open the lid by force anyway. With a violent, metallic thud, the heavy lid is ripped off, flying through the air due to the superhuman strength of the young hero. The boy widens his eyes and holds his breath in complete astonishment upon seeing the bizarre content revealed inside the drum. He observes the bubbling green liquid and immediately recognizes the chemical smell, typical of the laboratory's experiments. Determined to resolve his doubts, the young man approaches his hand without hesitating and dips his finger directly into the mysterious substance. He uses his mutant ability to absorb the liquid through his skin to be able to identify the formula of the compound. At the same instant, Gio's pupil contracts in an absolute shock upon deciphering the terrible composition of that green toxin. A disturbing memory of when his own body suffered painful mutations. With that slime resurges in his mind, the hero pulls his hand away quickly, letting out a scream of pain upon seeing his skin begin to melt due to the corrosive contact. He observes his injured hand and confirms, horrified, that it is the very same poison they used on him during the experiments. The young man cleans the blood that runs from his exposed bones and wonders what is the terrible plan that Hyung is plotting. He concludes that he needs to report the discovery urgently and decides that his first step will be to make contact with the captain. Hyung observes all of the protagonist's action in real time through the security cameras hidden in the basement. The businessman grinds his fists with force, and his hands begin to petrify, demonstrating his immense irritation there. He murmurs that he already suspected the newcomer, and that he knew perfectly well that he was not just an ordinary hardworking boy. The guy accuses him mentally of being a special mutant who carries a modified artificial heart in his chest. He wonders if the boy is an undercover policeman or a member of some rival faction with an eye on the laboratory's toxins. In any case, he decides that he will discover the whole truth as soon as he manages to capture and immobilize the hero at the construction work. He alerts his gang that the target has healing power and orders them to use weapons to beat him without any kind of pity. The businessman orders them to test the protagonist's physical limits to see how far his regenerative capacity goes. Do Hyung watches the security screen closely, monitoring the mysterious newcomer down below. Meanwhile, the young man realizes he has zero cell signal, and Do Hyung becomes suspicious of his intentions. The businessman recalls that the young man approached him, knowing exactly who he was from the very beginning. He admits that at first, he thought he was just a naive kid, but he realizes he was completely wrong. Do Hyung senses that the young man coldly calculated every step and used provocations to throw him off balance. To the boss, it seems the boy planned everything in detail to successfully infiltrate that underground construction site. At that moment, the metal gates open, revealing an armed group waiting for the protagonist. The villain acknowledges that he still does not know the boy's real goal, but he states that the kid chose the wrong target. The henchmen prepare for combat with their weapons as dawn approaches on the horizon. Yahello comes face to face with the men and hears one of them say that he already knew everything that was happening there. The young man pretends to be confused and stutters, asking why they are acting in such an aggressive manner. One of the criminals tells him to stop the act because the cameras recorded all of his suspicious actions. Calling the hero a cursed mutant, the whole gang rushes at him all at once to attack. The henchmen shout to capture him, but Yahello reacts instantly, delivering a devastating blow to one of them. Several men fall defeated on the concrete floor, while the others continue shouting to hold him down. Do Hyung watches everything for the cameras and concludes that the newcomer possesses a physical enhancement mutation. Yahello cracks his knuckles calmly and realizes that he has no choice but to force his way through. With full determination, the protagonist charges forward and lands a destructive punch that sends an opponent flying through the air. He continues striking with extreme agility and knocks out more henchmen who try to get close to stop him. The hero unleashes powerful blows on his adversaries, causing them to fly far away from the violent impact. Even so, 3 henchmen manage to surround the young man from behind and immobilize him by holding his arms. A blonde brute appears with a heavy bat, shouting that he is going to finish off the meddlesome kid. He delivers a brutal blow to Yahello's head, ordering him to stay down on the floor once and for all. The boy suffers the terrible impact and spits blood while the bat continues to hit his body repeatedly. The attacker notices the hero's regeneration and provokes him, saying his baseball bat can break any bone. In a surprising movement, Yahello partially breaks free and lands a direct, crushing punch to the blonde man's face. The brute is thrown far away by the blow, while the other henchmen try to hold the hero at any cost. Do Hyung analyzes the scene and realizes that although the young man is strong, he is still hiding his true power. The villain watches closely, waiting anxiously to see the moment the boy uses his real mutant ability. The leader of the henchmen orders all the remaining men to attack the protagonist at once using chains. They throw themselves on top of the young man and cover him completely, trying to pin him down with the weight of their bodies. The criminals try to immobilize him on the floor with heavy chains, so he cannot even attempt a reaction. They hold Yahello's limbs firmly, shouting for no one to let him move even a single finger. Even under the weight of everyone, the boy begins to rise, leaving the attackers completely desperate. One of the henchmen pulls out a knife and warns that he has permission to rip off a limb if the boy keeps resisting. He plunges the blade deep into Yahello's arm to cut his nerves and totally negate his physical strength. The protagonist lets out a scream of excruciating pain as his limb is attacked with extreme violence by the henchman. However, the attacker who dealt the stabs suddenly recoils, trembling and terrified by what he sees. He sweats coldly, unable to understand how the boy is still alive, even after being stabbed dozens of times in a row. The criminal notices, horrified, that the protagonist's facial expression remains totally cold, and without any hesitation, the man falls into absolute panic upon realizing he is dealing with a monster completely outside the norms. Even with his wounded and bloodied hand on the concrete floor, Yahello begins to react with terrifying determination. The attacker realizes that the creature before him possesses nothing human in its bizarre physiology. Gio screams in fury while a large pool of blood spreads around, catching everyone's attention there. Through the security monitor, Do Hyung widens his eyes, extremely perplexed by the bizarre scene he is witnessing. The businessman notices, shocked, that the protagonist is literally absorbing all the blood spilled on the floor. He focuses his attention on the screen, intrigued by the supernatural phenomenon happening right before him. The severe wounds on the boy's arm begin to close at an absurdly unbelievable speed. The tissues regenerate faster than the flesh is torn, revealing a healing power impossible to measure. Do Hyung is fascinated to confirm that extraordinary level of cellular regeneration is something extremely rare. Do Hyung realizes, shocked, that the more blood the boy absorbs, the stronger he manages to get. The protagonist then begins to advance relentlessly against the enemies, like a runaway train. The villain wonders, intrigued, about what kind of bizarre heart that intruder carries in his chest. Gio focuses gaze on the remaining gang and advances at a surreal speed that defies human limits. The young man lands a violent, accurate blow to a henchman's chest, throwing the man far away. The other criminals scream in extreme pain while being brutally defeated by the hero. One of the men holds his bat tightly and trembles, with fear upon noticing the boy's extreme speed. Before the adversary can react, Gio appears right before him, ready to deal the final attack. The protagonist spins with agility and kicks the enemy with such force that he throws him straight to the ground. The man spits out a lot of blood and falls defeated, feeling the entire devastating impact of that blow. Several opponents end up stretched out on the asphalt, completely unconscious due to the fast attacks. Another henchman tries to hit him with a large piece of wood, but the hero dodges by crouching. Upon crouching, Gio presses his hands firmly onto the concrete floor, causing the entire structure to crack. He digs his fingers deep into the rock, demonstrating totally colossal physical strength. The enemies scream, startled to see the young man lift a gigantic piece of the concrete slab. Gio lifts that huge slab above his head, leaving the henchman trembling with dread. Without any difficulty, the hero throws the immense concrete block in the direction of his opponents. The group of workers falls into total panic, seeing the colossal structure fly straight at them. The criminals yell in desperation while they uselessly try to protect themselves from the imminent impact. The stone block collides with the men, spreading dust and debris throughout the entire environment. Survivors stagger, startled, and retreat upon realizing they have no chance against the boy. Amidst the smoke, the protagonist observes the remaining adversaries with a cold and piercing look. Suddenly, one hand begins to transform into solid stone, revealing a bizarre power there. Do Hyung approaches slowly with his arm completely transformed into gray rocks. The boss points his stone fist toward the newcomer, demonstrating that now he himself will fight. He faces the young man defiantly and questions what kind of modified heart he possesses. The villain reveals that he has seen many mutants, but never one that could heal wounds in less than a second. Do Hyung praises the boy's regeneration, calling him elite, but demands to know who he really is. The businessman adjusts his dark glasses, thoughtful, while trying to decipher the rival's identity. At that moment, he remembers that only one person in his past had a similar healing power. However, he recalls that the little mutant skeleton from his childhood was not this strong. The villain discards the idea, remembering with sadness that his friend died in that great explosion. The protagonist prefers to maintain absolute silence and prepares himself physically to face the boss. Do Hyung says that the newcomer's silence confirms his suspicions that he came with bad intentions. He advances with speed and promises that he will teach the boy good manners through brute force. The young man dodges Do Hyung's first agile attack. Feeling the strong wind pressure pass by, Gio thinks it is still too early to reveal himself, as he needs to discover the rival's connection to the laboratory. The businessman delivers an extremely fast stone punch, trying to crush the hero once and for all. The young man uses his superhuman speed and leaves traces of movement while dodging with mastery. Do Hyung tries a low blow, but the protagonist jumps spectacularly, avoiding being hit. The boss rests his hand on the asphalt and questions with disdain if fast regeneration is the rival's only weapon. He warns coldly that if the boy's body is completely destroyed, there will be nothing left to heal. The villain concentrates his stone energy on the floor, preparing a terrifying technique against the opponent. Suddenly, gigantic spikes of pure rock emerge from the soil, breaking the entire construction site. Yahello jumps backward in a hurry, dodging those sharp stone stakes that appear out of nowhere. He manages to land on top of one of the rocks, taking a deep breath after dodging that deadly attack. Yahello warns in a somber way that will be the last chance the young man will have to surrender there. More pieces of rock begin to wrap around the villain's fist, making his attacks even more destructive. His right hand transforms into a huge sphere of solid rock, ready to deal the final blow. The boss advances with his fist raised, demanding to know who sent the young man to infiltrate that facility. Suddenly, the young man realizes in shock that a solid rock has started to trap his leg on the floor. He notices, startled, that the adversary's stone ability is spreading rapidly through his body. The villain warns coldly that if the intruder is determined to keep silent, there will be no other choice. Without any mercy, Yahello delivers a violent stone punch, sending the protagonist far away. The boy is thrown with extreme brutality against the concrete wall due to the devastating impact. The henchmen, who watch the confrontation from afar, are paralyzed by the boss's display of power. Yahello advances again with his rock-covered fist, ready to crush the hero definitively. The young man tries to defend himself, but the businessman's relentless punch hits him squarely with colossal force. The blow causes a very serious injury, making a large amount of blood gush through the air. The impact is so devastating that Yahello's neck is violently struck, spreading blood across the arena. The workers watch, horrified, believing that the newcomer had his head totally destroyed by the boss. While the boy's body collapses to the floor, the pool of blood begins to behave in a supernatural way. In the blink of an eye, the mortal wounds close, and the hero stands up, regenerated, before the stunned enemy. The boss cannot believe the boy survived, even after having suffered a fatal attack to the head. The hero blocks the following blow with determination, showing that his healing keeps him firm in combat. The villain falls into despair upon noticing that the opponent regenerates from absolutely any physical damage. He wonders how it is possible for someone to continue fighting after having their head practically crushed. Yahello becomes increasingly tense to see that the young mutant always returns intact for the dispute. The violent physical confrontation continues, with the two exchanging destructive attacks. Without showing any retreat, an immense shockwave explodes in the construction site, shaking the entire concrete structure around. Yahello slides backward, keeping his base firm on the floor, ready to continue the bloody combat. He positions himself before the wounded rival, but with his body already completely healed from his injuries. The young man admits that the businessman's attack was good, but not enough to stop him for real. Yahello warns that human flesh will never be able to pierce his solid stone, skin armor. The villain mocks, saying that the boy will only break his own arm while Yahello's limb hangs destroyed. However, the businessman swallows his own words upon seeing what happens before his eyes. Even with crushed bones, the protagonist's arm reconstructs itself in a few seconds in a bizarre way. Yahello feels there is something very strange about that boy and begins to suspect his origin. The image of Kim Jae-ho resurfaces in his thoughts, making him question the coincidence of the situation. He remembers that his old friend would take hours to regenerate an arm, but the resemblance is disturbing. The villain reflects that intruder's regeneration has reached the absolute peak of genetic mutation. He tries to convince himself that he cannot confuse his childhood friend with the monster he is facing now. The businessman deduces that such a powerful mutant must be part of some group interested in the laboratory. He punches the ground, shouting that he does not care if the rival was sent by the police or rival gangs. The villain guarantees that no government organization will be able to touch the hidden secrets of the laboratory. Pointed rocks begin to rise, surrounding the protagonist on all sides in the construction site. Large stone pillars collide violently, trying to crush the boy in an implacable way. Yahello observes the destruction with his dark glasses, certain that the opponent was buried there. Unexpectedly, Yahello emerges from the shadows and lands a destructive punch that cracks the businessman's face. Even with his stone skin cracked, the boss warns that any effort by the hero there will be useless. The villain guarantees that as soon as he captures the boy, the laboratory will discover his true identity in an instant. Yahello closes his bloody fist and asks if the rival also happens to be providing mutants for the experiments. The hero questions with anger if the businessman really thought he would escape unharmed from committing so many atrocities. Hyang becomes confused by the question and questions what the boy is trying to insinuate with that. Ignoring the answer, the hero prepares one more high power punch with all his accumulated fury. He delivers an extremely violent blow that hits the adversary squarely, making the air tremble. Yahello demands that the villain face reality and look back to acknowledge everything he has done. The businessman counters, saying that he cares little about the past, for he will soon be making billions. He displays a greedy smile and promises to sell the hero to the laboratory for every last cent. In that case, the protagonist warns with a somber look that he will drag the truth out of him through a beatdown. Yahello begins to absorb even more blood from the floor, catching the attention of the businessman who watches him tensely. The villain is completely shocked to see the boy channel all that enormous amount of fluid at once. Hyang wonders if he is doing that to drastically increase his physical attack power, but the boss soon smiles mockingly, stating that the young man is too foolish to control such a dangerous ability. The hero strikes the rival's stone chest while hearing him say that human bones would never break that defense. The villain ridicules the protagonist's attempt to hurt him, calling his effort pathetic. Without caring, Yahello initiates a frantic and unbelievable sequence of fast punches against the rival's armor. Hyang laughs, saying that it makes no difference to receive 1,000 punches, because the only thing that will break there is the hero's arm. The young man continues attacking even with his own fist, becoming totally bloodied from the continuous impact. With an implacable look, Yahello completely ignores the physical damage and concentrates all his fury into a new punch. The brutal blow causes an immense shockwave that hits the businessman's armored face directly. The villain falls into panic upon realizing that the solid barrier of his face is finally starting to break. Yahello clenches his fist again with extreme firmness and prepares to deliver one more destructive hit. The devastating punch shatters part of Hyang's rocky face, making debris fly throughout the construction site. The young man warns coldly that he can strike 1,000 times in a row if it is necessary to manage to overcome that barrier. The businessman cracks with hatred and groans in pain to see his powerful stone shield fall apart before him. The hero continues attacking without giving any rest, bombarding the rival with an absurdly overwhelming force. Hyang notices, horrified, that the protagonist does not even care about the fact that his own body is breaking. He realizes that if the physical fight continues, the cracks in his armor will only continue to spread. The villain tries to strike back, delivering a stone punch from top to bottom in an attempt to push the opponent away. He strikes the concrete floor, creating a new explosion of dust and destroying the work site even more. Hyang is perplexed by the hero's superhuman speed, who manages to free himself from his punches. Yahello takes advantage of the gap in his guard and lands a nice punch on the rival's belly, breaking more of his defense. The businessman is pushed backward, feeling that he simply cannot keep up with the hero's speed anymore. He collapses to his knees, exhausted and bruised, while the protagonist watches him coldly, maintaining a combat stance. The boss notices with despair the numerous fractures scattered across his armor and calls the opponent a raving lunatic. Hyang observes the young man's instant regeneration and wonders if he really feels no pain at all when fighting. He admits mentally that he was too naive if he could capture the creature alive. Determined to go all out, the villain begins to devour fragments of pure rock to unleash his maximum power. The protagonist observes that bizarre scene, totally surprised, while the rival's heart shines with red energy. With an extremely somber countenance, Hyang orders coldly for all his subordinates to get out of there. The henchmen freeze with dread upon realizing the gravity of the situation and the danger they are running. The businessman shouts for them to run if they want to survive, and the men flee, desperate, from the construction site. The villain's rocky core begins to vibrate dangerously, altering the entire mineral composition of his chest. Do Hyang strikes the floor structure with force to channel all his seismic strength directly into the asphalt. The earth begins to tremble intensely at a frequency that resonates scarily throughout the underground. The villain focuses his concentrated power and warns that he is going to raise the ultimate stone attack against the protagonist. Large mountains of massive and sharp rocks emerge from the floor, creating a true impassable barrier. Yahello looks up, startled, and wonders how the opponent manages to control something with such colossal proportions. The hero realizes the deadly danger and knows that if he is hit by that mountain of stone, it will be his definitive end. He deduces, desperate, that there will remain absolutely nothing of his body to regenerate if he is crushed there. The protagonist runs as fast as possible, trying in every way to escape the reach of that seismic blow. The villain joins his hands with full force to close the giant stone trap right in the middle of where the boy is running. Yahello notices the immense rocks approaching rapidly and tries in vain to speed up his pace on the broken asphalt. The stone mountains close brutally, cornering the protagonist in a situation without any exit. A gigantic thud echoes through the arena at the exact moment the immense rock blocks collide with violence. A rain of dust and gravel spreads, burying completely the entire central area of that deadly combat. Hyang reflects that he never imagined he would need to use the maximum of his power against a mutant with healing power. The businessman spends almost all his vital energy with the devastating attack and breathes very gaspingly. He coughs blood and vents that mysterious young man really forced him to go beyond all his limits. The businessman laments, for alive the boy would be worth a fortune, but he knows he was not in a condition to hold the blow. However, the villain suddenly widens his eye upon noticing something very strange moving amidst the construction crater's dust. A macabre silhouette begins to reveal itself slowly through the dense smoke, leaving the location with a somber atmosphere. Hyang is totally incredulous to see that a complete skeleton remains standing after that terrible impact. The villain sweats coldly, asking himself if that bizarre creature is really about to regenerate one more time. However, the skeleton collapses slightly, making the villain believe that his healing power finally reached its limit. The businessman sighs with relief and smiles, saying that he even felt chills thinking that the opponent would get up. He plans to take the remaining body to the laboratory, but suddenly notices an unexpected reaction in the bones. Even reduced to bones, the protagonist slowly raises his arm in a totally scary and bizarre way. Hyang is paralyzed with dread upon realizing that the creature can still move even in that state. He grinds his teeth in complete shock, unable to accept that a mutant can perform something so impossible. The pool of blood left by the fallen henchman begins to flow in the direction of the construction crater's center. The boss is terrified to notice that the boy skeleton is literally absorbing all the blood around. In the blink of an eye, the hero projects himself forward with a speed that defies the laws of physics of that world. The villain falls into panic upon realizing he is dealing with a truly immortal and indestructible mutant. He understands that absurd situation surpasses any known limit of biological regeneration. New muscle fibers wrap around the boy's bones, showing that his very existence rejects death for good. The protagonist resurfaces and deals a crushing blow that totally breaks the opponent's rocky blockage. Hyang spits blood upon receiving the violent hit from Geo right in the chest, which shatters all his protection. The villain is thrown brutally backward due to the monumental impact of that flesh and bone fist. The force of the counter-attack opens an immense crack in the floor, destroying the metal structures that were in the way. The businessman groans in extreme pain upon being struck consecutively, feeling all his bones break. He collides violently against the wall of the underground shed, opening a giant hole in the solid structure. Fallen to the ground, Hyang spits a lot of blood and tries in vain to recover from such damage to his physical body. Upon opening his eyes with difficulty, the businessman notices the hero's bloodied silhouette approaching him. He grinds his teeth, unconformable with the ungodly strength that the opponent demonstrated throughout the entire battle. The protagonist stands right before him in an imposing way, displaying his regeneration almost totally concluded. The villain observes that monstrous presence and wonders, desperate, who the demon is that is before him. Upon fixing his gaze, he begins to notice that the rival's features are extremely familiar to his past. His mind spirals upon comparing the boy's cold expressions with memories from the laboratory. He observes, perplexed, the muscles joining the skull, forming an image identical to his childhood friend. Hyung recalls the little skeleton from the hospital with whom he shared the pains and sufferings of the place. He wonders, desperate, if his friend really managed to survive that terrible explosion from the past. The hero reveals his human face little by little, and the businessman is left speechless before that unbelievable revelation. The villain widens his eyes and screams the name Kim-ji, upon finally confirming the young man's true identity. Still in a state of shock, the man asks with tears in his eyes if it is really his old cellmate. He questions, irritated, for what reason the boy hid who he was and tried at all costs to enter his company. In response, Jaeho just clones his bloodied fist, demonstrating that the fight has not yet reached its end. The businessman notices, terrified, that the opponent is accumulating destructive energy to apply the mercy attack. The hero keeps his head down with a cold and somber countenance, without showing any type of remorse or weakness. He advances with maximum speed, delivering a deadly punch straight in the direction of the fallen adversary's head. Hyung shrinks with dread, certain that he will not manage to support that last monstrous blow from the rival. In the last millisecond, the boss screams the protagonist's name, imploring him to stop the violent attack. He questions with a trembling voice if the boy would really be capable of taking the life of his best childhood friend. The hero interrupts the punch millimeters from Hyung's face while hearing him order him to stop that madness. Jaeho faces him with firmness, stating with all the certainty in the world that he knew exactly who he was dealing with. The scene cuts, showing an old recollection of the laboratory, starting one more important chapter. Time passes, and the dusk colors the sky of the construction site, while the battle's dust finally settles. In the office, Hyung serves a glass of water and thinks of his friend. Trying to assimilate everything he just discovered, Jaeho sits on the couch with his head down while the rival explains that he managed to calm him down for them to talk there. Hyung thinks to himself that young man is definitely no longer the knave Jaeho he remembered. He reflects that the boy's blows surpassed any normal healing and destroyed an indestructible stone defense. The villain questions mentally if the hero's artificial heart somehow became different over time. Hyung serves a hot drink for his friend, and besides, he will investigate his secrets bit by bit right there. The boss concludes that having a powerful and good-hearted mutant under his control will be an immense advantage in the future. He displays a side smile, convinced that he knows the boy's mind as well as the boy knows him. The businessman confesses he was extremely surprised to see him again, for he had absolute certainty he was dead. Hyung pretends to be hurt and asks for what reason the hero hid his identity and pretended to be an ordinary worker. Ignoring the lamentations, Jaeho extends his own hand and orders in a direct way for the rival to hold his fingers. The boss is totally confused, without understanding the reason the protagonist is asking to shake his hand there. The moment they touch, Jaeho recalls a past conversation in which he held someone else's hand. In that memory, the young man was quite thoughtful and downcast with the doubts that surrounded his mind. Hyun notices his concern and asks if he is like that because of what happened with Lee Chae-won. The boy agrees sadly while resting on the grass under the attentive and understanding look of his mentor. Something like what happened with Chae-won happens again. What should I do? Faced with the young man's uncertainty, the police officer states with determination that the only path in these cases is to fight. The young man admits with sadness that the simple idea of having to face his old companions is painful. Jaeho confesses that seeing his old friends involved with crimes and with the laboratory is something unbearable. Hyan gives a light slap to the boy's forehead, demanding he regain his posture and keep his focus on the mission. She faces him incisively and asks what it is that the protagonist really desires to achieve from then on. The young man explains that his greatest goal is to save all the friends who ended up getting involved with the criminal organization. However, the police officer corrects him coldly, saying that those friends now are actively helping the laboratory. She warns that talking will not help at all, because they all became powerful and influential mutants inside there. Hyan emphasizes that the people Gio tries to save now occupy positions where taking lives means absolutely nothing. She questions if the hero really believes that unscrupulous monsters will yield just because of emotional appeals. The police officer focuses her look on him and warns that if he continues acting with naivety, he will end up being used by them. She alerts that the villains will use him coldly for their own ends and then discard him without any remorse. Hyan reinforces that his destiny with the other friends will be exactly the same one he suffered at the hands of Che-won. The young man swallows hard upon hearing that the same people he wants to save could be the ones responsible for his death. Gio realizes sadly that his old cell companions would be capable of betraying him and throwing him straight into the fire. Alone on the lawn, he accepts the harsh reality that those children he grew up with changed completely. He fears that if he continues hesitating and acting with weakness, he will end up losing the few true friends he has left. The young man wonders, afflicted, what he needs to change in himself and what attitude to take to manage to save them from the laboratory. The police officer gives a light smile, appreciating the boy's determination, but warns immediately that just will is not enough. The protagonist faces her, confused, without understanding what Hyan means by that so enigmatic statement. She tells him to start over from zero, stop seeing those people who serve the laboratory as childhood friends. Hyan advises with firmness that to truly save those mutants, he first needs to place himself above them. Gio asks with concern in what way he would be capable of reaching such an elevated level of superiority. Next, the mentor decides to bite her own finger to make a small drop of blood sprout before the young man. She extends her hand and orders with authority for the protagonist to try to absorb the fluid directly there. Back to the present, Gio lets go of Do, Hyan's hand in the office, while the businessman comments on the strange grip. The hero faces the rival with extreme seriousness and orders with a firm voice for him never to lie to him again. The boy reveals coldly that Do Hyung's heart rate is exactly at 80 beats per minute. The screen shows the rival's rocky heart beating, while the hero guarantees he can hear each beat clearly. The businessman falls into panic upon suspecting that Gio acquired the rare ability to read intentions by the pulse. The young man recalls that upon absorbing Hyan's blood, he really managed to hear her heart rhythm perfectly. The mentor had explained that mutants with advanced blood affinity are capable of tracking the heartbeats of others. She revealed that deciphering people's intentions through the pulse allows dominating any conversation from the first word. With eyes focused on the rival, Gio asks for what reason he chose to work with the executioners who tortured them. The protagonist adjusts himself on the couch in an imposing way and demands with firmness for Do Hyung to answer his question. The businessman takes a sip of coffee, thoughtful, realizing that Gio will discover any lie through his heartbeats. Do Hyung reflects, shocked, about how that young man became an implacable monster and wonders what happened in the past. He resolves to accept the hero's rules and warns that he also wants to ask a very important question for him. The businessman faces the protagonist with seriousness and asks in a direct way what his true goal is. Gio responds coldly that he plans to destroy the laboratory once and for all, leaving the rival shocked. Do Hyung chokes in fright at the audacious answer and asks if the young man really wants to face that place. The hero confirms with firmness and asks back how involved the businessman is with the laboratory's experiments. The boss stands up, irritated, telling the boy to stop that madness, for that place cannot be destroyed like that. He alerts that all the old companions are linked to the laboratory laboratory and asks if Jiao will face them alone. The young man guarantees that he will put an end to the laboratory and rescue all the people from his past who are trapped in there. The businessman raises his hands in a sign of refusal, warning that he is out and does not want to become an enemy of the laboratory. The protagonist accepts the refusal but demands that Du Haiyang hand over all the secret information he possesses about the location. Du Haiyang recoils before the hero's threatening look. Realizing he is not joking in that conversation, he grinds his teeth annoyed, but realizes that he has no other exit but to cooperate with Jiao's demands. The villain places several secret files and documents on the coffee table so the hero can investigate the data. The businessman explains that those are the confidential pieces of information he gathered secretly from inside the laboratory. Jiao analyzes the papers containing blueprints of the research facilities, mutant code names, and lists of missing people. The rival says he handed over everything he managed to collect, but reaffirms that he will not be part of the suicidal plan of invading the laboratory. However, the protagonist faces him, suspicious, and states that the rival's attitude still makes no logical sense. Jiao emphasizes that the businessman knows details far too deep about the internal functioning of that organization. He argues that if Du Haiyang really wanted distance from the laboratory, he would never have gathered so much secret data. The young man reveals that the rival's pulse spiked with emotion at the exact moment he spoke about destroying the laboratory. The hero states that Du Haiyang's heart seemed to be waiting anxiously for those words for a long time. The protagonist concludes that deep down, the businessman also desires desperately to bring down that nefarious organization. Du Haiyang is in shock upon realizing that the young mutant deciphered his hidden feelings just by hearing his heartbeats. The villain throws himself on the couch, defeated, admitting that it is difficult to hide any secret from someone who has such a heart power. He places his hand on his forehead, exhausted, and confesses that the hero is entirely right about his secret desire for revenge. The businessman admits that he wants to destroy the laboratory, but emphasizes that a direct action would be a true suicide. Du Haiyang explains that their influence is gigantic, involving politicians, businessmen, and the crime underworld itself. He reveals that the main laboratories are hidden in depths and locations that ordinary people barely imagine. The villain points to the files, explaining that the basis of their absolute power resides in the sacrifice of his old friends. He explains that the scientists keep elite mutants under total control, ready to act at any command of theirs. The boss reveals that the organization controls the country, using the weaknesses of the surviving experiments as a reward. Because of all that power, Du Haiyang confesses sadly that he does not know how they could win that dispute. Even aware of the danger, Jiao reaffirms his determination to invade the laboratory to take his friends out of there. The young man wants to free them to prevent them from continuing to be used as weapons, but he recognizes that there is an obstacle. The hero looks fixedly at the businessman and says that he needs his direct help to manage to carry out the plan. Du Haiyang counters, saying that the two alone would never win, but the protagonist warns that they are not alone. The businessman is totally confused and surprised to hear that the boy has powerful allies in that secret mission. The protagonist breaks the mystery and asks if the rival knows the legendary investigator named Song Haiyang. The villain widens his eyes upon hearing the name of the leader of the Special Task Force for combat against dangerous mutants. Du Haiyang recalls that she is feared even by the laboratory, being considered the strongest cardiac mutant in history. He wonders, incredulous, how an unbeatable monster like that woman ended up getting involved in Kim Jiao's plans. The boss asks in shock if Haiyang is who is supporting the hero, and Jiao confirms, inviting him to meet her. The businessman realizes that with the support of that police officer and the hero's influence, perhaps they really managed to save the friends. He recalls the happy past in which Jiao was cherished by all the experiments and concludes that that is a wonderful madness. The villain sketches a light, shy smile, questioning himself if he should really trust in such audacity. The protagonist smiles back and asks for Du Haiyang to trust him in case he still cannot trust himself. The businessman sighs with relief, commenting with good humor that the boy appeared out of nowhere to turn his life upside down. The two old cell companions finally seal the cooperation agreement by shaking hands with firmness in the office. Do Hyung decides to risk everything and shakes Jaeho's hand, sealing the new partnership between the two. Hyun reads Do Hyung's files, revealing his past as a stone-hard experiment in the laboratory. She details that the young man now acts as president of a company focused on underground construction. The investigator confronts the businessman, stating that his entire company serves to support the laboratory. Do Hyung admits, surprised, that she made an impeccable investigation about his life from the beginning. She drinks her coffee and reveals that he was already on the police's radar under suspicion of using a fake identity. The villain is very irritated and questions how the police could use his friend as bait in that way. He stares at Hyun with seriousness and tells the investigator not to cross the permitted limits with him. Hyun begins to laugh at the man's reaction, finding amusement in that angry attitude of his. The businessman is confused by what he hears, while Jaeho just watches everything in silence. Jaeho notices Do Hyung's chest beating very strongly and wonders if he is so afraid. In truth, the man is in absolute panic for being in the same room with that scary woman. She is the captain of the special task force, and one of the few people the laboratory itself fears. Do Hyung feels an overwhelming pressure coming from her and feels she can read his entire mind. The investigator suggests that everyone there possesses the same goal of destroying the laboratory once and for all. The businessman counters, saying that it is difficult to trust police officers who can discard him after the service. She drinks her coffee with tranquility and guarantees to be a person much kinder than she appears to be. Do Hyung continues suspicious, alleging that kind words do not prove absolutely anything about her. The woman realizes that discussion will not take the three anywhere if it continues like that. She smiles and suggests sending the man to the prison where one ended up recently. The investigator ironizes, saying that she tried to help but he simply refuses to cooperate. The businessman trembles upon discovering that his old acquaintance really ended up arrested by her. Desperate, Do Hyung begins to beg for a chance, saying he always wanted to cooperate with both. She warns that helping the laboratory is a very serious crime and that she can decide his fate now. Hyun proposes ignoring his mistakes as long as he follows strictly the rules she imposes. The investigator's great desire is to destroy completely and tear apart the entire structure of the laboratory. Seeing that he has no other viable option, the businessman finally accepts helping with her plan. Satisfied, she asks for them to go straight to the point and reveal what is the most useful information they possess. Do Hyung shows the file of an old friend of theirs, who can be rescued immediately from the laboratory. The document reveals the identity of Imnaran, a girl with extremely useful abilities. Jaeho immediately recalls the girl from the time in which both were just experiments of the place. The protagonist remembers her as an incredibly cheerful girl and very kind to everyone. Do Hyung, however, recalls the same girl as someone extremely cold and silent. The two look at each other, totally confused. Upon noticing they have opposite memories about her, the businessman says the girl was not cheerful at all and describes her as a very scary person. Jaeho becomes confused and counters, saying that he does not remember the old companion in that somber way. A memory shows the girl running to hug Jaeho when he was alone in the laboratory. She would call the boy friendly to play with the others without caring about his appearance. He reveals he was embarrassed because his skin was still regenerating after wounding himself a lot. The girl would say she did not care about his state and that she wanted the friend's company anyway. She would smile cheerfully and confess that seeing the boy's recovery left her extremely happy. Do Hyung is unconformable to know about that friendly attitude, while Jaeho defends the girl. Hyun places her hand over the region map and says that information will be very useful now. She explains that rescuing one more alley from the laboratory will strengthen their group too much. She analyzes the routes drawn on the map and outlines the plan of blocking their transport path. The plan is to ambush the laboratory's transport convoy on the road to rescue the girl from there. The two young men are surprised by the speed with which the rescue mission is being set up. Hyung questions about his personal safety, since the laboratory is always watching his steps. The investigator states with conviction that the police need just 10 minutes to close the paths. She guarantees that they will block communications and take care of all the cleanup of the site after the action. Hyung reflects that having someone influential from the police providing cover makes everything much more practical. The businessman accepts the mission with firmness, guaranteeing that he will participate actively in the entire plan. The scene shifts to a dark forest beside the road, where the ambush against the villains will begin. The two wait hidden between the trees, following the orientations they received from the investigator. Hyung insists that Naren is not docile and describes her for his friend as a true psychopath. He tells that in childhood, the girl used to stab him and even jumped from the roof together with him. The businessman states that the girl is completely crazy but recognizes she is still very useful. Gio listens to everything with attention, while the conversation takes a more serious and melancholic turn there. Hyung comments thoughtfully about Che-won's arrest, reflecting on the destiny of their old friends. The hero laments, saying that they had no choice because of all the crimes the rival committed. The businessman agrees, saying he heard horrible rumors and that the prison is the right place for him. He reflects in silence about how time passed fast and transformed the life of all of them. The two observe the darkness of the forest, noticing how much things changed since childhood. Gio admits he went through a lot and that he was shocked to discover about the friend's whereabouts. Hyung confesses he had certainty that the young man was dead and that his power was just regeneration. The hero says he also did not expect to recover so much, since his healing was extremely slow before. The businessman reveals he is happy because he is alive and laments having lost contact with the others. He remembers with horror the pain of seeing his laboratory companions being dragged and captured. Hyung vents that his own body still reacts with panic just from hearing about the laboratory. He confesses with sincerity that the scary memories of that terrible place leave him terrified. The man admits that he is so tense with the imminence of the mission that he feels fear of losing control there. He faces the protagonist with seriousness and asks if the young man does not feel any dread of the organization. Gio responds calmly that he also feels a lot of fear, but needs to go forward anyway. The protagonist says he already saw the worst happen before his eyes when he lost a dear friend. He recalls that having his own body destroyed hurts much less than the pain of losing a great friend. The hero demonstrates incredible determination and swears that he will rip the laboratory straight by the roots. He squeezes the grass with force, stating that he already felt fear and ran more times than he can count. The boy says with an implacable look that finally the time arrived to make the enemies pay for everything. Hyung is impressed by the protagonist's posture, who promises to become the laboratory's worst nightmare. From the top of a lookout, the investigator observes the enemy convoy approaching through the dark road. She enters into contact via radio and orders for the team to initiate the total blockage of the highway on time. The police officers close the metal gates and activate the blockers to cut all communication signals. The two young men position themselves at the top of the cliff, ready to give the start to the surprise attack against the cars. The investigator warns to keep communications at a minimum to avoid the enemy tracking the signal. She deposits all her trust in the protagonist, who confirms to be totally prepared for the invasion. Suddenly, an enormous avalanche of rocks collapses from the cliff, interrupting the vehicle passage. The driver of one of the armored vehicles gets startled upon noticing the unexpected blockage on the track. An imposing silhouette emerges amidst the smoke, catching the attention of all the transport guards. Hyung focuses his mind, determined to overcome all the panic of the past to win that battle. He presses his hand on the asphalt, channeling his enormous power of stone to crack the entire floor structure. The driver yells desperate upon realizing that they are dealing with a powerful cardiac mutant. Huge stakes of massive rock emerge violently from the floor, throwing the cars high into the air. The heavy vehicles lose control and flip over with violence due to the devastating force of the attack. The armored cars collide brutally against the rocks, suffering serious structural damage there. The businessman observes the impact and concludes that the armor of the enemy fleet is extremely resistant. He notices that the main compartment, where the experiments are remained intact after the fall. Inside one of the cabins, the guard yells desperately over the radio, warning about the ambush. He orders for no one to open the transport vehicle, keeping the experiments container sealed. While the guard tries to prevent the rescue, a powerful attack descends from the sky, hitting the truck roof. Yahello lands with brutality on the vehicle's bodywork, warning coldly that the guards were late. The guards fall into despair, ordering to lock everything, but the hero warns that it will not be necessary. He says that the door opens very well through there while preparing his powerful blow against the bodywork. The protagonist punches with full force, piercing directly the metal roof of the enemy vehicle. The impact of the blow destroys the very skin of his hand, revealing the boy's bloodied bones. The enemies panic upon realizing that the boy opened a hole in the armor using bare hands. Without hesitating, he uses his ungodly strength to tear the metal and open the roof gap even more. Upon looking inside the vehicle, the young mutant widens his eyes to see something surprising there. He finds Naren sitting in the darkness under the beam of light that enters through the hole in the car roof. Meanwhile, the rest of the heavily armed guards disembark quickly to act against them. The commander orders them to eliminate the 2 cardiac mutants who invaded the transport perimeter. Yahello smiles upon finding the friend and decides that he will put an end to the combat in just 5 minutes from there. The soldiers aim at the young man and receive the order to concentrate all fire in the direction of the main target. Du Hang strikes the ground and raises immense stone pillars to destabilize their line of fire. The gigantic rocks collide violently, blocking the vision and advance of the armed guards. The soldiers try to dodge, desperate. From that unexpected rain of rocks in the middle of the track, the leader orders them to keep distance, to analyze the abilities and orders for them to continue shooting without stopping. One of the shots hits Du Hang's forehead directly, spreading a large amount of blood. However, his skin hardens like rock, proving to the guards his type of defensive mutation. The soldiers decide to change the attack priority, focusing on the first target until they decipher the other. They aim with precision in the direction of Yahello and give the command of immediate fire against the protagonist. With extreme speed, the young man dodges the shots, running along the walls of the armored vehicle itself. The guards are impressed by the hero's physical agility and focus all their heavy ammunition on him. He dodges quickly, using his allies' rock barriers to protect himself from the shots. The protagonist advances at high speed, taking advantage of the continuous coverage of the stone pillars. The enemies notice the strategy of joint advance and decide to reorganize themselves under coverage as well. In the blink of an eye, the hero appears before one of them and knocks him out with a spectacular flying kick. The young man delivers a violent punch, shattering completely the adversary's protection visor. He moves with fluidity on the battlefield, knocking down consecutively several elite soldiers. In the middle of the combat, a projectile hits the middle of Dio's forehead in a totally accurate and brutal way. The hero is hit by multiple machine gun shots that pierce his arms, legs, and abdomen, with his body completely bloodied due to the overwhelming attack. The young man falls to his knees on the floor, but the soldiers soon fall into despair upon noticing that their shots are not having a real effect. All of the protagonist's skin begins to regenerate at an absurd speed, scaring the enemies. He stands up instantly and delivers a demolishing punch that throws one more guard far away. The young man continues his implacable massacre, clearing with ease the entire area around the truck. Suddenly, a 3-pronged metal claw emerges, flying in the direction of the young hero on the asphalt. The sharp metal tips pierce the hero's chest and limbs, locking his movements there. The soldiers activate a powerful electric current through the claws to immobilize him completely. The command authorizes the immediate use of high-power electric shock weapons against the invaders. A brutal discharge runs through the entire body of Jiao, revealing his bone structure glowing in blue. Do Hyang watches the scene, extremely worried upon seeing his friend suffering that terrible attack. The businessman is in shock upon noticing that their transport convoy possessed such dangerous equipment. The guards prepare the giant high-voltage electric generator to contain the invaders once and for all. In the past, a young Do Hyang would scream for the others to run while he tried to hold the guards alone. He would coordinate the escape of the wounded friends, ordering them to advance to the emergency stairs. One of the cell companions would question, startled, if the friend would really face all of them alone. The boy would smile with confidence, stating that enemy projectiles would never pass by his wall. However, the laboratory scientists authorized the electrical containment devices against him. The boy received the immense electric discharge and screamed in extreme pain upon having his muscles paralyzed. He realized, desperate, that his stone shield was totally useless against the weapon's electricity. In the old memory, the laboratory structure began to collapse, making all the guards there desperate. Back to the present, Do Hyang dodges quickly the electrified claws to avoid being hit. He stares at the enemy with fury, guaranteeing that his body still remembers very well the pain of electricity. Do Hyang knows that if he receives that electric shock, he will lose totally the capacity to use his powers. He reflects that if he is subjugated now, he will never again be capable of doing absolutely anything to help. Several metal claws are fired against him, forcing the young man to retreat and dodge in a hurry. The businessman grinds his teeth with fury, telling his friend to focus on the fight and stop getting distracted for nothing. He shouts for the protagonist to forget the bad memories of the past and face the guard's shock. He realizes that it is enough to destroy that machine's power source to deactivate all their toys. With total determination, Do Hyang advances with maximum speed in the direction of the large electric generator. He slides skillfully through the asphalt, escaping from an intense hail of shots coming from the soldiers. The villain's command authorizes the immediate use of high-power ammunition to stop his advance. He strikes the floor with force, making immense stone stakes rise before the enemy troop on time. The huge rocks collide with violence, blocking totally the vision and line of fire of the guards. Do Hyang notices that he was hasty upon being surprised and hit by a squad that was flanking the location. 3 new metal claws are fired and pierce Do Hyang's stone shield with deadly precision. The businessman bites his lips with anger upon noticing that the guards managed to catch him by surprise there. The projectiles traverse the layer of protection stone, hitting directly his unprotected skin. Suddenly, Jiao's hand emerges, holding firmly all the electric cables before they hit him. The hero receives the entire high-voltage discharge, screaming while his bone structure becomes visible again. Surprised by his resistance, the guards order to increase the electric generator's power to the maximum. They release a continuous and devastating discharge, trying in every way to subjugate the immortal boy. The voltage reaches the absurd mark of 50,000 volts, dumping a colossal energy over the hero. Do Hyang observes that scene in a complete state of shock, without managing to believe in his friend's sacrifice. Even receiving all that devastating shock, the protagonist begins to pull the steel cables with force. Jiao pulls the chains with brutality, throwing all the soldiers who were holding the electric weapons. The enemies panic upon seeing a mutant capable of supporting an electric shock that would kill any man. The protagonist faces the guards coldly, complaining with mockery that that attack really hurt. He warns seriously to the soldiers that that type of cruel weaponry should not be used against people. The hero approaches in an imposing way and demands to know from where that militia emerged and what its goal is there. The young man responds calmly that his only intention there is to rescue and take back an old friend. The soldier trembles with dread upon hearing that the boy faced that entire army just to save someone. The man warns with difficulty that he does not know who he seeks but guarantees that they chose the wrong convoy. He realizes too late that Jiao's is definitely not an ordinary mutant upon seeing the hero lift his fist. The protagonist delivers a demolishing punch that isolates the elite soldier far away in the middle of the asphalt. Jiao concludes that the combat ended there, and Do Hang suggests as arresting the survivors so they do not flee. The hero denies, saying there is no time, and the friend is startled, for the fight did not last even 5 minutes. The businessman argues that they already ensured Naren's rescue, and that they possess enough time to retreat. But he suddenly freezes and widens his eyes upon noticing the somber and serious expression of the protagonist. Jiao reveals that he already knew since the beginning of the attack that Naren was not in that armored compartment. Du Hyung carries the hostage and asks, startled, what the reason is for them to be in such a hurry to get out of there. The hero opens the driver's cabin, warning that they need to interrogate the pilot to obtain answers. He uses his ungodly strength to rip the truck's dented door without demonstrating any effort. Jiao enters the cabin with a scary look, determined to discover the real whereabouts of his old friend. The driver trembles with dread and implores for his life upon seeing the scary and bloodied presence of the hero. The protagonist stares at him coldly and states with all certainty that he already knows where the girl is trapped. He tells the man to answer correctly while the hostage admits that he knows about Naren's original route. The driver reveals, terrified, that the scientists altered the plan and swapped the passenger at the last hour. Jiao warns coldly that their time is up and demands that the hostage tell everything he knows once and for all. The hero stares at the man with killer eyes and asks the final question, wanting to know the exact location of the friend. The scene shifts to the temporary detention site for mutants where the cars are parked. One of the scientists analyzes the data of experiment number 321, who is unconscious. He opens the girl's eyelid, noticing that her pupillary response is weak and she almost feels no pain. Suddenly, a sharp thorn sprouts from the girl's body, catching the man's attention during the medical exam. The scientist falls backward, screaming in fright to see dozens of dangerous thorns appearing all over her body. The researcher stammers, perplexed, upon realizing that the girl used her special ability even while passed out. The director with blonde hair approaches and warns that even unconscious, her heart continues to react. He explains that despite the lack of consciousness, the girl's basic instinct of self-defense remains active. He analyzes her body with coldness, praising the excellent rhythm of thorn generation of the cactus heart. However, the man makes a brief pause with an unsatisfied countenance, revealing that that is not enough. The scientist says with disdain that the normal thorns are not the part that really awakens his interest. He holds the girl's chin with violence, forcing her to face him even without any reaction on her part. The director reveals with a somber smile that his true focus is her incredible power of regeneration. He admits that her healing does not compare to Gio's, but guarantees that it is ideal for the experiments of the place. He stares at the girl in a scary way, telling her not to die, for the collected data would be useless without life. Suddenly, the assistant enters the room running, screaming to warn the director about a grave emergency. The man reveals, very afflicted, that the first transport convoy of mutants just suffered an ambush. The director is completely surprised and wonders how the police discovered that secret route of theirs. He clicks his tongue, annoyed, and decides to postpone immediately the transfer of the second group of mutants. The blonde scientist orders the entire team to collect the equipment to return soon to the laboratory, but while the employees prepare themselves, a violent thud breaks all the calmness and explodes the ceiling in there. A rain of rebel and smoke buries the guards and destroys the vehicles that were parked in the warehouse. Jiao enters into contact with Hyen via radio, warning that they already located the base and brought down the external guard. The two friends walk imposingly through the destroyed entrance, announcing the official beginning of the rescue plan. The director, Han Kikiel, is incredulous to know that only 2 mutants dared to invade his temporary base. He faces them with profound hatred, unable to accept that the invaders acted without demonstrating any dread of him.